Hey, it's me, Flower. In preparation for the first part of my Reaper's Creek reading being released on November the 11th, I have decided to consolidate all of my previous Onision readings into absolute units, if you know what I mean by that. This is the first one. This is Onision's first novel, Stones to Abbigale, as read by me, Flowergothic, between late 2019 and early 2020, like pre-corona 2020. Enjoy! Alright, this is Stones to Abbigale by Onision. God help us all. Chapter 1. I was asleep until I met her. When I finally woke, I learned the meaning of perfect imperfection. I've always been the type of person to focus on stars as we spin beneath them, the cool breeze on a sunny day, scattered patches of grass under my feet, the world around me, often forgetting to even glance at the one within. I've remained emotionally unexplored for so much of my life. It's painful knowing some can go an entire lifetime without understanding their own heart. An internal lock, waiting for the right key to change everything. It was the first Monday of November. I opened my eyes, blinded by my recently painted wall-to-wall white room. Even my bed frame, constructed of purely metal, was painted white. It bounced off the walls, causing my eyelids to desperately clamp together. Painting my room like this was a clear act of subtle, self-inflicted psychological torture. I was going through another phase, from darkness to light, and repeat. Seemed like the story of my life. My mom could see that darker colors were depressing me. I felt comforted by them, but found there were good aspects of both extremes. I was happy to visit either side. They are both so simple. But right now, the intense light bouncing from wall to wall felt like it was ripping my mind in two. My mom didn't wake me. My alarm clock sat on my dresser with no explanation for its failure to function. The clock only illuminated a blank stare, with 8:17 written all over its face. While entirely robotic, I imagined the clock to have the dumbest possible expression, one complimenting its failure to behave any way outside of its random glitch-infested nature. In the reflection of its plastic face, I could see myself unconsciously making the dumb expression I was imagining the clock to have. I laughed in my casual, dorky tone, and began to get ready to leave home. Without breakfast, I left for school with a bogus note in hand to idealistically explain my tardiness. I think most of my teachers were too exhausted to worry about small variances in our appearance from time to time. With how low their pay likely was, I imagined there were very few rules most teachers cared about. It was another cold day in Lakewood! The wind hit my eyes, forcing tears to form in the corners as I sped along the sidewalk at a no doubt unreasonable speed. I passed Lauren and Raymond walking the opposite direction, no doubt headed toward the nearby church where all the students go to smoke, make out, and hide out till school ends. They seemed so childish as they held hands, smiled excitedly, as if they had gotten away with some tremendous crime. Mr. Hanson, my heavy-set, middle-aged history teacher, rolled his eyes as I walked into class. "James, talk to me after class," he said quickly, looking away from me as if I were an undervalued employee who was barely important enough to make eye contact and with let it alone deliver a full sentence to. Okay then. "I have a note," I said. He ignored me and continued his lecture on yet another topic that would not only be completely useless later in life, but wasn't even relevant for even a few seconds after the words left his mouth. There were only 15 minutes left in the class, but I felt it would be more stimulating to integrate myself into the room to yet again study my classmates' behavior than to sit in a hall watching the rows of scum-covered tiles inevitably slide off the decaying walls. For as long as I remember, I've enjoyed seeing how people move around and talk to each other like they're all animals at the zoo. I would try and deliver a more accurate analogy if I felt there was one, but so many of them seemed incredibly unaware of themselves, just living life as if it were some generic, predefined routine. Sometimes I felt like an alien who had a VIP pass to submerge myself in primitive human culture just for entertainment. I sense... fuck. Okay. Disclaimer, I'm reading this through Google Books, and every time I scroll down, it'll, jump to a page, so if I suddenly pause and swear, that's why. Where was I? I sense everything I can take in around me, the seemingly limitless audible tones. Tremors in the voices of growing children rang in my ears. In studying people, I found myself gradually learning to literally feel the various personality types I encountered. I hyperanalyzed every inconsistent smell. The seemingly random clothing styles, freckles, and assorted hairstyles filled my mind with questions, trying to rationalize and understand what sequence of events led them to decide who they would become. I took favor of categorizing most everyone around me, the socially inept know-it-all, the dumb attention-seeking drama kid, and the bleach blonde bimbo, hey! Who gets overly defensive at the slightest hint of criticism. Fuck you. Then there were the kids who just hoped no one noticed them at all. There was so much to be seen, to be considered, and organized in my mind. Class had just ended, so I walked over to Mr. Hansen's desk and placed the tardy note down in passing. As I walked out with the rest of my class, he called after me, "James, we still need to talk." I responded, but continued to walk outside the room. "I have to be early to my next class. Let's talk tomorrow." I walked quickly down the hall towards my art class, which was awkwardly placed in a trailer outside my clearly poorly funded high school. On my way to the class, a fight had already broken out between two jocks who, no doubt, both had controlling, iron-fisted fathers who brainwashed them into believing conflicts between men are best resolved with the bloodying of their fists. These kinds of men plagued my mind with wonder. I could not conceive a scenario in which they could justify their primitive and pointless mentalities, yet they would always continue to perpetuate their self-destructive attitudes, as if it offered the slightest legitimate belief. Oh, benefit. I'm smart. Most everyone nearby crowded around the fight. None of them likely cared who was winning, what it was about, or how far it went. All they ever seemed to show concern for was their own amusement, always excited to see violence without having to pull out their wallets to pay for it. As the sounds of flesh-collided fist to cheek and chest quickly followed the howls from the surrounding students, they would scream, "Oh, H, 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 H!" as if it were sincerely delightful to witness creatures like themselves suffer and fall apart before their eyes. Even if I had time to stop, I never really took pleasure in seeing strangers hurt each other. Most all fights seemed avoidable and were often initiated for a senseless reason. I know you could say it's more complicated than that. I would like to think it were as well, but reality trumps the way I wish things would be. There's no sense in fighting it when doing so rarely helps anyone. As I approached my next class, the image of Abby's face illuminated the neon walls of my mind like a projector teasing a theater screen with fleeting moments of depth and purpose. Ever since I met her, she had occupied a part of my consciousness. Whenever I wasn't near her, I missed her to an unrealistic extent. You could call my longing sad, especially considering we had barely talked. She just had a strange effect on me, no doubt similar to a willful addiction. There are people in life which we pass by on a daily basis, barely aware of their existence, but on an exceptionally rare occasion, you can find a person who fills an area inside your little world you didn't even realize needed filling. As I walked up the creaking stairs to my art class trailer, I could see Abby was sitting at her shared desk, alone. Same makeup, hairstyle, and general appearance I had thought about repeatedly over the past couple days. She was drawing pictures on her blue lined paper, distracting herself from the cold that filled the oddly glowing room. I smiled slightly, trying not to be too obvious, and sat down on my chilled metal chair, positioned a few seats to the left in front of her. Glancing over, I could see she hadn't moved at all. I felt like she didn't even notice me come in. I wanted to inspire some acknowledgement of my existence from Abby, so I opened my mouth to greet her when my fingers brushed up against freshly smeared gum under my desk. EEEW! I shouted out on impulse. She looked up at me with a blank expression. Bursting into her room came a group of boys. Dude, I think John's done, bro. One of the other boys laughed, saying, won't see them for a week at least. I looked back at Abby to see she also didn't react to their outburst. Strangely, knowing that her apathy was generalized and impersonal gave me comfort. Her influence on how I felt was obviously dangerous, but I didn't care, as no matter how fond I was of the idea that I was not of the world, I knew my place and had no interest in pretending otherwise. Jason, one of the boys, energetically praising the fight they had just seen, sat in his seat next to Abby. I smirked, watching her shoulders shift away from him. Her body language sent a loud message that she had the same impression of Jason that I did. He was just another moron, placed on this earth to live his life completely unexamined, a pawn that had no awareness of its own role, let alone that it was just another tiny component with a massive, unstoppably twisted game. I know it sounds morbid and condescending, but my attitude was just something that naturally developed the more I studied human behavior. I would be more optimistic, but I find doing so would be like walking into a room with no windows and turning out the light. If you refuse to see the world around you for what it is, you're just wasting your eyes! Our class was about to begin. My teacher, Mrs. Stanley, who looked like she should have retired a ridiculous 30 years ago, approached the front of the room, talking about how art is sacred! She also discussed the random object she had us all draw the previous school day, and ironically graded it by using her own narrow-minded definition of art. I always wondered how teachers could even attempt objectively grading art. Is there any logic behind validating a form of self-expression using a cold black and white mathematical system? Today, I'm going to place you with partners, Mrs. Stanley said as she pulled out sheets of paper outlining our activities to come. To keep this simple, I'm going to partner you with the person you are currently assigned to share a desk with, she shared. I sighed, knowing I was bound to be paired up with Alex, a guy I had specifically asked to be seated away from, ever since he peed in a jar literally right next to me under our desk, acting like he was so cool for publicly exposing himself while simultaneously urinating. It happened weeks ago, but I still can't figure out what kind of crazy it takes for you to, in the presence of people you barely know but have to see nearly on a daily basis, pee in a jar held in your hand just beneath your desk in the middle of the classroom. What then? You showed off, like you'll be praised and accepted as if it were an accomplishment? I think this is one of those special kids. Alex, despite being borderline mental, was one of my least favorite people to study. I couldn't help but feel there was some defect in his mind that invalidated the point of conducting a thorough analysis of him. It was completely irrelevant when considering the realities of normal human behavior. Oh great, so now you're making fun of special needs kids. Wonderful, I feel so sympathetic for you. As I was off on a tangent in my own mind, I heard a familiar voice ring out, one that inspired the very same emotion you experienced when a song you had forgotten you loved randomly plays in the background of your daily life. Can I be paired up with James? Her voice was just as I remembered. Despite having not spoken in class in some time, she hadn't changed a note. Abby had interrupted the teacher just to partner with me, but I asked myself, was it really just to work with me, or just to get away with Jason? The teacher, looking irritated but understanding Abby's discomfort with Jason, responded, Alex and Jason, you'll be partners. James, switch seats with Jason. Thank you, Abby said with a slight smile. With a cocky grin, Jason stood up and in a comedic fashion smelled his armpit. Whoa, I didn't know I smelled that bad, Jason said as he walked over to sit by Alex. Approaching Abby was no doubt a way scarier act in my mind than it was to everyone around me. I felt like my head was burning from the inside out. Nevertheless, I continued to remind myself that her public outcry to partner with me could have meant nothing. I sat down next to her and did all I could not to turn to a complete dork on her. She reached out and grabbed the project outline that was being passed out. Mrs. Stanley began to read the description of the assignment. Today, you will both be taking something meaningful but expendable from your own homes. Mrs. Stanley looked up and emphasized, that you own. Then looked back down at her paper. You will tear those items apart here in class. You will then take loose items and, using the adhesive staples and strings available in class, find a way to create something new out of those possessions. She looked up and said in a low voice, sounding somewhat like Dracula, 2 will become 1. Jason raised his hand, objecting. All due respect, Mrs. Stanley, I'm not breaking something of mine for this class, she replied, putting her hands on her hips. That's fine, Jason. We'll supply you with toilet paper rolls. We have plenty of extras around here. Jason suddenly looked disturbed and sarcastically spouted, Freaking great! Mrs. Stanley asked, Are you sure? Your grade shouldn't suffer that much if you two just take Alex's piss jar and tape it to a toilet paper roll. No teacher fucking talks like this! Ever! You're already failing this class. Jason couldn't believe what she had just said, and Alex maintained an awkward, frozen facial expression with his mouth slightly open in his normal, weirdo, somewhat robotic fashion. Oh my god, Abby whispered under her breath with a slight smirk. I grinned uncontrollably. Just seeing her amused was amazing to me. I could hear a scream in the back of my mind, reminding me my dorkiness and borderline obsession was escaping through my face. It's not that I couldn't help being in awe of Abby and basically every little thing she did. I simply didn't want to change how I felt. In a way, she was like your favorite song or book. You could not pretend not to like it, and in such time, with the right mental coaching, maybe you would sincerely dislike it. But life just felt so much better, embracing your condition entirely, letting all your nerdy admiration flow freely. Mrs. Stanley continued, If there's anyone else who has an issue, please take it up with my 800 number, which is, she put her hand up to the air, signaling the students to react, but only a couple kids replied aloud with their catchphrase, 1-800 boo-hoo, they mumbled. She continued, Good. For the rest of the class, please work with your partner on what you plan to bring and draw up a prototype sketch of what you feel your final piece of art will look like. Mrs. Stanley walked to the back of the room and sat down at her 1950s looking rust-infested desk. I would always laugh internally when I looked at the old thing. Maybe it was just my way of coping with the fact I attended one of the most run-down schools in the state. We're still on chapter 1, guys. This is the longest chapter. What are you going to bring, James? Abby asked. It was amazing hearing my name pass her lips, but I had no time to think. If I didn't respond right away, she would think I was totally awkward. I have no idea, I responded. Smiling, she said, I'm going to bring my hamster cage, I asked. Did he die or something? She laughed. No, I never got one. The cage was just a gift from my dad. Your dad didn't get you a hamster for the cage? I asked. She paused to start to lose her smile. With the first sign of her smile fading, I felt a crushing pressure in my chest. Hopefully you can find something that will work with that. Oh, wait. Fucking hell, Greg, you didn't format this properly at all. Hopefully you can find something that'll work with that, she said. I couldn't help but feel like a total jerk despite not even knowing what I did wrong. I had the overwhelming urge to fix how she felt, so I took a gamble. Well, I could always bring that weird vibrating thing my mom hides in her drawers wrapped up in a cloth, I said. She bursted out, laughing hysterically as a huge grin filled my face. I was so happy I could get her to smile again. E-E-E-W, James! She continued to laugh. Something's going on outside. As the extent of my grin began to stress my cheeks, I can remember a time when I was this obvious about how I felt. Abby's laughing trailed off and she paused. Turning to me, she said, You didn't actually... Your mom? I responded. No, I wouldn't know about that, but I'm glad it made you laugh, she responded, returning to a soft laugh. You're more goofy than I thought, James. I sat next to her, looking at my fingers interlaced in front of me. My wide smile relaxed, but still filled my cheeks with warmth. As class came to a close, Abby patted me on my arm. I turned and she handed me a note. Instinctively, I put it in my pocket and said, See you tomorrow. She just smiled and walked away. And she walked away, waddle, waddle, waddle. And she walked away, waddle, waddle, waddle. And she walked away, waddle, waddle, waddle. Till the very next day. On my way to my next class, I opened the note. I didn't understand why, but it read, Onision. Not knowing what to make of it, and with little time, I stuffed it back in my pocket to look over later. Not feeling like skating home, I got on the bus to see all the normal rejects and misfits waiting. Davis, a short and scrawny kid who had been my best friend since middle school, despite being one grade behind me, excitedly waved me over. "James, nice to see you," he said, in seemingly the dorkiest way possible. I smiled as he stood up, giving me the window seat, knowing very well by then that I preferred it. As I sat down, I began looking out the window, analyzing the little humans running left and right to get on their buses. Something reached out and caught the corner of my eye. I immediately shifted my head to see what it was, and quickly realized it was Abby, standing in the parking lot by some beat-up sedan. "What you looking at, James?" Davis asked. Without hesitation, I began to respond. "Oh, it's Abby. She's in my heart sank as I witnessed a boy I barely knew, named Seth, walk down and kiss Abby on the lips. "James?" Davis said. But by that point, his voice was a faint echo in the darkness that my mind instantaneously lost itself in. I felt! This writing is so bad it's giving me dyslexia. I felt like after a life of numbness, I was finally about to truly feel warm for the first time, only to have it all taken away in an instant, leaving me hopeless in the shadows, alone once again. I looked down on my knees, feeling as if I lost all muscle control in my neck. "Are you okay?" Davis asked. I responded with hesitation. I'm just stupid." "No, you're not. You're one of the coolest guys I know," Davis replied. I continued my silence as he offered words of encouragement. "Okie dokie, well, you're awesome and should be super happy, so if you want to talk, I'm your buddy, so I'm here to talk." Davis is obviously gay. He's gay for James. He's gay for James. Like, spoiler note, I watched Strange Alien's summary of this book, and after hearing everything about Davis, I am I'm 80% sure he has gay feelings for James. Just saying. I was too focused on the conflict raging in my head to hear anyone at that point. I couldn't think about anything but Seth kissing Abby the entire trip home. That night, my mom was literally just serving lentil beans until she prepared... Oh, shit. Another disclaimer, guys. I really don't like reading books online. I really prefer paper, but I already, wasted $2 on this Google Books copy, so we're living with it. Deal with it. That night, my mom was literally just serving lentil beans she prepared on her crock pot for the billionth time. A fair exaggeration, but still, it was excessive to say the least. My sister was behaving as she usually did at the dinner table, talking about how stupid she thought school was and how she couldn't wait for college. "How was work, Mom?" I asked, trying to keep my mind off the haunting images looping in my mind. "Well, no one at work respects me or listens to me, and I generally can't stand it, but we still have food on the table," she said in a stern tone. My sister barked as food flew out of her mouth. "Well, at least it's not high school. I'm learning how to be a successful person from a bunch of low-income losers," my mom replied. "Whatever your teachers are, they have full-time jobs, which is a lot more than a lot of people can say." My mom gave my sister, Lisa, a disappointed look. Lisa was well known for showing little respect for hardworking people. To her, it didn't matter how much you gave back to society. It only mattered how much money you made. After the rerun of lentil soup, I washed the dishes per my mom's orders and headed to the shower. I sat on the floor of the tub, thinking about Abby, barely feeling the water as it hit my chest. I was so confused. I was so consumed. God, this is hard to read. With what I had seen, that I had completely forgotten the note until that moment. I quickly reached over to my pants resting on the toilet. I had hoped I read it wrong the first time and that it would make sense with the second look, only to see it read exactly what I gathered in my initial passing glance. "N-I-S-E-O-N-E, I mumbled to myself. I joked at the idea in my head that she handed me the wrong note, but I assumed it wasn't a failed attempt to say, "nice one," which could be taken as a compliment if you were desperate enough. Seconds into looking at the note, my eyes widened, having figured out what it meant. I jumped up, slipping to my feet, and screamed, "Yeah!" I cracked it, only to immediately feel completely stupid for not having figured it out sooner. Mom screamed through the door from her bedroom. "What?" I responded. "Sorry, nothing." I hurried to finish showering. Staring at my phone, wearing only a towel, I smiled as I typed in Nissan or 6473663 into the number keys. I assumed we shared the same area code, otherwise she likely would have given me a longer sequence of letters, and I was right. After 2 rings, I got an answer. "What do you want?" a disgruntled man's voice asked. Like a bad engine struggling to start in a monster movie, I clumsily belted out a response. I was looking for an unenthusiastic female voice in the background said, Give me the phone." "Whatever," he said, dropping the phone in front of her. Hello? I could recognize the voice now. It was Abby. Trying to hide my excitement by maintaining a normal tone, I said, "This is James." Abby excitedly screamed and responded, "Oh my God, you figured it out!" Hearing her optimistic tone, I laughed, saying, "So why?" She interrupted. "I was hoping to find out if you figured out what you're bringing to art class." I said, "Oh!" and looked quickly around my room. I couldn't see anything immediately, so I just said, "I'll surprise you." She then replied, "Oh, come on, tell me!" My eyes locked on to a plausible plan for the project. "How about my bear? I'll bring my bear!" I said. She replied, "Oh, okay, I have an idea. Instead of the cage, I'm bringing a stuffed animal of mine and we'll make it like a zombie bear." I laughed. "Awesome," I said. "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, okay?" She replied happily. I answered, "Okay." BYEEE. Just before she hung up, I could still hear her laughing, leaving me with a sense of accomplishment and a lasting smile as if it were painted across my face. Okay, we're finally done with chapter 1. Yay! Okay, this is going to be the second part of Stones to Abbigale. Well, what else can I say but let's see what our resident sociopath is up to. Chapter 2. The following morning, Mr. Hanson approached me in the hall before class started. "We're supposed to talk," he said in his usual stern voice. I responded, "I know, but what about?" He began gesturing with his hands as he often did. I guess it was a habit he developed to trick people into believing he was saying something interesting. "You know you're a smart kid, but you keep showing up late to my classes and it's becoming a problem," he said. Surprised, he showed genuine interest. I replied with a smirk. "I'll do better in the future." He continued, "All right, well, I also wanted to ask you about TA opportunity." Okay. I know I said I'm gonna try my best not to spork that much. But, quick question. If this guy keeps showing up late to your class, why do you trust him to be your TA? Wouldn't he just skip that too? Continuing. I replied, "You don't have a teacher's assistant?" I watched a bead of sweat fall down his balding forehead as he responded, "The last TA moved, and yeah, you're not always on time, but you get your work done honestly and efficiently." Facepalm emoji. I asked, "Okay, Mr. Hanson, next semester?" He authoritatively replied, "No, you can just take an elective class credit and I'll let your current teacher know you'll be working with me from here on." I immediately thought of the possibility of losing art class and rejected the idea. "My only elective is art class right now and I don't want to give that up," I said. He took a step back, looking offended, and lost his temper. In a disgruntled tone, he said, Art class is a joke, James. Tell me one person you know who is making a living painting pictures." All the students nearby in the hall stopped and looked towards the shouting. I looked at Mr. Hanson, unaffected, reminding him I would not give it up. I wasn't about to sacrifice the one class I had with Abby for alone time with a sweaty, anger-prone history teacher. Mr. Hanson looked at everyone stopped in the hall and screamed, "Oh, ha ha ha, everyone look at Mr. Hanson, he's such a goof. Move along, kids." Everyone just looked at him as he turned back to me, maintaining his clearly frustrated posture. He then waddled into his classroom to begin class. And he waddled away, waddle, waddle, waddle. And he waddled away, waddle, waddle, waddle. I reluctantly entered with the remaining students to sit at my desk, which was conveniently placed within broomstick range from Mr. Hanson's desk. After enduring another useless history lesson revolving around my home state of Washington, it was finally time for art class. I walked as fast as I could without looking too awkward in my normal fashion, only to find Abby wasn't even in the room! I sat down on my new seat and waited, only to see everyone but her fill the room! Mrs. Stanley closed the door to her class trailer and instructed us to begin dismembering the possessions we brought from home. I began cutting the bear with the scalpel Mrs. Stanley provided me, but my muscles seemed to work on their own as I found myself consumed with Abby again. Her overwhelming presence on the edge of every thought fragment in my mind. Just a short while into class, I found myself looking down at my bear, now cut into 6 pieces. I felt like I was in science lab dissecting an actual animal. Most notable difference being that the cotton stuffing didn't look like or stink of old flesh, and death like real animals did. Later that day during lunch, due to my mom not being able to afford buying me a cell phone, I used a payphone to call Abby, but got no answer. I didn't feel like eating, so the rest of lunch I just sat on a bench outside, staring at people interacting with each other. I made a major effort to distract myself, knowing that focusing on what could be was mostly a waste considering I was so powerless to influence any change at that point. Even just watching the bushes move around in the wind made more sense to me than letting worry consume me. Later that night, after I had just finished my shower, I placed the one cordless phone we had in my house next to my bed on the windowsill. I would have dialed her, but I didn't want to call more than once a day for fear of wearing out my welcome. That night, a few different calls came in, but they were always from my sister Lisa. Her receiving a barrage of phone calls from random guys was nothing new to anyone in the house. The normal conversation you could expect to hear Lisa take part in, with excessive production in her voice, would most always revolve around how stupid she thought other girls at school were, and how she hates basically everything about Lakewood High. I didn't want to know what she was talking about, ever, but my TV volume couldn't compete with her voice. It was like she thought she was so important. Everyone around her just had to hear everything she had to say, no matter how trivial the topic. After a couple hours, she finally stopped running her mouth, so I turned off my TV, and with it, my room faded into darkness. I welcomed the silence like a warm blanket on a cold night. I woke up the next morning to see the phone sitting there, just like my stupid alarm clock. Useless and unbearably annoying to look at. I expected it to sound off at some point, but like the clock, it failed to deliver. It was raining outside. Clouds filled the sky in normal Lakewood fashion. I wasn't going to skate to school this time out of fear it would rust my skates and hinder my ability to skate fast, if even at all. Instead, I decided to ride the bus, pretending for only moments I really had a choice. As I climbed up the bus steps, David rang out, "Hallelujah! James is here to save everyone from the evil clouds!" I genuinely smiled for the first time that morning thanks to him. As usual, I sat next to the window seat that Davis courteously always offered me. The beginning of history class was the same old story. As usual, I barely paid attention. I just thought about Abby and hoped she was okay. Interrupting my thoughts of Abby came a very rude outburst by Jason. It was odd to hear his voice, as I wasn't supposed to see him till our class. He stood outside our closed class door, waving his hands in hope of disrupting us. It was clearly for no real reason more meaningful than a toddler would have in invoking chaos around their immediate environment. Some people just want to get an emotional reaction to their behavior, so they can feel a sense of power or control. Jason began banging on the door, so Mr. Hanson walked over and opened the door and asked, "Why aren't you in class?" Jason responded saying, "Girl kicked out, what's up? Go stand outside your class till it's over." "No one talks like this in high school," Mr. Hanson commanded. Jason rebelliously replied, "Don't tell me what to do, fatty." I could see Mr. Hanson was about to lose it, so I interrupted. "No one wants you here, Jason." Mr. Hanson looked back at me with a look of surprise. He seemed shocked I would say anything on his behalf. Jason became extremely silent, now refusing to look anywhere but at me. His glare was that intense, but it seemed so forced. like he wasn't really offended, but didn't want to look weak in front of everyone else. Mr. Hanson then closed the door inches away from Jason's nose, but that didn't stop him from staring intensely through the vertical window slot in the door! He remained so still and consistent in his stare. It was almost as if he had become a red-faced, almost cartoonish portrait hanging on the door. As class came closer to an end, Jason was no longer staring at me and wasn't even visible from my perspective. Knowing Jason had something left to prove, many of the students naturally assumed he was somewhere within the immediate vicinity. I could tell most everyone was concerned as they kept looking back at me, wondering what I was going to do about the clearly unstable and enraged jock that no doubt was still lurking just outside our door. Every kid in there knew I couldn't just hide out in the class. I was sure this was some kind of victory for Mr. Hanson. He knew that, again, this writing's giving me dyslexia. He knew I wouldn't have his immediate problem had I accepted his offer to TA for him. My decisions led me to this. I built a doorway to certain destruction, and I knew if I was going to be brave, I had to walk through it. I didn't have time to deal with hesitating once class was over. Seeing Abby was my real priority. I walked out with the class just like I normally did, only this time Jason was following close behind, as I'm sure most everyone assumed he would. I was about to leave the main building to head over to the art trailer, only to feel a hand grab my shoulder! The hand slipped as I pulled away, nails scraping along my skin to clamp on my shirt. I was then yanked swiftly back from the main hall door. It began. I went to bed late last night, so that's why I'm continuously yawning. I yanked my shirt aggressively out of his hand and clutched my now scratched up shoulder. I was now facing Jason, who immediately lunged at me and threw me into the already half-broken hall door just behind me. I bounced back from the impact and pushed Jason in the center of his chest to distance him from me so I could continue walking away. Without hesitation, he used my response to justify further violence and began throwing punches. I was knocked to the ground within seconds as he began trying to pull off my backpack, resulting in me being briefly dragged across the floor like a helpless child. I was now a couple yards away from the door I was trying to leave through. I twisted away to return to a standing position while simultaneously snatching my backpack back so hard that it flew out of my hands and smacked the door behind me, leaving a huge crack in the glass. I could hear glass falling off the door behind me. People began to gather around us, and like a chemical reaction, they began screaming just as they did before. What? Much of what was happening was a blur, but I remember they would scream every time Jason hit me through the irrefutably one-way fight. I quickly got to the point where I didn't even feel the punches. I could only hear them laughing and yelling as Jason swung again and again! I kept falling over and over, but every time I would return to stand, only to fail at defending myself from further blows! I didn't block a single hit. I didn't even throw one punch at him. How brave. As my nose began to bleed, one of the boys my sister was friends with, Matthew, grabbed me and pulled me out of the fight. He was twice my size, but was also on Jason's football team, so naturally he did nothing to help me win. The only thing he offered me was an end to the beating I was suffering. Shortly after the fight ended, I found myself sitting on a mattress in the nurse's office, not allowed to leave, not allowed to do anything but think about what happened. Despite everything in my head feeling scrambled and disorganized, there was Abby, waiting in the same place, just as she sat in the back of class. She radiated warmly in the back of my mind. As lunch approached, Principal Lehman came into the room. I was staying in at the nurse's office and asked me how I was feeling. I responded, "Well, my tooth is chipped, my chin hurts, my face is bruised, and I just got humiliated in front of my peers." Mr. Lehman said, "I've gotten multiple statements saying you pushed him. What's your response?" I replied, "I pushed him back after he pushed me first. All I did was push him back once, and then he did this to my face." I made a circular motion around my face, showing how one-sided the fight way. Principal Lehman said in a commanding tone, "Well, he's suspended for 10 days. He paused, and I felt relief, assuming the principal was on my side. But then he continued, "You will be suspended for 2 days." I was surprised they would suspend someone for just pushing back when they are pushed. Welcome to the American education system. What was I supposed to do? Just ignore being assaulted? If school is meant to teach us how to survive in the real world, and in the real world you're legally allowed to defend yourself, how could they justify this punishment? Principal Lehman informed me I could finish up the day and not return for the following 2 days. You should be at least grateful for that. Jason was escorted off school grounds entirely, he said. Principal Lehman stared at me sitting there, helpless and about to break down. Okay, then, see you again in a few days, he said and quickly walked out. All I could focus on feeling in that moment was the tacky ice pack on my face and a sinking feeling of worthlessness. It's not something I like to admit, but the truth is I cried seconds after Principal Lehman left the room. The type of cry you suppress, but your eyes still become red. Your body trembles, and painfully hot tears still fall. It was the type of sadness that made a person ache to their core. But you do your best to hold on, to not lose yourself to your emotions, like you would so carelessly do as a child. I sat in the room alone, till I could collect myself. Shortly after, I gathered my stuff and proceeded to finishing my classes for the day. I also had to call my teachers about any work I would miss so I could keep up while I was suspended, but didn't have the motivation to stop by every single class before leaving the school entirely. As I was about to get on the bus home, I looked over to see Abby again in the parking lot with her boyfriend Seth. They were standing by his car. This time they were not showing affection. In fact, she seemed like she wasn't even willing to look at him despite him clearly and aggressively speaking to her. Without a second's thought, I shifted away from the bus and began walking over to Abby to see if she was okay. The more I could hear Seth's tone as I approached, the more worried I became. Seth reacted to me like a guard dog in a ghetto-fenced yard. Once he realized I was headed towards him, he puffed out his shoulders and glared at me in attempts to look intimidating. Abby remained upset. It seemed like she was emotionally unable to look anywhere but the ground. Now within a fair speaking range, I tried to sound optimistic for the sake of Abby's emotional state. Hey, Abby, were you at art class today? I asked. Her boyfriend stepped in front of her to block my view and said, Are you the kid that called her the other night? I responded, Yeah, just ignore him, James, Abby said, mumbled loudly behind Seth. Seth looked back, as if an arrow had just been plunged into his chest. Oh God, these metaphors are terrible. Abby then walked around him, looking only at me and said, Will you walk me? But paused when she saw my face. Abby's facial expression changed quickly to shock as she asked in an alarmed tone, What happened? Her boyfriend busted out laughing. Oh, you didn't see this idiot got wrecked by Jason? He didn't even fight back. I would have had that jock prick choking in his own blood in seconds. But you just took a beating like a... Abby interrupted, screaming, Shut up, Seth! You sadistic freak! Seth's grin turned to a skull. He rapidly stepped towards her, so I blocked his path by stepping in front of him. Seth looked more mortified than I had ever seen a person get. In such a short time knowing him, I could see he had a number of mental and emotional issues, more so than I understood. And as we know, everyone with mental and emotional issues are violent by default. Seth didn't even try to get past me to Abby. He let his voice reach her with his screams. You have no respect! Oh, for fuck's sake! Onision, this book's not formatted correctly. And it's so fucking confusing! You have no respect after what I've done for you, I replied. I'm sick of this, Seth. I want nothing to do with you. Her voice cracked as Seth screamed once more. If you're ending this again, He didn't know what to say, but in his eyes I could see a deep, intense hatred. When I looked at most people's eyes, I saw all kinds of things, but in him, there was only anger and pain. His hands were shaking furiously, his breathing noticeably irregular. He was losing it! Abby still refused to look at Seth as he threw his tantrum. He yelled, Fine! Be with a guy who can't even protect himself, idiot! Seth got into his car as Abby tightly grabbed my arm. Her eyes remained closed, like she was scared, hiding in a shell. She jumped at the sound of Seth slamming his car door. Recklessly, Seth floored the gas pedal and his car lurched forward, barely missing Abby and me as he pulled out of the parking lot. Abby stood silently by, with her eyes still closed. I didn't know how to act in a situation like this. Trying not to make things worse, I just said, "I will walk you home to answer your question." Abby opened her eyes but remained silent. She nodded. We had been walking for a while, every step making us feel like we were slightly further from our problems. She finally spoke. "So I was in art class and I saw you cut a bear." I responded, "Yeah, creepy, right? Maybe it was a FUBAR idea." She laughed a little. "I don't get it." "Yeah, I guess we're both kind of weird." I was all game for it. I softly laughed as I began to feel raindrops hitting my arms and neck. "I hear running is just as bad as walking in the rain," I said. "You get just as wet?" "No, fuck you, Onision! This formatting is shit!" "You get just as wet," she replied. "Yeah, something like that. It's like the harder you try to fix some problems, the worse they get." I impulsively tried to confirm what I had earlier seen. "So your Seth is," she interrupted, "hopefully soon completely out of my life." My curiosity overtook me. I asked, "What happened?" She frowned and said, "Other than what happened in the parking lot?" I responded, "Well, I don't know. Don't say anything if you don't want to." She stared at her feet as we continued to walk. I noticed her makeup was running. Waterproof makeup's the norm now, Dick. I know this was written in like the early 2010s, but even then, waterproof makeup was pretty fucking popular. Shortly after, she noticed too and began to rush us getting home. Walking faster, she said, "I'm sorry, I really don't want you to see me like this." She continued to rush slightly ahead of me. I stopped walking and said, "Hey!" She slowed down and stopped, still facing away from me. "And this is why you bring umbrellas to school, babes." We stood in the rain for only a few seconds before she asked, "Do you think makeup really helps anyone?" I replied, still looking at her back. "I think it helps us forget what we don't want to remember. It lets us pretend we're a little more perfect than we really are." She laughed sadly and said, "That's one way to put it." I smiled and replied, "Makeup is just makeup, and skin is just skin. It is what it is." Abby looked up at the rain for a moment, and then down at the ground again. She then turned around in a rain-soaked face, revealing what she was hiding under her makeup. Standing before her in the rain, looking at the result of what she had suffered, it broke my heart. Abby wasn't worried about her makeup running for the reason I thought. She was just afraid of what I would think when I saw the bruises on her face, some just like mine. "Do you see them?" she asked with a quiver in her voice. Without restraint, I responded, with the first thing that came to my mind. "I see a beautiful girl, who I very much enjoy walking with in the rain." Forced attempts at flirting is something I'm allergic to. Despite her face being covered in falling drops of water, I could clearly see tears fall from her eyes. Her head fell forward as she began to shake, her tears falling almost in sync with the rain. I walked up to her and put my arm around her side and walked with her the rest of the way home. As we got to her doorstep, I said, "I'm just 7 letters away. Call me if you need anything, okay?" She smiled and nodded. "See you tomorrow?" she asked. I replied, "I got suspended for 2 days." She looked offended. W-O-O-O-W! Punishing the guy who got beat up? Classy! I responded, "Yeah, well, I pushed him back." She replied, "Clearly not hard enough!" I laughed, sadly looking down, as she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around me. Despite being so cold out and her being soaked, it was the warmest hug I had ever received. I hugged her back, said goodbye, and walked home with a huge smile on my face, bruises and all. And that's chapter 2. God damn. We have 18 chapters to go, guys. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Okay, gang, we're back, and we're at chapter 3 of Stone Abbigale. Yay! Just a little disclaimer, I was filming this on Labor Day, and I had to work today. I had to stand up for 6 straight hours. I'm very tired. So I'm going to be very, very nitpicky this time. Because, damn it, I deserve this. I spent 6 hours. But that's beside the point. Starts Abbigale Chapter 3. Woo! And my guitar's here. Ah, fuck, I have my elbow. Briefly after I fell asleep that night, I had a dream about Abby. It was the first dream I had experienced in some time. Well, technically, you dream every night. This is just the first dream you remember in some time. Jeez Louise, you're not that good at psychology now, are you? I'm not normally the type of person to be deeply impacted by dreams, as more often than not, I can control them. I can recognize the fact that I'm in a dream and twist things around so that whatever is making me afraid becomes afraid of me. Oh, so you're a lucid dreamer. Congratulations, you're so special. This tactic, however, could not possibly work in this soon-to-be nightmare, as there was no living monster waiting around the corner. There was no emotion in this machine that was about to reveal itself to me. I could only watch without a physical form! I was just a helpless spectator in my own mind! The dream began without any sound, only a deep hum accompanying what appeared to be Abby laughing in a field of what looked like gray grass from afar. As my view of her revealed more detail, I began to realize that what I thought was grass was actually long, slender claws, which looks absolutely nothing like grass, so I have no idea how you couldn't see that sooner, asshole. Experiencing a more alarmed spectrum of emotion, the audible hum cut out and was replaced by Abby's screams! The sound echoed, bouncing off the walls of my mind, splitting me in two and engulfing the core of my being. She was not forming any words in her screams, and I began to understand why the more I analyzed every detail. I shifted my perspective to a new angle. I was now above her, looking down, and could see the claws were pulling her to the ground. She showed no resistance to being dragged to the ground. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Fuck you. She didn't even cry for help. She would only scream in pain as she slowly sank beneath the surface. I began to distinctly hear blades and gears violently turning just beneath her! It's difficult to explain, but in her eyes, I could see she didn't want to be saved, as she genuinely felt she had earned the suffering she was enduring. She believed she deserved to be ground up until there was nothing left. Once she was pulled completely under, I was finally given a physical form in the dream. Jumping from above, I landed on the soil she disappeared in, and stabbed myself immediately with the claws. I immediately dropped to my knees and began digging on my bare hands to get to Abby, getting cuts all over my hands from the claws. I was only inches deep before the ground ripped open, forcing me to jump back. A deep canyon began to form, central to where I'd begun digging. The splitting and groaning quickly gained momentum. Ow, fuck. I hit myself on my laptop. Ripping and screeching sounds erupted all around me as the earth divided before me at a now crippling rate. A hellish sight consumed my eyes as I looked down on the collapsing landmass below. Powerful machines, wielding massive blades, swung violently, scraping dirt and rock with a sound so tremendous I could only faintly hear the screams of countless desperate humans below. I quickly realized the terrified voices beyond. Fuck, I'm tired. The ripping blades were no illusion. Thousands of lives were being devoured in piles, no person among them begging for life. Rather, like Abby, they screamed only from pain delivered, not just by the roaring blades and gears, but their very existence itself. Suffering and consciousness had become one and the same. I then woke up to my room filled with sunlight, but it could not change the darkness my dream left me with. I felt something inside me change, almost as if I had seen something I was never meant to, and now had to find a way to lose the thick cloud freshly looming over my head. It is, as I said briefly before, I feel like a visitor here, like I'm in this world but not a part of it like everyone else. This kid has so many fucking mental issues, oh my god. I study people and situations to find out how they work, and sometimes my dreams fill in the emotions and thoughts I missed while I was awake. Not having to go to school that day due to my suspension, I decided to write a letter to Abby. It read, can I sing this? I kind of want to sing this because I have the guitar out. And because I'm a white boy who plays Wonderwall at every high school party. When I look into your eyes, I at times feel a level of sadness I have never felt, as if we, despite barely knowing each other, have been apart for far too long. When I talk to you, it is like I am listening to a voice I have begged for, yet haven't heard in a lifetime. Every other experience I have with you seems familiar, but at the same time it hurts like you would feel if you begged for something and only received it when you had already given up hope. These feelings are all so strange and evolving at a rate that scares me, as they are for someone I am only just now truly getting to know. Even with my brief presence in your life, I picked up on so much suffering and almost feel powerless to create any change. There are so many wounds, so many scars, so much I only know enough about to fear. I'm trying to understand. Abby, you have more pain in your life than I can imagine. I hear it in your voice, I see it in your eyes and in the way you move. I just want to see you smile without there being an ocean wall of tears behind your eyes. We're almost done, don't worry. I want to hear everything you have to say. I want to find a way to heal the damage until you can forget it ever existed. Hope you enjoyed my random jangling on my guitar playing cowboy chords. Do not steal. I sent the letter to her email address. Moments later, the phone rang. Answering the phone, I heard Abby's voice on the other end. Hey, can you meet me at the quick shop? She asked. What the fuck's a quick shop? Oh. Quick shop? Like the car store in Alabama? Or do you mean quick shop and you're trying to avoid copyright because apparently they care about it? Fuck you. I responded, did you see my email? And she replied, nope, why didn't you just call? I said, it would have been really hard to say over the phone. I had to find the words and the song in my heart. She replied, okay, I'll look and then I'll head over. I then confirmed, sure, see you there. Shortly after, I got dressed and skated over to meet her. I arrived quickly, thanks to what seemed to be a record speed for me. However, once I arrived, I found myself waiting for someone who now had no intention of meeting me. I could only assume I had just made myself look like a huge jerk to her. I attempted to call her from the nearby payphone, and she didn't answer. As I skated home, in my mind, I went through the letter I wrote over and over. I began to blame myself, concluding, based on her absence, that I must have dug too deep, too fast. I scared her away because I had reacted on the emotion I experienced in that dream before actually considering the human being on the other side of the letter. God, you think? I felt like I was just about finally connect to someone only to ruin everything at the last minute. And that's chapter 3, everyone. It's a little shorter than usual, so yeah. Hope you enjoy my little song. Thank you. Bye. See you next week. Mwah. Alright, hi guys, welcome to Chapter 4 of Stones to Abbigale. Tonight I'm going to be going to a little concert, so I figured I might as well calm my nerves before going by reading some fucking Onision! That's all I really have to say for now, so let's read. Shall we? Excuse me. Chapter 4. My suspension had been lifted, and I had just arrived back at Lakewood High, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Approaching my history class, I could hear people snickering as they watched me walk by. Someone screamed, "Walls! Learn how to fight!" behind me, but I just kept walking. As I sat down in class, Mr. Hanson walked up to me. He placed his hand on my shoulder and spoke under his breath so others would not hear. "Don't worry about the work you missed, okay, James?" I looked up at him, and he gave me a slight smile. I suppose because he felt bad I was beaten up shortly after trying to get Jason to leave the class alone. It was a lucky break, too, considering Mr. Hanson's class was one of the few I didn't stop by to see what work I would miss before beginning my suspension. I approached the art trailer, feeling panicked over what to expect. What the fuck was the Mr. Hanson scene there for? I hated that I said anything to Abby, that I overstepped my bounds and acted like I knew her when I was only going off my own dream-influenced emotional intuition, or lack thereof. I felt a conflicted hatred towards myself for jeopardizing a relationship with someone that was so important to me. If she did give up on me, I could only blame myself. Nice guy. Opening the door, I could see Abby wasn't inside. Instead, there were just pieces of my bear sewn to pieces of her bear sitting on her desk. Maybe I was reading too far into what it meant. I could really only hope that there was something left to us that I could sew back together. How fucking poetic. Walking closer, I could see something sticking out just underneath the bear. It was a note that read, "James, maybe behind the church when you get this." Immediately, I thought of the church neighboring Lakewood High. What a fucking shock. You get a note about meeting someone at the church and then you immediately think of the church. OMG! What a mystery! I stuffed my backpack inside the desk and quickly made my way off campus to meet Abby. Because apparently truancy guards don't exist at this school. Then again, they didn't really exist in my high school either. As I approached the church, there was a strong, forceful wind blowing behind me, that made it feel as if I was being pushed to her by nature itself. I felt like a fool for thinking that. I'm far too unimportant for any significant force to consciously influence my life. Sounds like a Deus Ex Machina, if I say so myself. I walked around the church, only to hear Abby say loudly, "James!" I turned to see her standing under an overhang that reached out from the church. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. I walked over to her and began to apologize for the letter, but she cut me off saying, "Why did you write that to me?" I responded, "I wanted to separate myself from everyone else in your eyes. I wanted you to know that I was trying to understand you, all of..." She interrupted. "How messed up do you think I am, James? How screwed do you think my life is exactly? Because if you had any social skills, you might not know that saying to someone what you did is, 'I'm not damaged goods, I'm not broken.'" I'm gonna put up a theory. A few chapters in, we're gonna learn that she does indeed consider herself broken and that she's just trying to hide behind a facade of a strong, independent woman who don't need no man. Take your bets. Her voice was giving out as she began tearing up. I'm sorry, I said, helplessly watching tears fall down her face. "I was wrong, but I'm here, and I will be as long as you let me," I said. She wiped her tears and struggled to speak. "The reason you saw what you did, in my eyes, my voice," she continued to struggle as she cried. You saw the bruises from my ex, but you wanted to know everything." She paused to wipe her tears again. I listened carefully as she continued to speak. "James, I haven't been beaten just 1 or 2 times," Abby said as she looked at me, as if every word was agonizing for her to say. With tear-choked eyes, she continued, I've been violated beyond that, James, by people who call me their friend. People I trusted took advantage of me, and that killed so much of who I am, who I was. Okay, I know I said that we would see that Abbigale was broken a few chapters in, but this is like the next paragraph. If you guessed that we would find out that she's broken, you win! Yay! Raise a glass. Where was I? Her face was consumed with stress. Her body shook, but she managed to continue. My mother abandoned me and left me with my father, who doesn't even care if I live. Before she could finish, I wrapped my arms around her. She dug her fingers into my back as she pulled me closer and cried into my chest. As we held each other, I said, You were never damaged, only changed. Yes, she was damaged. Shut up. You messiah, you. Any part of you that you think died is just hidden, waiting to come out when it's safe. How fucking poetic. Abby squeezed me even tighter. I continued. Every time I see you, you become more beautiful to me than before. She gripped me more tightly than anyone ever had. She was finally hearing everything she wanted someone to say to her, and I was saying everything I wanted Abby to hear. That is, most everything. How the fuck did you know Abby wanted to hear that? Do you have some kind of intuition that goes into her head? If so, why didn't you try to comfort her earlier, you son of a bitch? Oh, that's the chapter? Damn, that was short. I think I might as well record chapter 5 as well, if it's not too short either. Anyway, I'll see you next week. Bye! Mwah! Hi kids, it's Flowergothic. Guess what? It's time for chapter 5 of Stones to Abbigale. And I said I was probably going to read this back on the day I was going to that concert thing that ended up being shit, but I didn't really have the time to, but now since class has been canceled because of this tropical depression, I'm going to read chapter 5 before I go to work, okay kids? Okay, let's do it! Chapter 5. I sat alone in my room thinking about all that happened in the last day. So is this like the next day? Is it the same day? Gotta specify the show, Onision. As I slid deeper into thought, a knock sounded at my door. Dinner's ready, James! My mom said. I responded, Lentils again? I can't help but imagine just a sitcom laugh here, so I'm just gonna add one in. Ha 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 ha! She opened the door and looked at me with a blank facial expression. We have to talk. Come to the table. As I left my room, I saw a man sitting at the table next to my sister. Why would you have multiple dinner tables? That makes no sense. Trying not to be rude, I said hello, and he smiled, responding loudly, Hello! Nice to meet you, James! I asked my mom, So who is this gentleman? My mom responded, Go ahead and sit down, James. That doesn't answer the question. I slid out the old-fashioned second-hand store chair I always sat in at the table and waited for my mom to explain. This is Rick. The reason you haven't seen much of him is because he lives on the other side of the mountains, all the way in Spokane, my mom said. I don't know anything about Washington geography, so I'm just going to take her word on that. I smiled, feeling slightly awkward, and replied, Oh, all right, cool. My sister immediately mocked me. Oh, cool, Mom, duh! You're such a dweeb, James. Despite her bratty insult, I could see she felt too awkward about Rick being so spontaneously introduced to us and was just trying to distract. From what? Rick and I have been dating for quite a few months now, and we are starting to become quite serious, my mom said. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Clearly seeking our approval, Rick added, "So yeah, it's really cool to finally meet you! Your mom talks a lot about you!" "And why haven't you met them yet?" I guess that's not going to get answered. I smiled and nodded, while thinking about how odd it was my mom had never mentioned him. You'd think that if a relationship is starting to get serious, they would mention it. I mean, I have the fortune of my parents still being happily married, but adults should know better and talk to their children about their relationships. Rick proceeded to tell us stories about him hunting animals, his upper-level position at a construction company based out of Spokane, and continued to remind us how happy he was to be meeting us. As you do when you're meeting your girlfriend's teenage children. As far as I could see, he wasn't a bad guy, but as usual, I didn't expect much, knowing most everyone puts on their friendliest mask for first impressions. Which is why I talked to you about hunting animals. I'm sure my sister was thinking pretty much the same thing. He was my mom's first post-dad boyfriend. Well, when did your dad leave? When you were like a kid? Of course he wasn't the first. And I'm sure as hell he won't be the last. Excuse me. My mom inquired, "So how's your life going, James?" I replied, "Fine." Rick asked, "Got a girlfriend?" I didn't respond. I just kept my head down, looking at my plate. My mom looked at me with a proud smile. "James is more the mysterious type, Rick. He doesn't talk about his relationships." Except, he's mysterious as in the kind of person that gets suspended for fighting a child. Rick then said, "Oh yeah? Well, if you find a lady half as good as your mom, I'd say you're set!" My sister interrupted. "Aren't you seeing that messed up emo chick, James?" Looking over at my sister with a blank face, I said, "Aren't you seeing every guy at school, Lisa?" Lisa looked horrified, and my mom responded, "James!" Not knowing what else to say, Rick was the only one still smiling at the table at that point. Moderately upset by what Lisa said, I asked to be excused and went to bed. As I climbed on the bus the next day, Davis hollered, "Praise be to James! Our hero has arrived!" What the fuck is this, Flash Gordon? I smiled as I always did. I hated loving his hilarious lines. They were kind of a tradition for Davis. Every time I stepped on the bus, he would yell them. Even when I wanted to be upset, he always found a way past the walls I had built, knowing exactly what to say every time. By just being a praise machine? Okay then. As I sat next to him, he said, "I've been missing your face a lot, Mr. James. I'm trying to figure out ways to compete with your skates." Again, I'm pretty sure Davis is gay for James. I smiled and said, "You're one of the only reasons I ride the bus, Davis. You're doing just fine." Davis then jumped up and yelled, "You hear that, everyone? My best buddy thinks I'm pretty fantastic!" He's gay for James. I laughed, wishing to myself I had more friends like him. As I approached my history class, I could see Mr. Hanson waiting in the hall. I tried to walk by him unnoticed, but he said, "Not so fast. You need to go see the guidance counselor." I asked why, and he replied, "It's about that fight you got in. Miss Robertson is waiting." Because they just told the history teacher instead of getting one of their office assistants to tell him. Like most schools. I proceeded to the office, where there was a line of 3 people ahead of me. It wasn't due to bad scheduling. Miss Robertson was just outmatched by the school population, and considering she was the only person most students knew to get free condoms and or advice from, she was regularly seeing visitors. Well, wait, you live in a small town where that's the only high school. Like, what's the average size of small town? Say 10,000? There's probably not more than 500, 600 students there. So one guidance counselor is probably enough. I went to a high school with over 3,000 people, and you know how many guidance counselors we had? At least 6. I forgot exactly how many, but there were at least 6 of them. And most of the time they actually dealt with scheduling shit, but I digress. James! Patrick! she said aggressively as I approached the old wooden glass door. I smiled out of politeness as she turned to the others and tossed a bundle of condoms in their direction. You know, as you do.
These are a last resort! Abstinence first!
She said as she stood by the door, waiting for me to enter. One of the boys standing at the door, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, said, I actually need it, but she slammed the door before he could finish speaking.
Have a seat, James,
she said. I sat down, and the room filled with a few awkward seconds of silence. She continued,
So it looks to me that you're healing up okay.
I replied, confirming I was fine. Instead of replying, confirming that you were fine. She then said,
I've heard both sides of the story, and I've concluded that your friend Jason is destined for not so great things if he keeps up his attitude.
My face remained still, emotionless really. I just sat silently listening. She asked,
What direction do you want to go with your future?
I replied, I've heard really great things about Up. It was like my joke hit a brick wall. What was the joke? I don't get it. She seemed only sarcastically amused and continued speaking.
But seriously, I was told you turned down a TA position, which I personally recommended to Mr. Hansen.
What? What? Why did Mr. Hansen say that? Why? Everyone is so confusing. I replied, I just wanted to stand in her class. She replied,
With Mrs. Stanley? That bitch?
I nodded and she laughed.
So who's the girl?
She asked. I was surprised that she concluded so quickly it was even about a girl. But then again, I was just one of thousands of students. Again, this is a small town. High school population is probably not more than like 600. We like to think romance is unique, but we're most all playing the same game. How philosophical. Miss Robertson had years dealing with people like me. No wonder she could see right through me. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. For a brief moment, Miss Robertson nearly spoke my mind. She said with a smirk,
Oh, come on. Lots of us like to think we're special, but that just shows how we really aren't. Especially the breasts walking these halls.
What kind of guidance counselor talks like that? I bet she wasn't even licensed. Knowing Miss Robertson, I keep thinking of like Mrs. Robinson. You know, that song? Here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Da, 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 da. Knowing Miss Robertson had to keep our conversations private, I replied, There's this girl, Abby. I really like her, and it's the only class I have with her. Mrs. Robinson, I'm just going to call her that from now on. Mrs. Robinson was no longer smirking now that I told her who I was interested in. She sat up and looked down at her desk. She moved some items around and stopped suddenly, brought to you for no reason whatsoever. She then looked at me in the eyes and said,
Listen to me carefully. I can't tell you anything about Abby, but I can give you advice. Think twice about getting involved with her. I want to see you succeed, and some people being a significant part of your life can make that difficult for you.
Just goes to show how broken Abby is! I didn't say anything. In that moment, I was lost in thought, wondering why she'd become so serious over Abby. Mrs. Robinson then asked,
So, I'm not going to try and change your heart. In my experience, that's more often than not a lost cause.
I mean, when you're a teenager, you take everything to level 10. I mean, that's how I was, at least.
But I can change your schedule to something that fits. Abby has PE during third period. How about you just stick with Mr. Hansen after your first class of the day? Doing so will replace your art class, and your third period will now be PE, where you can see your precious Abby.
If you're trying to not get him involved with Abby, then why are you switching him to classes where Abby is? That's kind of fucking. While her attitude towards Abby continued to concern me, I was also curious as to why both Mrs. Robinson and Mr. Hansen were so adamant about having me as a TA. But I was grateful they were at least trying to work with me regarding my preferences, so I accepted the schedule change. I returned to Mr. Hansen's class and requested I attend art class one last time before the schedule change. Mr. Hansen agreed, and I made my way over to the art trailer once more.
as I walked in the trailer door, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, I was happy to see Abby once again sitting in the same seat she always did. I just got a text, but I'll respond to that in a second. When I approached her to sit down, she pulled out my backpack and shook it. Your back... Oh, wait. Again, with this fucking formatting. Your backpack has a lot of... Oh, shit. Come on. This formatting's fucking stupid. Your backpack has a lot of interesting things in it. I replied, oh, really? You went through it? She responded, yep. And by interesting things, I mean nothing. Just school junk. I laughed and asked, life's got enough burdens for us to carry. Why add physical weight? How fucking philosophical. She raised her eyebrows and said, okay, Smarty, did you like our bear? I smiled and replied, I love it. She threw her arms up and hugged me. Mrs. Stanley walked in, immediately seeing our hug and said, if you're going to suck or eat, go find an alleyway. This is a trailer. We have goddamn dignity. Not knowing how to react, I looked over at Abby, silently mouthing, oh my god, to me. I smiled and sat down with Ivy. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Alex walked in the room and gave me a glare, probably because his art partner was still suspended for the fight we had, which meant he had to do it alone. I tried to ignore Alice. Alex, not Alice, Alex. All I could think of is that pea jar when I looked at him, which still freaked me out. As class came to a close, we gathered our things and began to walk out. Bye, Mrs. Stanley, I'll miss you. Miss Stanley responded, calling me the F word. What? Friend? In her natural offensive fashion, it gave the class an awkward, semi-shocked laugh. Walking outside, Abby asked, why do you think Mrs. Stanley still has a job? I replied, pretty sure everyone feels they'll guarantee themselves an eternity of torment in the afterlife if they were to fire someone as old as her. I mean, that's technically true. She's probably on tenure. Abby replied, yeah, I guess it would be hard getting a job when your resume lists World War I nurse in your work history. I laughed so hard I had to stop till I could control it. Are you okay? Abby asked with a nervous smile on her face. Still laughing, I said, sorry. I continued walking as Abby looked at me, bewildered by how funny I thought she was. My reaction wasn't really just about what she said, but the fact that she said it to me. I felt so important and excited. When she gave me her attention, you're fucking obsessed with her. Get away from her. As we got closer to the gym, Abby was giving me a funny look. As I normally didn't walk her that far, I said, don't worry, I'm not stalking you. We have the same class now. She replied, manipulating your schedule to be with someone sounds like stalking Mr. Patrick. I said, not if you drop Mrs. Stanley. She pushed me playfully, saying, jealous! The boys split off to dress in their locker room and the girls did the same. I didn't have gym clothes with me yet. You don't keep them in their locker like a normal person? So I just sat down on the bleachers and waited for everyone else to get done putting on their uniforms. A deep voice sounded off, what are you doing here, kid? I looked over to see a very tall man in the baggiest gym suit I've ever seen. Hi, I'm James Patrick. I mean Ryan Elliott Stevens. I mean James Patrick. I think I have your class now. You can clear it with Mrs. Robinson. He smiled and said, well, James Patrick, I'm your gym teacher, Mr. Mack. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna give him the Mr. Mackey voice. Well, James Patrick, I'm your gym teacher, Mr. Mack, okay? I nodded and smiled as he bluntly asked, you're that kid who got beat up by Jason, okay? I replied, yeah, I pushed him after he pushed me, and then he started throwing punches. He smiled and said, well, that's my nephew for you, okay? I froze up and blankly stared at Mr. Mack as his words sank in. I swear, I could feel my heart skip when I acknowledged his connection to Jason. Seeing the look on my face, Mr. Mackey continued, don't worry, between you and me, kid's a prick, just like his dad, okay? Mr. Mack chuckled and walked away. I felt relief and awkwardly smiled, only to see Abby in the corner of my eye, bursting out of the girls' locker room. She was in her PT uniform and carried a beautiful smile on her face. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break. Be right back, kids. Alright, and we're back to finish off Chapter 5 of Stones to Abbigale. It is actually the next day right now, and I'm kind of sheltering in place because of Imelda. HISD, close your fucking schools next time, you fucking clowns! All right, let's read. Running over to me, Abby sat down and gave me a big hug. "I'm so glad you're still in a class with me," she said. The gym shirt was hiked up her arms so I could feel her skin connect with my neck. Oh, the sensation was glorious. My face was beaming from feeling her warmth around me. I replied, "You will be the one reason I look forward to gym." Mr. Mackey overheard and interrupted as he stood a short distance away. "Hey, kid, and I thought we were becoming friends, okay?" I laughed awkwardly, feeling a little weird about him eavesdropping. But then again, it's much easier to close your eyes than it is to turn off your ears. Hashtag deep, am I right, kids? Everyone gathered on the gym floor, excluding me. Mr. Mackey immediately noticed I was not participating and said, "Hey, if you don't have gear, go into my office and pick out an outfit, okay?" I reluctantly got up and walked over to his office, where I realized I would have to sift through a huge pile of mismatching jerseys and sweatpants to get a half-decent outfit. No one's gonna give a shit. Just pick out whatever fits you, you dumbass. After changing in the bathroom, brought to you for no reason whatsoever, I walked out to everyone taking part in dodgeball! Because of course. I could feel the focus of the room shift on my outfit, and just as I expected, I was greeted with laughter, which never happens. "Hey, at least you won't get your normal clothes sweaty from dodgeball, okay?" Mr. Mackey said, tossing a ball as the game was already in play. Before I could even catch it, Raymond, one of the jocks in class, smacked me in the side of the head. Everyone but a few people burst out laughing again as Mr. Mackey lurched up and pointed at Raymond, screaming, "You're out, Raymond! Can't hit above the shoulders, okay?" Raymond replied with a discouraged snap of his fingers, scowling as he sat on the sidelines. It was odd how he broke the rules and hit another person in the end, yet pretending to be the victim. I mean, that's more common than you think, James. I never really understood the human tendency to feel sorry for yourself when you're being punished for breaking rules you're well aware of. Fuck you! Abby was on my team, and we were down to just a few people. I very quickly found out I was quite good at the game, as you're good at everything, you dumbass. Better than I thought, at least. I kind of used Abby as my motivation to do well. I imagined it was some kind of evolutionary thing, a man trying to impress his mate with physical performances to demonstrate his superiority over the other members of the tribe. Well, really, that kind of depends on what the evolutionary tactic is. Some other animals, like peacocks, instead use appearance as a kind of mating ritual. Whoever has the prettiest feathers gets the most babes. That's the rule. I kept catching every other ball thrown at me, only to return it, hitting a student approximately 1 out of every 3 attempts. That's not possible. Fuck you. I always threw low to decrease the chance of anyone catching my ball. After a while, my consistent efforts paid off. Our entire team was back in play. Raymond had made his way back in the game on their side, but only a small, nerdy kid remained in play with him. Raymond would try and catch what we threw, but was always a few inches short of reaching the ball as it flew by. A ball smacked the nerdy kid in his ankles, and only Raymond was left. He tried to throw a ball on my head again, but this time I was ready. Just as the ball flew past me, every person with a ball on my side threw theirs at him. In an almost comedic fashion, every other ball impacted his chest and below. We were all cracking up over it, but Mr. Mackey interrupted us, letting us know class was over. And what the hell was the point of this scene? Was it just to show that James is good at dodgeball? I'm word salad today. Do you want a serving? I'm word salad. Before Abby ran back to the locker room, she walked up to me and said, "Can you call me tonight?" I nodded, smiling, and she kissed me on the cheek. My mind exploded with excitement. From that single kiss on my cheek, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, my whole body felt light and warm the rest of the day. After doing my chores later that night, I called Abby, like she asked, and she answered, "Hey, you!" I replied, "Not a lot of callers, huh?" She said, "Actually, I just embarrassed myself on the last call, hoping it was you. My grandma felt pretty special for about 10 seconds. She and I talked for hours. We discussed the plausible absurdity of horoscopes, which we're not going to show because that would lead to character development! The Secret, which I've never read, The Legitimacy of Souls, The Afterlife, and even Leprechauns. And we're not going to show any of this interesting conversation because, again, that would lead to character development, and we can't have that in an Onision, but that's against the law! Very few topics were off limits. Being free to talk about whatever was on my mind felt liberating. Having these conversations with her served as just another reminder that there was someone out there who could really understand me with just as much kindness and acceptance as I did them. Before I hung up, I said, "Abby, thank you for making my imperfect life feel perfect." She laughed at how cheesy the line was, only to respond, "Well, thank you for being so perfectly imperfect." I felt a warm smile as she come across my face and said goodnight. And that's chapter 5. Alright. I mean, what else is there to say? Bye, I'll see you next time. Mwah. Hey fuckers, it's Goth Kid McGee, and we're not even halfway through Stones to Abbigale. We're only on chapter 6. Woo fuckity hoo. Let's get this shit over with. Chapter 6. Quite a few days passed. Everything felt like it was falling into place with Abby, which we're not going to show because that would lead to character development. She had become the center of my world. She wasn't already, you massive creep. And I felt like I was finally enjoying my life. One morning, my nose woke me up. There was an unfamiliar but pleasant smell filling my bedroom. For the first time in a long while, breakfast was ready for my sister and me. My mom had made eggs and waffles. To my surprise, Rick was, again, sitting at our table. Your surprise? I thought your mom said she was getting rather serious with him. Why is this surprising to you, you dumbass? Him being there completely explained why my mom was making breakfast. I approached everyone already sitting and said, "Good morning." Rick seemed a little nervous, and again my mom asked that we all have a talk. I sat down, not so sure of what to expect. Rick spoke. Listen, I don't want to tiptoe around this topic. Your mother and I want to move in together. My sister's arm went limp as she was attempting to eat, making her fork smack against her plate as she dropped her jaw simultaneously. While she was normally overdramatic about most everything, her reaction pretty much summed up how I too was feeling this time. My mom tried to soften the blow by saying, and yes, this is going to be a pretty big tradition for all of us, but we'll make it through. So, let me get this straight. You want your children to move in with a man they've only met just twice, and you claim you're serious with. Are you a fucking idiot? They're not going to be okay with that. No one is, because you had to establish a proper bond with your partner's children from another marriage before they could even think about living with you. It began to hit me harder as I thought things through. There was no way Rick was moving in with us. Our little condo was already overcrowded. Rick was the one with the higher paying job, which meant most everything I knew was at risk to change. I began to feel panicked. Mom, I have Abby, I said. My mom looked concerned, and Rick blurted out, "Listen, we're not going to break up your relationship for the sake of ours. We'll figure something out, okay?" I felt like I was going to pass out. Drama queen. I kept thinking about the horrible timing that I had someone I bonded with more than anyone else, and they were going to make it far more difficult for me to be with them. Because of what? Rick had said it would work out, but I barely knew him. Exactly. I had learned sometime before to trust people on what you know them to be, not what you hope them to be. Which we're not going to show because that would lead to character development. Rick hadn't been around long enough for me to see him in a significantly positive or negative light, and in that I realized hope was all I had. I stood up and said, I'm sorry, I'm not hungry. I'm going to go wait for the bus. Everyone silently sat at the table, awkwardly pushing around their food as I gathered my things. As I was brushing my teeth, I could hear my sister crying and ranting dramatically in the background. Once again, She reacted externally how I felt inside. Davis could see my upset posture out his window as the bus pulled up, so as I walked up the steps this time, he screamed, "I love you so much! I wish you were my boyfriend!" See, I told you. Davis is gay for James. Why do I keep saying Greg? I mean James. I mean Greg. I mean, it's basically Greg, but in James form. Ah! I hated myself for giving in yet again, but laughter escaped me. My life was turning completely upside down, and Davis was there to make me experience a fragment of happiness. Instead of, Davis actually being gay for you, because that would be actually interesting. As I sat down, Davis grabbed me and hugged me. Someone sitting a few seats ahead screamed, "Ew, homos!" which made Davis yell back, "I love him! This is love!" He jumped on the seat with his little body and pressed our faces side by side. "Look at our love!" I patted his arm that had been wrapped around me sarcastically, and he released me to sit down. Immediately asked, "So, what's up, buddy? How can I turn that frown upside poopy poop? What? He could see I was still a bit upset, and I didn't really want to talk, so he did his classic, "Well, I'm always here!" It was nice having Davis to keep me afloat. He's definitely gay. Since I began my teacher's assistant work with Mr. Hansen, I felt buried in needless information about his job. He was constantly ranting about the low pay, working conditions, and hours. I mean, that's what most teachers have to face. Despite all this, he would still remind me about how happy it made him to see more students overcome the horrible condition of our school and succeed regardless. Mrs. Robinson would stop in from time to time while I graded papers. Whenever she visited, she and Mr. Hansen would bombard me with questions. They would ask me how I liked being a TA, random questions about the state of the school, and discuss academics, politics. I kind of felt sorry for Mrs. Robinson. We never had normal conversations. It was almost always about her job, almost as if that was all she knew. I mean, I'm sure that's all she cares about. While she was visiting that day, Mrs. Robinson could tell I was upset about something, so she asked, and I confessed I was pretty bummed out. I wasn't specific because I wanted Abby to be the first person to know what was going on between my mom and Rick. Mrs. Robinson replied, "Well, this better have nothing to do with you-know-who!" I found the fact that she was still butting into my relationship with Abby to be incredibly annoying. I said nothing in response and hoping ignoring her bringing up Abby, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, would give Mrs. Robinson the hint I didn't want her talking about Abby, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Finally, it was time for PE, and Abby greeted me as happily as she ever did. I didn't want to ruin her day, so I asked her to call me later that night to talk about it without hinting too much regarding what it was. Despite my efforts, she could see it in my eyes. She said, "If you have something on your mind, I really want you to tell me." I tried to think of the best way to say it, but couldn't, so I just told her I had to tell her later. She replied, "After school?" And I agreed. Throughout gym class, her behavior changed completely. She picked up so well on my concerns that I consumed how she interacted with almost every person and thing around her. That's not healthy. The mere worry of some bad news caused her to appear significantly depressed, almost as bad as before we began talking. Which changed because of the character development that we did not see. Because fuck character development, that's illegal. Abby was waiting by my bus as I walked out of school. I had been thinking about the best way I could tell her all day. "You have to tell me," she said before I even finished walking. I didn't delay my response as she had waited long enough. "My mom's boyfriend is talking about having my mom move in with him. He said he'd make things work with you and me despite the change." Abby kept looking back and forth at me, then to the side, speechless. I continued, I can't leave you behind." She interrupted as tears already began forming in her eyes. "I can go with you." I paused in disbelief. In a single moment, she expressed as much desperation for me as I had been feeling these last few days. It was as if every action she took repeatedly proved her perfect alignment with my intentions. Yeah, it's almost as if it's a fantasy that you're writing about. We were becoming like gears turning in sync, unable to be slowed or broken by any obstructions. As if God is ordaining you two to be together, no matter what. She waited for a response, looking at me nervously. I smiled and said, Actually, I was thinking I might be able to stay here alone. My mom is at the condo, and I'm 17, so I don't know. Abby's nervous expression faded slightly, and she said, "Have you talked to your mom about that?" I replied with, "No, but I won't let us get split up," and I paused, still in disbelief that she was willing to come with me if I left. Abby started to smile, feeling more certain I wouldn't leave her behind. I continued, I'm glad you said what you did. I know now, either way it should work out." She giggled excitedly and immediately jumped on me, while simultaneously wrapping her legs around me, happily kissing every part of my face but my lips. I said, "Whoa," laughing and thinking in the back of my mind about how surprisingly easy she was to carry. Later that night, I spoke to my mom about potentially staying home and continuing to go into the same school, considering I was graduating the next school year. She seemed hopeful, but said she'd have to talk to Rick, who returned to his home past the mountains to work. And we're not going to show that actual conversation, because that would lead to character development. When we spoke on the phone, Abby and I mostly stayed away from talking about the move. We focused on topics like colonizing the moon, strange creatures we have yet to discover in the oceans, and if robots will become so much like humans one day, they'll begin to have the same legal rights as us. Which we're not going to show, because that would lead to character development, and that's illegal in an Onision book! God damn it! Some topics were pretty silly, but we didn't really care. It was just fun to hear what we could come up with, talking about things we barely imagined till then. At some point in the night, Abby brought up a more serious topic. I noticed something about you when we were in gym class," she said. I replied asking her to elaborate, and she said, "It wasn't just in class. Once I saw it begin noticing it everywhere. You barely pay attention to any other girls, even when they talk to you. You rarely even look at them most of the time." I laughed and replied, "I do that intentionally, you know." "You asshole." She asked why, and I continued, "Because I don't want to risk you thinking for a second you're not the most important person to me." "Then why would you not avoid the boys as well? Is this some kind of double standard, you sexist fuck?" She replied in an amused tone, "Even when I'm not around?" I added, "When you're not around? I like to pretend you still are, so in a way, there's no such thing as being without you." She warmly laughed, and we quickly went back to much lighter topics. Abby wound up falling asleep on the phone with me, and listening to her rest, how peaceful she sounded, despite knowing it wasn't true. I couldn't help but feel like everything was still perfect. And that was chapter 6, motherfuckers. Goddamn. 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 This story is a lot better if you read it like a mentally troubled person writing out his fantasies in his journal. I mean, that would explain a lot of the good shit that happens to James. But I digress. See you next week, kids. Mwah.
Hey guys, it's Flowergothic. I know this is a little unprecedented, but I feel obligated to add a little warning before this chapter of Stones to Abbigale. If you are familiar with the content, this is the infamous school shooting chapter. Yeah, I'm gonna be frank, there's a school shooting in this book, and it's this chapter where it happens. And in this great year of 2019, our dark capitalism has still refused to enforce gun control, and I can't believe shit like this is still happening. But regardless, since this is the school shooting chapter, there is going to be sensitive themes in it. So, viewer discretion is advised. Thank you. Alright, gang, welcome to Chapter 7 of Stones to Abbigale. So, little bit of context, I've been working double shifts lately, and this is my first day off in a little while, like a true day off, so I'm a little tired, but I want to read right now, so why don't we read Chapter 7 of this shit show, shall we? Alright! Chapter 7! I found myself fallen, somewhere deep in a conscious state of unconsciousness. What the fuck? Someplace I can't remember. It may sound strange, even ridiculous. It does sound ridiculous, you fuckface! But I felt like I opened my eyes while I was asleep.
explain lucid dreaming, James? Oh my fucking god, you sound like you've never had a fucking lucid dream in your life. And saw only black, not as if I were blind, but as if the rest of existence had simply disappeared and I was just, alone. It wasn't long before I woke to find myself submerged in reality once more. Thoughts of Abby quickly greeted me as I adjusted to the experience of my physical surroundings. For a week now, I had been constantly reminding myself how lucky I was to have a relationship that actually made sense. What about your buddy Davis? You know, the one that's gay for you? Doesn't he matter to you? Abby never did anything that I felt betrayed me or exceeded the bounds of reason. Again. What was his name again? Davis? Yeah, I think it was Davis. I'm tired. Davis was sitting next to me on the bus. He was talking about his Lego collection and how he loved matching colors and a sequence within the structures he assembled, which we're not going to show because that would lead to character development! He said it made him feel like there was some balance and order to his life in a weird way. While I listened to Davis, my thoughts partially remained on Abby. She continued to fill my mind with hope no matter where or what I was doing. We arrived at school on, you guessed it, another cloudy day. Because that matters apparently. I know it was unreasonable to assume, but I often felt like our school was the darkest place in the city. You said you live in a small town. That's not the same thing as a city, you fuckface. It was as if every morning the clouds would execute a biased agenda against our school, all for the sake of depressing every poor soul who attended it. Or, you know, you could just be in Washington where it's cloudy 90% of the time. The wind was blowing. Looking back, I felt like everything about that morning was screaming at me to wake up and see what was really going on. But I couldn't see it. I don't know how it could have. Dramatic events have a way of sneaking up on us, leaving us only with feelings of remorse and thoughts of what could have been. Brought to you for no reason whatsoever. Davis got off the bus behind me, tripping a little. A normal kid would have gotten upset. In high school? But Davis, as usual, found a way to turn it into something positive. He even laughed as he stumbled. I turned to check on Davis to make sure he was okay when I heard a loud popping sound ring off toward the school. My immediate assumption was that a car in the back parking lot had just backfired. There were a lot of crappy secondhand cars at our school, as in most high schools, so it wasn't unreasonable. But still, I assumed wrongly. Davis and I heard screams immediately after. In a way, the wind seemed to turn the screams. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. What sounded like a chorus, one familiar to the haunting dream I had about Abby many days past. Hearing more popping sounds and screams in the wind, I grabbed Davis's jacket, pushing him back towards the bus. Students who weren't aware of what was going on due to the heavy wind and competing noise from the bus engines reacted as if we were being inconsiderate jokes. To shake everyone into reality, I screamed, "There's a shooting! Get back on the bus!" A sudden panic took over everyone within the vicinity. Welcome to our dark capitalism, ladies and gents. And those who lie in between and out of the binary. The bus driver, who was already looking around, suspicious of the faint sounds he heard, reacted as well. How was he able to hear them over the engine and the wind? Get back on the goddamn bus! He screamed. I could hear some students begin to cry out of panic as we all rushed to duck down behind the bus seats. The bus driver, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, slammed the door shut, leaving behind a few students who had already walked too far away from the bus. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. The driver, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, despite being a grown man, was freaking out like everyone else. As you would if there was a shooting, you fuckface! And, as a result, found himself crushing our bus into one parked immediately ahead of him. Didn't he set it in park? For fuck's sake! As the buses collided, our bodies smacked into the seats ahead of us. One student wasn't even hiding behind the seats yet, and flew toward to land face down in the aisle. Physics! The bus driver, quickly recovering from his mistake, backed up to maneuver out of the drop-off area. The window by my seat fell off the side of the bus and shattered on the ground, while the front windows also began to detach after being impacted by the earlier collision. A thunderous gust of wind burst through the void left by the fallen windows. How poetic. With the wind, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, came the sounds of even louder gunshots and screaming as if the shooter was closer to the front of the school. I was too scared to look, but someone else had locked their eyes on the front door of the school and screamed, "Seth!" A sense of absolute horror overtook my body, and tears began to flow from my eyes. If Seth was really shooting up the school, I knew that meant he would be looking for Abby. Oh, really? I'm sure that's the motivation for every school shooter, trying to retaliate against their ex-girlfriend that they abused. Yeah, that sounds about right, doesn't it, kids? All fear left my body, thinking only of her. I leapt up and screamed, "You have to let me up right now!" The bus driver ignored me initially. He was too concerned with getting away from the school. He probably didn't even hear me with everything that was going on. The inconsistent and forceful acceleration forced me to fall back in my seat. Countless thoughts pounded through my head, and yet every other word screamed Abby's name. My mind was numb. The wind surged through my hair. Everyone around acted almost like magnets, helplessly nailed to the dirty floor. You don't nail magnets to the floor, you dumbass! I was the only one sitting in a seat, completely lost in thought. My eyes staring off 1,000 yards, my skin pulsating with heat. I felt like I was a bomb, only minutes away from detonation. I remained silent, still, waiting for my numbers to fall in sync. Waiting for my mind to greenlight an act that would change my life forever. I had a moment of abnormally intense clarity. Seth had irreversibly lost his mind. I could only suspect he would likely blame his broken state on Abby after their last encounter. Their last encounter like a month prior? Odd. I couldn't take thinking about it for more than a few seconds. I sprinted up to the driver and screamed, "If you don't let me off, I'll jump off!" The bus driver plunged the bus into the side of the road violently. As a result, I stumbled, falling hands first onto the bus dashboard. The driver yelled, "You got a death wish? That's your choice, but I'm giving everyone else to safety!" That's a fucking decision. If this bus driver was actually competent, he would have driven away immediately. Dab. He opened the door and aggressively motioned for me to get off. By the first wave of his backhand, I had already bolted out. I violently ripped my backpack open and tried to put on my skates while maintaining my speed towards the school. I don't think that's physically possible, Greg. After only a few seconds, I was skating at full speed. Bullshit. I could already hear the first of many sirens to come far off in the distance as the gunshots continued to ring in the heavy air. My whole body felt like it was jumping out of my skin. Tears continued to pour from my face from both the wind hitting my eyes and the war raging in my mind. As I'd approached the school, I could see freshly fallen bodies by the door, exactly where Seth had walked out as our bus left. I could have sworn they were all still moving, but my eyes were blurred with tears. I knew many, if not all, of the shots were fatal. I didn't know much of anything about human anatomy, but through the blur, I could tell Seth was shooting people, mostly in the neck and head, leaving little for medics to work with. Bullshit. I fell to my knees at the entrance, whipping my legs around, while simultaneously straining to take off my skates. Then why did you take them with you? The floor was too slippery with blood to move anywhere on those tiny wheels. My pants already had bloodstains on the bodies nearby. I had no time to focus on what was happening. I had no time to consider anything but Abby's safety, because you are psychotically dependent on Abby for emotional stability, and that is completely irrational thinking behavior, and you need tons and tons of therapy. I ran off in my socks, one barely even on my foot, leaving everything at the entrance. I felt I was running entirely on an autopilot function I didn't even know I had. Everyone has it. It's called the flight or fight response. Look it up! In only seconds, I saw more blood than I had seen, let alone imagined, in my entire life. The inside of the school was soaked with the sounds of sobbing students who weren't shot but too scared to move or even function. One student, clearly in shock, was just crawling down the hall, wailing and shaking. The thought of Abby shook me out the sorrow I felt for that student. And instead of actually helping these kids, the first place I could think to look for Abby was her locker. And I was already halfway there! I approached and found nothing. No one was even shut in the area of her locker, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, and I had to look elsewhere. As I returned to the entrance area of the school, I crouched next to a table and froze in place to listen for any sign of where Seth was. It felt like minutes, but I imagine it was only seconds! My state of mind likely altered my perception of time. It usually does. Every survival-based operation functioning to its maximum ability, aside from my flight instinct that demanded I run and hide like the rest. Another gunshot had finally, violently shattered the sound of whimpers and lungs desperately choking for air as they filled with blood. The gunshot wound was distant. The gunshot sound was distant, as if it went outside at the other end of the school. Hang on 1 second, I need water. Jesus Christ. Okay. Sprinting off in the direction of what I had already accepted as potentially my final destination, Abby remained at the forefront of my mind. Bursting out the side doors of Liquid High, I crouched and froze in place again. My senses, once more ignited, I immediately heard a voice scream out, "I will not let you do this! I will not let you do this, you psychopath!" It was an old woman, the only old woman I ever knew to go anywhere near the trailer classroom just ahead. It had to be Mrs. Stanley! I shot forward like a cannonball, being fired on a long-awaited enemy. Even the wind felt like it had stepped aside to let me pass without resistance. As the yacht trailer came into view, I could see Mrs. Stanley approaching Seth. She stood tall without any indication of fear. Bullshit. Seth was dressed in a long white coat and a pure white outfit underneath. Why? This was all clearly premeditated, as most school shootings are. Like he wanted to proclaim how much blood he had shed, not just around him, but on his body as well. He got what we wanted. He was drenched from collar to shoe in the blood of his fellow students. Then how could you tell it was white, you asshole? Despite Mrs. Stanley's aggressive stance, Seth barely paid attention to her and limped by her trailer as if she didn't even exist. I assumed his crippled posture was the result of the unfathomable reality he had found himself faced with. What he was subjecting everyone to, the mortifying level of terror and suffering, was like nothing he had likely imagined. I doubt any of Onision's characters have that amount of self-reflection. Going back wasn't an option on any level. Seth was already dead to the world for what he had done. He had to have known there was no peace in life left for him in life. No place to hide or chance of ever feeling safe from judgment or persecution again. Mrs. Stanley screamed at him again. "You are an embarrassment! A disgrace! How dare you, you scum!" Upon hearing her verbal condemnation without hesitation, Seth whipped his gun toward her like a sword being unsheathed. Time again felt like it had drastically slowed as his weakened arm struggled to steady his aim. Air ran at Seth as he screamed in pain just from the weight of lifting his gun toward her. Mrs. Stanley tried to step to the side of the shaking muzzle, but maintained her advance on him, clearly hoping to disarm him. I was just about to reach Seth to attempt disarming him, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, when out of nowhere, his gun flew in the air and Seth yelped as the air left his lungs. I screeched to a halt and my blood-soaked socks to process what was happening. My watery eyes and adrenaline was clouding my perception, possibly even more now than before, but I was able to process that another student had attacked Seth. I almost immediately identified the student as Jason from his size and clothing type alone. The very same boy who had chipped my tooth and pummeled my face was now beating Seth senseless. In such a strange way, I could sense within myself a glimmer of deep satisfaction, not only from the realization that Jason had single-handedly cut the head off this otherwise ongoing tragedy in our lives, but instead that he had, without a doubt, clearly held back when he was fighting me. This time, I could see Jason was letting out every ounce of brutal rage he had within him, and unleashed it all on a desperately defeated Seth. Mrs. Stanley turned her back on Seth, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, still being dominated by Jason's fists, leaving him for dead to go help other students. I collapsed to my knees, gasping for air as I heard Seth's face being repeatedly impacted by the fists and elbows of a justifiably enraged Jason. "How could you do that to my family? To all of us? Do you think you accomplished anything, you bastard? You sick freak!" Jason screamed at the now unconscious, bloodied face of Seth, while showing no intention of letting up. As I calmed my breathing, not forgetting my priority for even a moment, I quickly began roaming through Abby's daily routine at school. Her class just before art was human anatomy. How interesting. Which wasn't far from where I was. Running back inside the school, I leapt over fallen chairs and abandoned possessions only to find Abby's class completely empty. She was nowhere to be seen. I immediately reminded myself that she was normally early, which made me begin she had escaped safely as there was only one door out, a door that, to my knowledge, had no bodies near it. I ran, taking a path of least resistance out the front entrance to see students gathering near the school property line. They were bundled in a tight-knit group behind trees immediately outside the bus drop-off zone. Despite my aching feet and intense stress, I reached the group in little time, now missing a sock and my feet littered with broken glass. Ouch! How? Gathered throughout my search for Abby. Most all of the girls were crying, while many of the boys were giving a 1,000-yard stare, their eyes locked on the school. Pushing myself through the group, I could see Abby sitting on the ground in the upright fetal position. An overwhelming sense of relief consumed me as I fell forward to wrap myself around her. She was shaking and whimpering uncontrollably. I immediately said, "I'm so sorry I wasn't there." She lurched up, only then realizing I had found her. She grabbed me with a strength beyond any embrace we had before. I never imagined she was so strong. Abby was unable to say anything over her crying. As a wave of emotion continued to overtake me, I had nothing I could say either. We remained speechless together. Through the group of students' legs, I could barely see the lights from police cars pulling up to our school. Everything seemed like it happened over a period of 40 minutes, but it was in fact a small fraction of that. Of course it was. Soon after, I witnessed unmarked cars, ambulances, and SWAT had all responded with a similar level of urgency as well. We could only sit and wait as the police sorted out everything that had happened over the next few hours. After some time, I was able to report on what I saw as I sat on a curb while a medic pulled glass out of my feet. They were all out of ambulances and stretchers. How? So I was grateful just to have someone help me get patched up since the adrenaline was no longer distracting me from the pain. We were given blankets as we waited outside. Abby refused to be more than a foot away from me for a single moment. We were both so incredibly relieved to still have each other, as if we were vital parts of the same system. You're psychologically dependent on her, so of course. One not being able to maintain their stability without the ensured safety of the other. Off in the distance, I could see a large amount of empty body bags being delivered. The entire area was swarmed with every emergency response service you could imagine. Not far behind stood a group of reporters, significantly expanding in size every passing hour. Not too long after that, my feet were bandaged and I had given the police all the information they asked for. I was able to leave with Abby. As we headed towards the cordon, I saw my mom waving her arms just outside the police-established barrier. Upon seeing her, the immediate sad reality sank in both our minds that Abby's dad didn't even bother to show. Knowing what I was thinking, Abby tried to reassure me, and likely herself in the process. She began saying her father probably didn't even know there was an emergency, but pointed out he was probably still recovering from being drunk the night before. As I walked into my mom's arms, she became the second woman that day to show me a strength I never imagined they had. Her hug, while painful, offered me an unforgettable sense of comfort. As she embraced me, she revealed to my surprise that she had already been briefed on how close I was to everything that went down. Continuing to hold me in one of the longest hugs I'd ever experienced, she told me how mad she was, while expressing how simultaneously proud she was of me for running into danger when so many people ran away. Yeah, how brave. I imagine she assumed it was to help everyone in the school, but the truth is, I could only feel selfish knowing I wasn't doing anything for anyone but Abby. Finally, you're getting some self-reflection. Jesus. I was ashamed and somewhat terrified by how little I seemed to care about most everyone else outside her. The love and compassion being expressed towards me continued to leave me speechless. I felt Abby rubbing my back as my mom continued to lock her arms around me. Abby's physical act of affection triggered a thought causing me to jolt upright. I quickly asked my mom if Abby could stay with us that night, and she responded positively. Her one stipulation was that we had to stop by her dad's house to first get consent. We all got in my mom's car and drove to Abby's house. Now, my mom approached the entrance of their home by herself, knowing we were basically unable to do anything outside repeatedly revisiting what had happened earlier that day. She knocked on the door multiple times and got no answer. She then walked back to the car and said, "Hey, Abby, it seems like no one's home. Do you want me to get your things for you?" "Bullshit!" Abby replied, "No, it's okay. I'll get them myself. My dad's kind of crazy about intruders. Wouldn't want anyone." Abby stopped speaking and simplified things. "Be right back." My mom opened the car door for Abby, and she hopped out to quickly raid her room for the essentials. Before I knew it, she was outside again with a bag full of her things. She was so quick to pack that it occurred to me leaving her place on the fly might have been more familiar to her than I knew. Remembering her brief comments earlier, I imagined there were many times where her home had become such an emotionally hostile environment that she was rendered unable to stay, causing her to seek most any way out, even if it meant she was leaving one sinking ship just to climb aboard another. My mom began talking about how happy she was that my sister had skipped school that day. She said, "Who would have thought her rebellious attitude and disregard for her future might have saved her life?" Had we not been through everything that day, we would have given at least a slight laugh, but found ourselves all sitting in an awkward silence. After cleaning ourselves up, Abby and I walked into my room, leaving the door open as a comfort to my mom. This was short-lived, and the end specifically occurring after my mom had walked into our room and closed the door. Our door closed with hers. Initially, I had offered Abby the bed, implying I would take the floor, but she sat down on the mattress and expressed almost exactly what I was feeling. "After everything we went through today, you lying next to me is the only way I'll feel any comfort tonight," she said softly. I was revealed and laid behind her through that night and a few nights to follow. She called her dad at home repeatedly in the days after to let him know what had happened, but he still didn't answer. As was expected, school had been canceled for a couple of weeks. This reality left us to consume our time with the news, talking about the people we recognized in the photos they showed, and checking in on various people we talked to at school over the phone, including Davis, who had no problem getting upset at me for the first time in a long while for abandoning him on the bus as I did. "Fuck you, Davis! I know you're gay for James, but you were whisked away to safety immediately while he was in the danger! For fuck's sake!" Also, we would have shown this, but that would have led to character development, which is illegal. Fortunately, in natural Davis fashion, his frustration was quickly followed by jokes and words of encouragement. Abby and I didn't know how to feel about so much of what happened. Through our time away from school, we shared many moments of sadness, reflecting on the faces we would never see again, hearing the sad speeches of those left behind by the fallen, which we would show, but that would lead to character development. But most of all, our expressions of sorrow erupted from our own experiences. The images and screams still echoed our minds. Aside from sadness, I felt an almost equally intense sensation of numbness. After a short time, I found the only comfort that consistently broke through my shaken state was the warmth of Abby, pressed against me night after night. She was my sanctuary. How touching. Anyway, that was Chapter 7, the school shooting chapter. This was trash. This was trash, trash, trash. But that's all I have to say. Goodbye, y'all. Alright, y'all. Feel obligated to give another warning in this chapter. Since this is the chapter after the school shooting chapter, a lot of this is going to deal with the immediate aftermath of the shooting. So, we're going to be talking about some pretty sensitive themes, okay? And as a bonus, I also get rather political in this part. I mean, it's not 100% political, but I do go on a tangent in the middle. So if you're uncomfortable with other people's political opinions or sensitive themes like school shootings, I advise you to click off this video. Thank you. Hey, it's Flowergothic back at you with Dank Part 8, or Chapter 8, depending on how you say it, of Stones to Abbigale. As of this recording, I am uploading Chapter 7, and this is the first time I'm actually recording while doing an upload on YouTube. So this is going... it's not going to be interesting. I'm just crossing my fingers that neither software crashes while I'm doing this. But from what I've seen, Chapter 8 is pretty short, so let's read. Lakewood High struggled at first. We all did. But as promised, the school was operating once again and welcoming students back. And we would have told you what happened these past few weeks between me and Abby, but that would lead to character development, which, once again, is illegal in an Onision book. Abby had returned home a few days prior, telling me how much crap she was going to give her dad for up and abandoning her for so long. At this point, I think it would be appropriate to call Child Protective Services. Do they just not exist in this book? Because CPS can be pretty damn merciless. But we both knew he really showed interest in what she had to say. I suppose we both liked to think of our fathers in a way that made us feel like they could care from time to time. In a strange way, we both felt safer after the incident. I don't think that's how many people feel after a school shooting! Knowing someone who had beaten Abby, someone who had terrorized her life, was now completely unable to harm her again, or anyone for that matter. We learned he had barely survived Jason's beatings, but was left in a coma, according to the news reports in both the papers and on TV. Wait, so is Seth like a twig? Because from the way he was described earlier, I thought he was like a burly guy akin to Jason. I thought they would be on even footing. Was Jason just too much of a... No, was Seth too much of a pussy to handle Jason's bullshit? I don't know. On our first day back, reporters from all over the country, and even a few countries outside the U.S., gathered around the school to witness our recovery process. Shootings had become so common in the country, but ours was regarded as particularly significant due to the fact that Seth had claimed a staggering 52 lives? Jesus Christ! I went through a weird phase in middle school where I did research on murderers, and I'm pretty sure, like 90% sure, correct me if I'm wrong, that the deadliest school shooting as of 2019 took the lives of around 34 people. So this would make the Lakewood High shooting the deadliest school shooting in history. So this would have been a big fucking deal. Not like the, it's just another school shooting like that damn South Park episode. It would be, holy fuck, 52 people were killed, we should do some shit. Leaving only the 4 of the people he shot still alive. All those lives connected directly to countless family members, friends, all now subjected to a heightened risk for depression and, statistically, even suicide. How the fuck would you know this, James? I thought you really didn't take an interest in school. Seth had directly taken so many, but the collateral damage done was beyond what any of us could likely imagine. Signs on all the new school doors instructed us to gather in the gymnasium. I headed to Abby's class to catch her so we could sit together. She was smiling and gave me a warm hug from behind. She said, "You're always there for me. I have no idea what I'd do without you here." I replied, "You don't have to worry about that, Abby. At this point, you're basically a core section of my programming. You always have been, Abby. I'm so psychologically dependent on you, I cannot imagine what it would be like if I didn't have you in my life, but huggies!" She smiled. "There you go again with your robot talk." I smiled as I walked down the hall with my arm around her. As we entered the gymnasium, the only noise I could hear was the sound of shuffling bags and the bangings of shoes against the bleachers. Barely anyone was talking, and most everyone just looked concerned outside a couple small groups who were only quiet out of respect for the situation. Many of the students had not arrived at school yet, or were evacuated before they could see anything. The amount of psychological damage avoided by that reality alone gave me a sense of comfort. Just knowing people with gruesome images in their head they absorbed firsthand were in the minority felt like a small victory. Abby and I sat next to Davis, who looked more upset than I had ever seen him. He looked up at me and somehow found a way to still mumble off, "Hey, buddy, nice to see you." I'd called it. Davis is gay for Greg, or James, and he is jealous that he is seeing Abby, because he knows he will never be able to have his OTP, which is him and James. Dames! That's the ship name, Dames. I smiled and looked on, waiting for the administration to begin speaking. A man in a long black coat and suit walked out and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Donald Richov." Okay. "I have been assigned by the President of the United States to address incidents like the one your school has bravely endured." We remained silent as he continued. "I am not going to fill this room with empty idealistic words. Even if I tried, many of you would not identify them for what they were. Complete and utter political nonsense utilized poorly as a means to save face." No government official speaks like this! But then again, most government is corrupt anyway, so they should be speaking in complete and utter political nonsense utilized poorly as a means to save face. He paused and cleared his throat. "Our president believes in transparency and remaining relevant to reality, not diluting events to appear as some act of any unexplainable influence. This was a school shooting, like of many of the shootings you have heard about, and while it may appear in many pessimistic minds that your government is doing nothing to make changes so that this will not happen again to another group on such a significant scale, I want you all to stop for a moment and think of your cell phones, clocks, televisions, computers, etc. What you see on the outside is rarely the full story. What you see is only the surface, the illusion created to make us believe simplicity surrounds us. But underneath this thin shell, this illusion, dwells a massive and complex system that is working to achieve a goal. Every single event brings us emotionally and mentally closer to absolute intolerance. We will not rest till drastic measures are taken to help prevent tragedies like this from occurring." When was this book published? Like 2011? And 1 year later, didn't another school shooting happen? They aren't doing shit, and they aren't going to be doing shit until the government gets its head out of its ass and realizes that gun control is the only sustainable option in order to prevent further mass shootings, as we are the only country in the state to have we are the only country in the world to have such mass shootings at such a great scale. I'm fucking tired. And I don't care if I'm getting political in this video because fuck you. Fuck you, Donald Trump. Fuck you, Republicans. You're ruining this country, but the rest of your party is such a spineless invertebrate that they basically force themselves to ally themselves with an incompetent, drug-addicted man who is not fit to be president, physically or mentally. Okay, rant over. Continuing. "Well, many of you have already reached the point of complete intolerance. Having seen this heinous crime unfold firsthand, much of the rest of the country fails to empathize. They have not lost friends, they have not lost teachers, or had their entire lives thrown into chaos. They are fortunate to have the luxury of ignorance as an option, but their luck can become a burden to the rest of us. Their oblivious state can only hurt those like many of you who are living in the reality we have no choice but to accept." No politician is going on a tangent like this. You remember what happened last major school shooting? Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Which is a good word for sympathy, but not particularly for empathy. Sympathy and empathy are two very different things, dear viewers. "In closing, the president has decided to speak with each and every individual class later this week."
It is not a photo opportunity. There will be no press in the rooms. The President of the United States has made a personal decision to single-handedly handle your questions or concerns to help in whatever way he can. No president has time for this! No president would do this! At most, they would visit the hospital where the injured are staying. They might speak at the school as a whole, but they're not going to visit every individual student. There were many sounds of shock indistinguishably surrounding the gymnasium. Many of us never imagined we would ever be able to see the president in person, let alone be able to talk to him. Who was the president this time? Oh yeah, it was Obama. Oh boy, I get to do a terrible Obama impression later on. Mr. Richoff continued, I would now like to direct you to the screens on each wall, to your left and right, where you will be hearing from someone many of you know and care for. The lights darkened as the projector shining a school logo on the walls went blank. Distortion now illuminated the screens as if the inputs were being shifted, which they probably were. The screen immediately after revealed my gym teacher, Mr. Mackey, sitting back in his partially tilted upright hospital bed with a bandage over his face, and another covering the side of his chest. Gasps rang out all over the gymnasium, many covering their eyes to momentarily escape, leaving their minds seconds to process and accept the state of one of the school's most beloved instructors. Mr. Mackey had refused to speak to reporters since the incident, and most everyone was just glad to see that he had, at the very least, survived. He began to speak. Students of Lakewood High, you can see me, okay? But in this room, I'm just talking to a camera. No shit! I'll do my best to get through what's been running through my mind in the last few days. I've been conscious, okay? He paused, looking down. Beyond the side of his bed, he was, no doubt, imagining the fear that a lot of us felt. Mr. Mackey wasn't like a lot of teachers who divide themselves emotionally from those he educated. He was an actually competent teacher. He most often treated us as if he was one of us, and while we loved him for it, we all still respected him enough to recognize his authority. Resuming eye contact with the lens, Mr. Mackey continued, As you can imagine, under my bandages are gunshot wounds, okay? Brought to you for... Why? The bullet that was, no doubt, intended for the center of my forehead, instead had shattered bones on the side of my face, okay? Why are you describing your injuries to a gymnasium of traumatized students? Do you think that's going to comfort them? I'm damn sure that's just gonna make them even more traumatized. Don't you think? The bullet that wounded to my side was meant to hit my heart. I consider myself fortunate, okay? The reason, obviously, that I am in this state is because I directly encountered the gunman, and in my case, attempted to disarm him, okay? Despite the initial gunshot to the side of my face, I was able to hasten my approach towards the gunman, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. I was shot in the shoulder instead of my heart, due to the irregular movements I made in attempts to take his weapon away, okay? As a result, I was able to snatch the M16 from this young man was armed with, and I used the butt of the rifle to impact his windpipe. When I smacked his windpipe, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, I quickly recoiled and repeatedly hit his arm as he went for the secondary weapon. I'm not sure how much damage I did, but I did my best, okay? The student stared in awe, completely taken in by his story. No one acts like this when a school shooting happens and a teacher gets injured and describes in detail how he tried to disarm the student. Everyone's just going to be sad because they're reliving the trauma they experienced just weeks before. Okay? As he continued, Seth, the gunman, began scrambling away from him before I could fire to disable his ability to further harm anyone. I, unfortunately, and regrettably, lost consciousness, okay? Mr. Mackey's facial expression shifted, making his disappointment in himself evident. Mr. Mackey struggled heavily in attempts to speak further. We all sat silently and respectfully as he found the words. I was told that the only people who were shot after crossing me were survivors. The 4 students who were only wounded, I was informed, likely lived because of his inability to properly aim at the only remaining weapon he was armed with. Okay? His disability was a result of the damage I inflicted on his neck and arm with his own weapon, okay? He became silent as the information engulfed the room. In only seconds, the entire room roared to life with bone-shaking cheers.
bullshit! As I said before, these kids are probably crying, further traumatized by reliving their trauma. We had realized, many of us owed our lives to Mr. Mackey, that without him, Seth would have been able to continue using his automatic rifle, the very same rifle that claimed the many lives lost that day. There was no telling where we would be without Mr. Mackey's bravery and self-sacrifice. After moments of cheering, Mr. Mackey continued, as if it was a live audio cam, despite, them not explaining if that was the case or not. As many of you heard on the news, the gunman had planted explosives around the premises that he had planned to detonate once he ran out of ammunition. Did you just plagiarize Columbine? Did you just plagiarize Columbine? The explosives would have an effect similar to what you'd expect out of napalm, and no doubt would have destroyed most everything within the school itself, okay? What kind of high schooler has intense bomb-making knowledge? I mean, again, Columbine, which this is ripping off, the bombs didn't even detonate. Because they were shittily made! They weren't chemists, they weren't bomb scientists, they were just two high schoolers who wanted to make bombs. And the internet wasn't a thing back then, and I'm pretty sure even in 2011 you can't Google how to make pipe bomb. And even then, I'm pretty sure you'd get a visit from the FBI, which I'm sure I'm going to get after this video. Over the last couple of weeks, authorities have repeatedly scanned the premises with K9 units and detection equipment to ensure the school offers an even safer environment than it did before, okay? Hope you all will continue to stay strong through this hard time. I need you all to. Mr. Mack paused, looking off to the side again. He continued. I wanted every single one of you to know I am very sorry for all your irreplaceable losses, okay? I also want to thank Jason. He, as you are all very well aware, was able to bring this event to an end. He is certainly one of the bravest among us, okay? Mr. Mackey finished speaking, and the projectors returned to the school logo. And I need water, because this is such bullshit. The principal of the school approached the center of the stadium and assured us school would continue as normal. He went through a speech of what the nation had learned about shootings and how we could all better educate each other on helping friends who were experiencing symptoms of PTSD, which would make for a good dialogue, but that would lead to character development, which is illegal. We were then excused to an early lunch after being told we would finish up the day as we normally would once lunch was over. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Abby and I held hands at every opportune moment through the morning as Davis hung closely by, talking about what was going through his mind during Mr. Mackey's speech, which we would show, but that would lead to character development, which is illegal in an Onision book. He also mentioned our bus driver's ongoing battle with his work regarding the damages done to our bus as a result of his evacuation efforts during the shooting. Who cares about that? I mean, he was able to evacuate some students. People should be proud of him for that. It was amazing anyone could be concerned with the financial impact so soon after the tragedy. Welcome to America. To charge anyone for financial damage done as a result of his or her attempts to save student lives, it just made no sense to me. Welcome to America. Abby and I returned to gym class to find most everyone present outside Raymond and our gym teacher. Raymond wasn't injured this shooting, so we just assumed he wasn't ready to return to school yet. Brought to you for no reason whatsoever. I sometimes get the feeling Raymond was an imitation of what he thought people wanted him to be. On the outside, he was tough and rebellious, but deep down, I imagined he was likely a sensitive guy, afraid of being rejected upon opening his true self to the world around him. How deep and edgy. How deep and edgy. The substitute gym teacher walked out and asked us all to do whatever we wanted to with the spare equipment they had. He then tossed basketballs, rackets, and equipment toward the center of the gym. Abby and I weren't all in the mood to play any sports or other games, so we decided to sit by and scribble pictures of each other's hands, which we would show, but that would lead to character development! Not many students played much of anything during class. Most of the equipment just sat in the middle of the gym. We were all still processing the earlier speeches and dealing with how different everything felt. No matter what they said about or did to our school, from that point, it would always remind us of death. How deep. Anyway, that was chapter 8. God bless America. Except there is no God. God is dead. Trump is in office. That's proof that God is dead. Good night, everyone. Mwah. Okay, well, hey guys, it's Flowergothic. Welcome to Chapter 9 of Stones to Abbigale, and we're already at the start of a troubled production. But let me explain. Typically, I use Audacity to record my audio-only videos, but, now that I have Catalina on my laptop, it's not able to run. So, until that problem gets solved, I'm gonna have to use the default voice recorder on my MacBook. Yay! And I already recorded like 6 minutes of this before I realized that Audacity wasn't recording anything, because my MacBook didn't warn me that I couldn't use 32-bit software anymore, and that Audacity was 32-bit. But I digress! Let's read! Chapter 9. The next day, Abby asked me to meet her after school. She wanted to see me outside the church, where she had previously confronted me about the letter I wrote, in case you forgot about it 5 chapters later. And we would have shown you this, but that would have led to character development, which is illegal in an Onision book. I suppose I could have been worried she was going to talk about something dramatic, but Abby had acquired a habit of... But Abby had acquired a habit of not letting me down. I came to trust her with my heart, as it always felt safe in her soft hands, which we're not going to show because that would lead to character development. As I walked up, she asked me, "How much have you missed me?" I replied, "How much does someone in the middle of a desert long for water?" How fucking deep! She smiled and said, "Well, I missed you more than..." She looked around for a second, trying to think of something, only to laugh and give up on coming up with a different analogy. She said, "I missed you to a ridiculous extent, too." She pulled me in close and asked me another question. "Why haven't you kissed me?" I smiled and replied, "Well, you've kissed every part of my face outside my lips, so I suppose I should finally give something back." Her eyes lit up, and she gave me a huge smile. "Yes, kids, that's how you flirt with girls. Take notes." Rubbing her hands around my neck, Abby got up on her tiptoes as pulled herself towards me. She gave me the softest kiss I had ever felt. A surge of electricity shot between us. It felt like she was melting into me, that we were, somehow, in that moment, becoming one. Don't be such a drama queen. We continued to kiss, as a tiny thought loomed in the side of my mind. I had passively noticed the wind around us season in movement just after our lips connected, as if the moving air itself had to stop and soak in this moment, and God ordained us to be together, under punishment of death. After quite a few minutes passed, we began to walk home together. Our walk took us longer than usual, as we kept stopping at every other tree and building to kiss more. What? It was such an amazing feeling, to be so important to someone, to be so loved. As we approached Abby's home, we could hear loud music being played inside, reverberating through the walls. Her father burst out the door. I imagine he saw us through one of his dirt-stained windows. Not caring that everyone around us was about to get dunked into a massive tank of his emotional instability, he screamed, "Abbigale, where have you been?" Fuck, this is dry in my mouth. He clenched a beer in his hand as he breathed in the same way I'd expect an angry bull with spears dangling from their bleeding back to. What? His inhaling seemed nearly as loud as his speech as he continued, "You've got some damn chores to do, and I'm sick of you coming home late every other night." Abby and I both knew most every time she was late, it was because she was seen outside her house, refusing to go in until she could determine whether or not her father was in a stable enough state to be around. How could her father not see her through the dirt-stained glass? Kinda seems wrong. Abby was squeezing my arm tightly as he continued to yell. You think I won't abandon you just like your mother, you ungrateful little brat? I raised you to show zero respect for me? Is that how I raised you? Cars continued to pass by, unresponsive to her father's outbursts. Well, because most car windows are closed. And most cars have radios. You know? Her father continued to scream, seeming completely delusional and detached from the world around him. At that point, I wasn't sure if it was more who he was or what he was using that made him become the monster he was. First of all, how fucking deep? And second of all, are you jumping to conclusions on random people again, as you have with every other person in your high school? After a short while of his outburst, I could see in the corner of my eye a police officer approach on foot. Deus ex machina, ladies and gentlemen! The officer, likely having seen this kind of behavior on a daily basis, now stood quietly in the distance with his work dog, just as silent as his master, looking on as well. Their father continued to rant and throw objects lying outside his own house. Are you going to answer me? Are you going to say anything? Am I gonna have to drag you inside this house to get a response out of you? After throwing a couple more rocks and bottles at his house, he began to dance mockingly. Because this whole world doesn't give a damn about you, Abbigale. I could knock you right out and not a soul would care. No one cares about you but me. You disrespect me. I opened my mouth to argue in her defense, but Abby pulled my arm, physically insisting I stay silent. Jesus Christ. Her father saw my mouth move and exploded on me, quickly shortening the distance between us as he spoke. What is it, you punk? What do you have to say? Do you know what she is? Do you even know the first thing about this freak? He violently shifted towards Abby and began stumbling and reaching for her. Sounding deranged, he said, I'm gonna drag you in by your little rat tail, Abbigale! I quickly stepped in front of her. In complete shock, her father impulsively swung his beer at me. It collided with the side of my skull, causing blood to pour out underneath my hair. Ow! I remained standing, but had trouble seeing. All I could hear was a deep grumbling tone accompanied by an irritating but subtle ringing. Who's calling me? Okay, 1 second, guys.
穴吹き工務店キャンペーンガールは良い子のみんなもよーく知っている穴吹きんちゃん。おや森の動物たちも集まってきましたよ。みんなで元気に呼んでみましょう。せーの。穴吹きんちゃん。はい。夢が膨らむサーバスマション。期待が膨らむサーバスマション。胸も膨らむ膨らむ膨らむ。わお。サーバスマション。穴吹き工務店。
Okay, gang. Sorry about that. That was my dad calling. He asked me if I needed anything from Whole Foods. Continuing. Where was I? I looked up slowly to see, with my blurred vision, the police dog dragging Abby's dad away from his arm? What the fuck? From what I could make out, the cop had no interest in calling the dog off. It was as if he enjoyed seeing people who commit unprovoked violence suffer an even greater opposing force, as everyone knew it was over the moment the dog latched. It had barely taken any time for Abby to remove her jacket and press the soft interior against the side of my head. I could see her father's condition was not at all on her mind. She had chosen me, like I had chosen her, over not just one person or another, but everyone! 30 minutes passed, and Abby and I were both sitting on the ground as her father sat in the back of the K9 SUV now parked in front of Abby's house. The patrolman was waiting for an ambulance, emotionless. I knew it would be gullible of me to assume he had never seen anything like this. In fact, it was probably a daily occurrence, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. The patrolman... Wait. Everyone gets numb to routine, no matter how dramatic or strange. Deep. This officer had a look like he had seen this day come and go 100 times before. Abby's father was just another drunk, just another evolved ape throwing his life away, okay? When the ambulance arrived, the patrolman asked me if I wanted to press charges. Sorry, I'm responding to a text. I wasn't sure what to do until Abby quickly leaned towards my ear, telling me that if I didn't, it would mean he could take out whatever anger he had on her after everyone had left, as he remained her legal guardian. Without further thought, I made my choice and took the action that was best, in the best interest of her safety. Okay. Personal story, y'all. And this involves the stalking incident that required some of my social media to be private for a little while. And this is why I didn't press charges against my ex and her friends for stalking and harassing me. They live in different states, sometimes in different countries. I did not want to go through the legal headache of pursuing different people in different states and different countries, because that would also result in me having to relive my trauma from said relationship. And I've told friends about what happened. A lot of them told me I should file a police report, but I can't, because that's a legal headache I don't want to deal with, so I can't really get justice. My point here is that sometimes you can't file a police report if something bad happens to you, and that's okay. I'm living through it. The officer asked Abby if she wanted to have assistance with her living situation while they dealt with her father. She replied that she would stay with me. Are you sure about that? Kid's going to need some stitches. Might be a little groggy for a few days with that head injury. She replied, It may as well have been me, and that's all the more reason for me to stay with him. I'm not going anywhere. He nodded as the ambulance pulled up, briefing the driver, then ensured he had everything he needed to process his paperwork and left the area with Abby's father in custody. The ambulance workers stitched me up then and there. While they were finishing up, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, Abby called us a taxi, which shortly after returned us to my home. Abby and I rested on my bed covers, still wearing our shoes and everything. My mind was too distracted by what had happened when we came in to worry about dirty blankets. Breaking the silence, Abby said, You're the most loving and selfless person I've ever known. Oh, for fuck's sake. I still felt conflicted about so many things outside Abby, but I didn't want to ruin her compliment, so I replied, But you forgot to include yourself, Abby. She smiled doubtfully. I stared into her eyes, and she tried to look back, but was struggling with emotions rapidly overtaking her. She began tearing up and said, Well, James, whatever love I have, it's all for you. Tears began to fall down her face. I love you too, I said. She started crying and pulled herself tightly against me. I love you, she whispered under her breath, continuing to cry. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Together, we drifted gently into a warm sleep. And that was chapter 9, ladies and gents. Dear fucking God. Well, this was shorter than I thought. Well, that's the end. Bye, guys. See you next week. Mwah. Hey guys, it's me, Sleepy Gothic. I feel sleep deprived even though I napped for an hour today and I work a double shift tomorrow, but I have promised myself multiple times that I was going to record chapter 10, but I kept forgetting. We're getting busy, so I have to do it now. Yay. Chapter 10. The next morning, I was surprised David didn't leap up to greet me as I walked on the bus with Abby. Well, he's gay for you. Shouldn't it be obvious by now, you dumbass? We sat across from him, but he just looked out his window, surrounding himself in a silent gloom while paying us no attention. Hey, Davis, how are you today? I asked. David replied, turning towards me. Why don't you have a car? You're 17. Only losers like me ride the bus. And you're not 17, Davis? What's your point? Also, if Greg James did have a car, wouldn't it be a good thing or usual for him to invite you on the carpool? Wouldn't it? Abby gave me a look of concern. Though Abby, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, didn't know Davis too well yet, she understood him to be a happier person. Neither of us expected Davis to say something so negative. I responded to Davis. Not everyone has a white picket fence life, Davis. Some people have to ride the bus. Like people in those white picket fences that are under 16. Davis turned angrily and spoke as he pierced me with the most intense glare I have ever seen. You don't think I know that? You should get a job! Buy your own car! What are you even doing with your life? Whoa. Get large there, buddy. He's just stealing your man. I sat back, giving up on changing his mood, and thought to myself, happiness, as far as I care, can't be acquired through any means if love is not involved. How fucking deep. If I got a job on top of school, I'd have barely any time to spend with Abby. I needed her more than anything, and I thought Davis knew this. Sorry. My phone vibrated and it was just an email. Bullshit email. Davis was probably just upset over everything that had happened recently, and this was way of coping. Yeah, coping with the fact that Abby is stealing him away from him. Abby is stealing you away from him. I'm fucking tired! Oh, Jesus Christ! Trying to close the conversation on a less negative note, I said, well, buddy, I'm here if you need me. With the same tone he always used on me. He rolled his eyes, scoffed, and scooted closer to his window. Abby remained next to me, running her fingers over the hairs on my hand. It was such a positive distraction. And we're not gonna, emphasize this because that would lead to character development, which is illegal in an Onision fic. Later that morning, I found myself in my history class staring at a very nervous Mr. Hansen. You all realize the President of the United freaking States is going to be here, right? Jesus H. Christ. Barring the fact that he used freaking instead of the actual fuck word, I never got the vibe that he was the kind of person who would do that. For fuck's sake. He asked the class. Most of the students looked confused, as we were not briefed when exactly we would see him. A voice erupted as our classroom door was swiftly pushed open. The President of the United freaking States is about to arrive, ladies and gentlemen, said a large man wearing a black suit. Okay. Now that time it was funny. Mr. Hansen laughed nervously with the fact that, what we soon realized, was a member of the Secret Service had overheard him. How? Those doors are pretty soundproof. Mr. Hansen, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, turned to the class in a rushed tone and said, alright, think before you ask the President anything. No stupid questions! Another voice came from outside the door. You're right, Mr. Hansen. Oh, thank God. You're right, Mr. Hansen. There are no stupid questions. We all froze to see it was the President who had spoken. Should I do my bad Obama voice or my bad Trump voice for this? Well, it'll be funnier. As he walked in the room, I quietly realized he was much taller than I had assumed from watching TV. The President centered himself in the room as the Secret Service asked Mr. Hansen to take a seat at his desk. 4 members of the US! I'm not here to bring a dark cloud into this room. I want it to be uplifting, to be helpful, and I want all of you to feel like you can say whatever you like, without any fear or criticism or repercussions. Hey, Michelle. Oh, wait. I've got an idea. Chris Jenkins, the class clown, blurted out, Why are you such a D-bag? Most everyone in the class sat in shock as Mr. Hansen violently lurched up like a frantic animal, yelling in a high-pitched tone, Chris, you do not Chris, how dare you disrespect the... I'm fucking tired. Mr. Hansen? The President interrupted. Thank you. And class member, then asked Mr. Hanson to return to his seat. The president walked over to Chris, pulling his own plant slightly back so he could crouch. Now you may feel I am what you said, a D-bag, but you should know to address me as President D-bag, as I, and many Americans, believe I earned the title of president. Hey Sharon, I'm the president. Chris, now shaken and not knowing what to say, let out a nervous and horribly awkward chuckle. The president smiled and returned to the front of the room as he said, Now, what other questions do you all have for me? Literally, everyone in the class aside from Chris raised their hand. The president, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, James Patrick, the boy who nearly saved the day. What is your question? Because, of course, he's the only relevant character in the story. I replied, You know who I am? He responded, I've read up on the school and the recent events quite a bit. How are your feet healing up? Oh, hang on, I'll be right back, guys.
I'm tired of candy, tired of gum, tired of hunger, and food that's no fun. I'm tired of pretending I don't like spaghetti, but school lunch keeps me roaring ready and rock steady. Pizza, spaghetti, burgers.
With Chow Daddy in your school cafeteria, it's the fun place to be for lunch.
Desserts.
Back, y'all. My food just arrived. It's a sandwich from Mendocino Farms. Go ahead and buy your shit from Mendocino Farms if you live in Houston or California. I almost got hired there. Alright, where was I? There we go. I was overwhelmed, but I had to keep it together, so I quickly replied, Really well, actually. The ambulance guys did an amazing job getting the glass and dirt out. The president followed with, That's wonderful to hear. What was your question? I replied, I just wanted to know how you feel about the things people call you in the news and around the world. The president gave a slightly sad smile and replied, I cannot and do not want to control what people say about me. All I can really fully control is what I myself am saying and doing. I find myself repeatedly stating that I came into office with the best intentions and I continue to lead as president. Hey Sharon, I am the president, with those very same intentions. Some decisions I have to make aren't always fair to me, my family, or many people around the world. But sometimes your only options lay between the end of a slip knot or a blade of a guillotine. So that's the burden I choose to carry. The class paused for a few seconds, and then all at once, everyone but Chris and myself raised their hands again. Brought to you for no reason whatsoever. One of the members spoke up. Mr. President, we need to move on. The president lifted his hand and said to the class, I want you all to know there are going to be some major changes around your school. I've approved a budget that will help fund significant renovations and an effective security program that will promote a safer environment for everyone here. It's a local school. That's what the local school district does, not the federal government. You fucking I will not stand by and do nothing when these incidents occur, so I'm doing what any responsible person in my position would do to make you all feel safer in this learning environment. He then smiled as the opened the door behind him. Thank you all, and Chris, remember our talk, okay? Chris remained speechless as the president walked out. Mr. Hanson then stood up while looking at Chris, as if he had just slapped Mr. Hanson's mother, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, right in front of him. Mr. Hanson, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, maintained his glare as he walked to the front of the class. Mr. Hanson sighed deeply and looked down at the floor. He then asked, Did anyone else almost pass out? The class erupted with laughter as the teacher wiped sweat from his forehead with the towel he used as a whiteboard eraser. The towel smeared ink all over his forehead. Markers or dry erase. That wouldn't happen. Which made us all laugh even harder. Unfortunately, I was faced with the reality that he would blame his humiliation on me if I did not tell him right away, as my next period still required I act as a teacher's assistant for him. First thing Abby said to me when I met with her later that day in gym class was, So it looks like Mrs. Stanley's getting a new desk. I replied, The president? Yep, you met with you guys too? I nodded, she added. In other news, Jason has been hitting on me. Not sure what to do about it. Kill his ass. Kill your shitty jock boy, as he is the blood of all the sinners in the country. I replied, concerned. Like, just flirting, or is it heavy? She answered, I think the whole saving our lives thing went to his head. He just grabbed my butt in class after the president left the room. I went silent. And that, my dears, is called sexual harassment. Tried to reassure me, she said. I yelled at him not to do it again. I yelled at him not do it again. I replied, Did you talk to the teacher? She answered, Mrs. Stanley saw I was uncomfortable and said she would give him detention if he tried to do it again, instead of, the first time, therefore creating a cycle of sexual harassment. I love that she did everything I would have done, leaving no room for me to imagine potential alternatives to what she felt about Jason's chauvinistic act. I smiled slightly and said, Well, thank you for telling me. She interrupted, What about you? Any girls grabbing your butt these days? The fuck? I replied with a slight smile. Nope, guess my butt just isn't as good looking as yours. What the fuck am I reading? She squealed and hugged me as the substitute walked in and blew his whistle. Alright everyone, let's play some badminton, the sub said, pronouncing everything as it was spelled. I responded, Don't you mean badminton? The teacher replied, I didn't, Rayman. Is that okay with you? Now angered, he responded, It's Raymond! The sub laughed and said, Alright everyone, do you want to see Rayman versus your sub in badminton? Lava screamed, Yeah! And so the game ensued. Oh shit. Are they gonna go on a tangent about badminton? Brace yourselves, guys, it's gonna get boring. Raymond seemed to get hit with the birdie more than the actual racket did. We kept laughing because he was trying so hard to look cool, but kept failing repeatedly, and as a result, looked completely goofy. After the teacher had scored him for the 10th time, Raymond threw down his racket. The teacher loudly asked, So is that game? No more badminton? Trying to sound rough, Raymond screamed, This is a sissy game anyway! Someone watching yelled to everyone, Uh-oh, watch out, he might try to shoot us too! We all went silent. One girl jumped up and walked off in a hurry. I could see she was holding her cries in until she could get out of the room. Raymond angrily looked over at the person who made the comment. The individual who yelled put their head down. They were obviously trying to avoid being pierced by Raymond's glare. Raymond, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, then furiously walked off, throwing a tantrum by kicking a garbage can while pulling off his shirt as he passed through the boys' locker room entrance. Alright everyone, pick a partner and start playing! The teacher said just before following Raymond into the locker room. Naturally, Abby was on my team and we played against a couple of people who were equally unenthusiastic about the sport, so we basically just stood around talking about how dorky our uniforms were, and basically anything we could to keep our minds preoccupied, which we would show, but that would lead to character development. Later that night at dinner, we had to put together a makeshift chair for Rick as Abby was still staying with us. My mom began to talk about their move, so Rick let me know he's happy to help cover your food, utilities, etc. while you stay here in the condo. Are they just gonna give them the condo? What the fuck? I'm pretty sure the Homeowners Association is not going to be on board with this. Abby and I looked at each other happily and hugged, excited that it was confirmed. Abby and I didn't have to move anywhere. My mom continued, Your sister is going to come with us. I looked up at my sister and asked, What's up, sis? She just pushed food around her plate and mumbled, It's whatever. I don't want to talk about it. Mom gave me a look that I should just drop it, so I did. Abby squeezed my hand. She was still smiling widely at me. I was pretty overwhelmed with what this all meant as well. One of the greatest pending burdens hovering over my head had been removed from my life completely. However ridiculous it sounds, knowing I could be separated from Abby, to me, was the equivalent of a doctor telling me I might have cancer, only to reveal later it was nothing. The fuck kind of metaphor is that? I felt like I was getting my life back without ever really having it taken away in the first place. After dinner, Abby and I cuddled in bed while listening to some of her favorite bands. She would sing along to the songs, knowing most of the words, as I just kept my eyes closed, paying close attention to how her skin felt pressed against mine, as you normally do when you're hooking up with boys. In that room alone with her, I often found myself feeling like nothing else mattered. She gave all my senses something to devour, to the point where I began to feel like the rest of the world barely existed at all. I fell asleep, listening to the sound of her beautiful voice, softly singing. And, well, finally, that's the end of chapter 10. Don't feel as tired anymore. Hooray. Anyway, that's all for now. Bye! Mwah! Right. Hello. Welcome to Chapter 11 of Stones to Abbigale. We're halfway through this fucking garbage. Thank God. But that means we still have 10 chapters to go. Fuck. And I'm newly energized because I just had a delicious curry from Jenny's Noodle House. Go there if you're in the Houston area. Anyway, let's read. Chapter 11. Mrs. Robinson, essentially the best therapist our tiny school budget could offer, had called me in her office, just as she had many students before me, to get an update on how we were doing with all things considered. As most school counselors do, you dumbass. She greeted me in her usual way, slightly awkward, but attempting to seem sincere. I suppose it was hard giving her all when she and many of her coworkers had been underappreciated and underpaid by her employers from day one. How deep! Are you still with Abby? She firmly asked out of nowhere. I replied, yes. She said, I'll be talking to her later today. How are things between you two? I answered again, good. A lot of good things are happening. Mrs. Robinson looked skeptical and changed the subject. So you ran through the school barefoot during the shooting? I replied, yes, I was looking for Abby. Again, Mrs. Robinson gave me a look of frustration and disbelief, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Picking up on her consistent negative physical body language and verbal tone, I asked, is there something you're not telling me, Mrs. Robinson? She replied, I can't really tell you anything. Not legally, as far as I know. I just hope you can take my original advice. Be careful. Think twice about what you're doing. That's all I can say. I looked down at the floor, trying to figure out what she was talking about. So you're not at all depressed? She asked. I replied, no, not that I know of. Because who the fuck initially knows that they're depressed? I mean, there are 17 girls out there who will listen to Billie Eilish and then claim they're so depressed. And have depression. She then asked, not that you know of. I replied, no, I'm not depressed. She nodded and said, well, that's, of course, good. Mrs. Robinson walked over to her window, overlooking the football field out back. She mumbled something in a low tone I couldn't make out, and then said loudly, you can send the next person in, James. I was surprised by how cold Mrs. Robinson was acting towards me. Really? I thought she was always this kind of an asshole to you. And everyone else! You fucker! But was happy to leave. Later in gym class, we were hoping to see Mr. Mackey. Though we all knew it was unreasonable to expect such a fast recovery. Abby was wearing one of my shirts when she first got in, smiling happily, before she disappeared in the locker room. When she returned, I asked her, did you talk to Mrs. Robinson yet? Abby replied without hesitation, yes! I then asked, what do you think of her? She replied, I think she's a guidance counselor. What am I supposed to think? I was put off by her hesitation and by what I perceived to be an evasive response. Abby, you know by now that James has been nothing but sweet as fucking honey to you. Quote unquote, because, you know, he's a sociopath who is initially writing his fantasies in a diary. But, you should have no reason to hesitate. Are you just trying to create drama? I paid close attention to Abby's voice and movements. Her tone was abnormally higher-pitched when she spoke of Mrs. Robinson. That small detail stood out like a skyscraper piercing the clouds of an otherwise small town. To me, she seemed, you're psychoanalyzing me again, aren't you, James? What? She asked. Interrupting my thoughts, I replied, feeling foolish. Yes, sorry. She then replied, the world is full of critics. I don't want fear judgment from you. I understood her wishes too well, but I felt justified in looking further into what may have really been going on. I replied, I was just asking about the guidance counselor. Your response might be revealing that there is, in fact, something I'm not yet aware of going on. Something I should probably know about. It's none of your damn business, James. Fuck off. James, stop, she said loudly. I decided to back off. I didn't want to upset her. God damn. You're so perfect. Lol. Especially with the remaining school day pending. Having conflict looming over my head while trying to focus on class was unfortunately a nearly impossible and stress-saturated task for me. So I had to just let it go for now. We arrived home later that day to find no one was home, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Abby and I made dinner for each other. So they just cook separate meals for each other, I guess? Okay. And once we finished eating, she asked me if I wanted to sit in the bathroom while she showered. My shower curtains were thick and non-transparent, so while it would seem like a huge step in our relationship, it kind of wasn't. Brought to you for no reason whatsoever. She started the shower water and closed the door while I cleaned the kitchen. Moments later, she yelled out, James, I'm ready! And closed the door again to keep the heat in the bathroom. Walking to the bathroom, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, I could see the curtain was fully closed. I said, Hey, did you want to talk? God damn, this formatting is so fucking She replied, Yeah, I'm sorry for putting up a wall earlier. And that's why I'm making this literal wall between us for the metaphors, baby! That was weird of me, right? I said. That's okay. I mean, sometimes providing space is the best way to create more potential for personal growth. Ignoring the overly philosophical nature of my response, wisely, she replied, I love you, James, and I don't want to hide anything from you. I said, I love you too. I know this may sound boring, but I've basically shared every major story in my life with you already. Which we would show, but that would lead to character development, which is illegal in an Onision fic. Bam. She replied, I know. It's really nice to be with someone who I can actually trust. No painful surprises. I paused and thought for a way to lighten the mood. I then said, Of course. It takes a much more mysterious person than me to be deceptive, you know. I'm kind of like a window that way. She remained silent. After a couple minutes of thinking, she spoke up, saying, Mrs. Robinson hates me. Hearing this, I felt reassured of my earlier suspicions. I could now see it was safe to continue digging. I asked, Why would she hate you? She was silent for a moment. I used to see her a lot. I don't know. I just struggled a lot before I met you, she said. Thinking about what she was saying, I felt overwhelmed by a very vague description of what was going on. Gnarly. It was the same sensation I experienced every time she reminded me of how important I was to her. I felt so unworthy, like I was given a gift intended for royalty, not someone as insignificant as myself. How fucking humble. I replied, trying to encourage Abby. Whatever you were going through before we were together, I wouldn't say I love you if I wasn't willing to stand by you through everything. She listened and stood in silence for a short time after. I imagined her mind racing to piece everything together. I think she was trying to create a definitive picture of who we were together, which we would show, but that would lead to character development. I felt she wanted some simple visual aid to sum it all up. She wanted to give it a name. She had all the stitches, fabric, and stuffing. Was she sewing it all together? Oh god, why are you referencing that fucking Frankenstein bear from earlier? That's such an insignificant detail now, considering that we've had to read a school shooting! Looking away from the shower towards the bathroom door, I heard the sound of the curtains opening beside me. Look at me, James, she said in a more collected tone. I looked over at her to see her completely naked body standing before me. What the fuck? Do you see why a school therapist would have a problem with me? She asked. I was in awe. My heart was suddenly pounding in my chest, and I could barely think clearly. I was consumed with thoughts of how perfect she looked, how everything I imagined was a poor imitation of what reality was now showing me, which we would discuss, but that would lead to character development. And character description, which I guess is also illegal in an Onision fic. Excuse me. I see, I said, struggling to speak. She asked. What, James? I'm broken? I'm wrecked? I'm worthless now? Fuck you, I quickly replied. I see perfection, nothing else. She stood before me frozen, her arm still holding the curtains back. Yeah, last time I hooked up with a guy, this is exactly what happened. Lol. Lol. This is how you flirt with people, ladies and gentlemen. Take notes. Standing at me, I could see what I had said was racing through her mind. In a soft tone, she asked, Is this really perfection, James? As she began pointing out the scars on her body from self-harm. But before she could get past the first few, I began kissing every scar within my sight. Like a dam rapidly cracking open, she began to pour out as I kissed her marks. I continued kissing despite her whimpers. Yeah, you're hurting her, you dumbass. I knew this meant everything to her. I wanted to show her how much I loved every part of her. So I kissed and kissed as her body shivered, still so warm, but consumed by sadness and the fallout of a now retreating fear. I slowly made my way up to her lips and looked deep into her eyes. I was still completely clothed. I'd stepped entirely in the shower. She and I kissed heavily as I held her naked body against me. In an instant, we were interrupted with a skull shattering thunderous bang at our home's entrance door. Abby looked away and then back at me with a panicked expression. I whispered in her ear, Don't worry, I left a distraction. We would slip into my room safely. I can just imagine James just leaving a mannequin dressed like him at the door as a kind of distraction. I mean, I'd do that. Abby gave a slight smile and nodded. In the background, my mom let out a loud and sarcastic, Oh, great! Harry said exactly what I hoped she would near the entrance. I'm assuming the mannequin is also giving another mannequin a blowjob, if that's the case. Abby wrapped a towel around her, and without hesitation, darted across the hall to my room. I remained in the bathroom, now pulling off my clothes to shower and avoid further confrontation. Who knocked the trash over? My mom screamed. Who knocked the trash over? Who? As I quietly laughed to myself. It was ironic that I knocked it over, considering I was supposed to clean the kitchen. But when Abby called me into the bathroom, I figured my mom might not be happy with me being in there with her. She was just another parent horrified by the idea of teen pregnancy. As I finished my shower, I could hear my mom muttering in the kitchen about how she was tired of cleaning up after people. Sorry, Mom, I yelled, and she replied, You're lucky! I love you, otherwise this would not fly. I replied, I know, love you too, I'll vacuum the whole house later to make up for it, I said as I closed my door. Upon my door latching closed, Abby leapt on me, wrapping her pajama-covered legs around me. My towel fell around my ankles as I dropped my soaked clothes to hold her. She looked down to see me fully naked and laughed. I quickly pointed out in a positive tone how awkward her reaction was. Because that's what a guy wants to hear, she replied. No, wait. Because that's what a guy wants to hear. Fuck this formatting! She replied, No, I'm just surprised that happened. Sorry to knock your towel off. And show your big-ass cock. She jumped off and kissed me quickly on the lips, only to drop down to grab my towel. As she rose back up slowly, she stopped for a nerve-wracking moment at my waist. I said, Hey! And she laughed innocently, quickly wrapping the towel around my waist. Brought to you for no reason whatsoever, and the Department of Redundancy Department. Abby then stood up completely to continue kissing me. That night, as we cuddled in bed, I said to her, You know, you really do look amazing naked. She laughed and said, Shut up! Laughing some more, I replied, No. I'm serious! Just shit in my throat. No, I'm serious. You're so perfect. Every part of you looks better than I could ever imagine. She looked back at me as I rested behind her. Kiss me, she said. We began kissing heavily once again, this time sliding off each other's clothes. Though we didn't try to go any further than just being physically close, because of the dangers of teen pregnancy, we would lie there, kissing and loving the feeling of each other without any barriers, okay? We fell asleep in each other's arms, our hair a mess, so comfortable we didn't care about anything but being together. That night, I was closer to her than anyone in my entire life. And that was chapter 11, everyone. Little shorter than usual, I guess, but damn. Okay, bye! Hello, lovelies. It's Flowergothic. Welcome to today's video. It is about 46 degrees outside, and I'm cozy up in my little apartment with the heater on and wearing a blanket. Get yourself some hot coffee or tea or whatever, because we're going to be reading Chapter 12 of Stones to Abbigale. Abby was still asleep when I woke the next morning. It was still early, so I just relaxed and watched her sleep for a while. Which we would show, but that would lead to character development. At some point, to my surprise, Abby said with her eyes still closed, Why are you staring at me, James?" Pleasantly caught off guard, I said, "Oh my God," and started to laugh. She replied, "I got you, creeper!" Now laughing with me. I felt so silly, but replied, "I don't regret it. You look so beautiful." She pulled the blankets up to rest just under her eyes, laughing in disbelief. Just then, a knock sounded off on the door, and my mom said, "Hey, you're not going to school today! You're helping me pack!" We both replied, saying, "Okay, Mom." I would repeat that, but I am just one little person in my corner of the world, so I can't. Fuck off. My heart fluttered hearing Abby call my mom, well, Mom. I looked at Abby in disbelief. She looked back and said, "What? She could be my mom one day." Seeing her say that made my eyes feel like they were about to water. I was so happy to see how serious she was about us being together. From the way Abby is saying it, it's implied that Abby wants James's mom to adopt her, which would make them brother-sister. I don't know about the laws of adoptive incest in my country, but I guess because they've just gotten together, it's okay? I don't know. Comment down in the description below if you think adoptive incest is okay. That's my question of the day. Abby and I got dressed so we could help my mom. I carried most of the boxes and smaller furniture by myself to the truck because Rick wasn't going to be there until later that night. And you don't pack the big furniture first because wouldn't that be more, convenient for everyone involved? I'm a little sleepy. It also made me feel good about myself, as my mom and Abby would compliment how strong they thought I was every time I walked out with something heavy. As you do when a man walks by carrying something that looks heavy. That's what I normally do. Quite a few hours into working, my mom called Davis over to help after school was over for him. Davis seemed kind of upset with me still, but he was at least smiling more, which I was happy to see. He's coming to terms with the fact that you're not gay for him, James. My mom asked if I could pick up more box tape from the store. She knew I loved driving her car, or any car for that matter, so she tossed me the keys. Abby was going to go, but my mom asked her to stay behind and help pack up her room. "Davis, want to ride in a car with a total loser?" I asked, jingling the keys. I'm shaking my Tic Tac box for emphasis. Davis responded, "Yeah, of course I do, buddy," smiling slightly, but not sounding as happy as he normally did. As we drove down the road, Davis asked me a lot of questions about Abby, like about how serious we were and if I thought she was the one. Yep, Davis is great. Davis is gay for James. My headcanon is confirmed. Yes! He then asked, "But you don't ever think about other..." No, wait, this is my Davis voice. "But you don't ever think about other people romantically? Like me?" I replied, "No, she's literally the center of my world, Davis." At the age of 17, ladies and gents, take notes! He looked really upset by this. I asked, You don't like Abby?" And he replied, No, I like her just fine." We approached the store and got out. As we walked in, he made fun of my shoes, likely trying to get away from that awkward conversation we had about Abby, which we would show, but that would lead to character development, which is illegal in an Onision fic. Bam, bam. Once we were in the store, he started wrapping tape around his head, contorting his face while dancing aloud looking totally freaky. I said, "Hey, I have to pay for that." He then turned to me looking completely goofy as he mimicked what I said with his warped tape face. "Hey, I got to pay for that, duh," he said with his amazing comic timing. I immediately began laughing hysterically, only to shortly after realize I was the only one in the store who was even remotely amused. Because that's a sense of humor. Asshole. Walking up to the cashier, Davis, still with tape all over his face, I said, "Can you also ring up this whole thing?" Making a hand gesture at the various tape rolls attached to his face. Ow. The cashier remained disinterested, but complied using their remote scanner. Davis smiled, putting his arms up like a ballerina, spinning as they scanned the tape hanging from his head. We giggled as they gave us our bags and we left. On the way out, Davis wasn't done yet. He turned to everyone in the store and screamed, "Hi-ho, Silver Lady, Mommy, Poppy, sick." The fuck? Davis, I know that James is the love of your life and you're not gonna get him ever, but you okay, man? You really okay? You sure? His antics made no sense, yet still caused me to laugh even harder than I had before. "Come on, Davis!" I screamed as I headed to the parking lot. "Okie dokie, Captain Dirt," he screamed back. As we drove back home, despite having to pull the tape off his face in a painful fashion, Davis seemed much happier. It was nice to get his mind off the number of things I mentioned were bothering him, like how he's gay for you. After a few more hours, we had finished packing up everything my mom was taking with her. My sister was pretty unhelpful the whole time because she's an asshole. Mostly just moving around the house, barely speaking at all, because she's an asshole. I pushed my mom to ask about her. "Mom, why is Lisa so bummed out?" I said. My mom stood up and said, "Close the door. Close the door!" I closed the door, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, only to ask again, and this time my mom answered. "A boy she liked, Matthew, died in the shooting." The fuck? The fuck? I had only heard about him in passing, but it became clear my sister wasn't just giving her heart to every other guy she met, like I had assumed. My mom continued, "She said everything at the school reminds her of him, and that's why she's coming with us." I thought previously she wanted to stay. Did she want to stay? Am I not remembering things correctly? Am I an idiot? Maybe, maybe not. We'll assume not. I thought for a moment and replied, "But she's a senior. Won't that mean she has to graduate late?" My mom answered, "She'll do what she asks to. They'll hopefully recognize her current grades and transfer them. By the way, she's done with this place." Instead of, dropping out and getting your GED. That sounds like a slightly better thing to do right now. I sighed and left the room without poking any further into my sister's business. As I walked back into my room, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, I saw Abby sitting on the bed. "Abby, want to drop off Davis with me?" She smiled and said, "Yep!" I called out for Davis, and we all got into my mom's car. Once again, Davis didn't seem too comfortable with Abby, considering how gay he is. Having to take the back seat, I'm sure, didn't help either, but he still tried to make polite conversation. We dropped him off and waited to see him make it all the way inside. Before he closed the door, he screamed, "You look like a couple of stalkers, God!" We laughed and he grinned really big, only to slam the door. As we drove back home, Abby asked if we could stop by a nearby park. I replied, noting that it was getting late. But she said she had something she wanted to experience with me. Pulling up to the park, she pointed out a specific spot, and I slowed to stop as I could get to where she wanted. Abby got out and rested on the warm hood of my mom's car. I said, "How about that? I didn't take it for the stargazing type." She smiled and replied, "It's not just stars. This is everything. You could look at every part of the earth and you still wouldn't see as much as you would if you just looked up at the night sky. Looking at the universe has always helped me escape this tiny little life of mine. How deep. I smiled, once again converted by almost everything her mind had to share with me. I slid on the hood next to her and looked up at the stars as well. What if the stars were like birds and they took craps on us? Then in places like Houston, where I live, we would be shit-free. Because we don't see stars. The light pollution hides them. I said as she interrupted with a sarcastic laugh. Stop, just stop, you're stupid. I laughed and out of nowhere asked the question that at least surprised us both. Do you think we'll have kids that day? She tilted her head and responded jokingly. Whoa, too fast! I just wanted to look at the entire universe with you, that's all. I laughed again and teased her by saying, You're right, no kids. She sat up. No, I want kids! I smiled, having gotten exactly the response I wanted. And then said with a huge grin, Gotcha. She became more serious and asked, You do? Keep in mind that these children are like 17. When I was 17, I made the decision that I am too young to decide whether or not I want children. Take notes, kids. I answered somewhat cryptically. Every significant moment of my life, I want to share with you. She smiled and leaned in to kiss me. She then spoke under her cherry-smelling breath. Every significant moment to come in my life will be significant, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, because of you, James. I was overwhelmed with emotion. Since Abby and I began dating, I felt more purpose, more value in my life than I had ever known. Abby and I looked at the stars a little longer and headed home to spend yet another night in each other's arms. Wow, that was a pretty short chapter. Anyway, hope you liked the video. Be back next week with chapter 13. Bye-bye. Well, hey gang, Flowergothic here. Kind of wanted to do a content warning before this chapter, because this chapter deals with some really sensitive shit, like child abuse and domestic abuse. So, if you're uncomfortable with that kind of stuff, regardless of context, please click off the video. Thank you. Stay safe out there, lovelies. Hey gang, Goth Kid McGee here. Fucking tired again. Because my dad's scheduled me outside of my ability, and I believe my recent illness can be attributed to these consistent shifts I have to work because we're short-staffed. So, in conclusion, last night was the last time I had a good night's sleep, and I am very dead inside. So, let's read chapter 13 of Stones to Abbigale, because I can't give a fuck anymore. Christmas was closing in on us, so Abby found herself often talking about her excitement for what gifts she was going to get me. I was just happy that I would be spending the holiday with her exclusively, as my mom had already moved out and planned to spend the holidays with Rick up in the ski slopes. First of all, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Second of all, we would show this, but that would lead to plot development. Ooh! It was our last day of school before winter break, which pretty much guaranteed us freezing as we waited for the bus. Oh yeah, this takes place in Washington, doesn't it? To my surprise, Davis welcomed us both as we climbed on. He shouted, "If it isn't Mr. and Mrs. Sandy Claus here to bring joy and love to everyone!" While inside, he is still in deep, deep hatred and rage over the fact that he can never get James to love his wife! Ah! We both smiled, and I could see Abby was quickly becoming just as enchanted by Davis as I was. Abby sat down with me, only to quickly huddle next to me for warmth. Did you slip on ice on the way over, Mr. Claus? Davis replied. Davis asked. I replied, oh, God. This lack of sleep schedule is killing me. No, ho-ho, and grinned. He said, no, but really, I'm surprised they didn't cancel school. It's kind of super crazy out. Welcome to the American public school system, ladies and gents. My local school district didn't close during Imelda until the last day it was raining like cats and dogs. Because school attendance is more important than student lives. The bus driver screamed, sorry about the lack of heat! They gave me a pretty crappy bus! They said I couldn't handle other buses or some junk like that. Davis leapt up, shouting back, we love you, Mr. Bus Driver! You saved our lives! The driver then asked, oh yeah? What's my name? Davis replied almost instantly, well, what's my name? The bus driver responded, I asked first. Davis said again, well, I'll just call you Superhero for now. The bus driver laughed as Davis sat back down, giggling. Brought to you for no reason whatsoever. As the bus pulled up to our school, we could see the early stages of what would likely be heavy construction. I asked the bus driver what was going on, and he replied, well, ever since that shooting, you guys have become quite the symbol of hope for the country. Pretty sure the president has a hand in paying all these workers double what they'd usually make to get all these renovations done by the time winter break is over. What the actual fuck? The president would have no responsibility for the budget of rebuilding a school. That would be the responsibility of, I think, either the State Department of Education or the local school district, depending on where you live. Message how wrong I am in the comments below. As we stepped onto the cement walkway just outside the bus, we could hear large chunks of salt crumbling under our feet. Davis busted out with more antics. Whoa! This salt is super slippery! He said as he stumbled around like a drunken uncle on ice. The fuck? Abby and I said goodbye to Davis as he didn't know the goofy impression while we walked away. I hugged Abby and kissed her before we also parted ways. As I turned away, she slipped a note in my pocket. I turned and said with a smile, really? She responded, I know, but I wrote it while you slept last night, so what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? I don't remember where I heard that, but it's like very ingrained in my early teens. Hey ho, what you gonna do? Hey ho, what you gonna do? Hey ho, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Where did that come from? I'm gonna look that up.
It's the freak phone, and here's the party freak. Friday freaker, dancing a new sensation, grabbing the nation, doing the freak. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. Join the party, the fast and easy way to hear what's scamming from New York to LA. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. What's happening, what's jamming, party till you drop. Dial and hear the action, what's hot and what's not. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. $2 a call.
So, it's giving me a couple of rap options. Shit. But I don't remember any of these results. So, comment down below if you have any idea what the fuck I'm talking about so this mystery can be solved. Walking off to class, I reflected on the lingering feeling I had. Like I was living a life that was too good for me. Almost as if this is wish fulfillment. It was as if everything had worked out despite me having an underlying sensation that I had yet to earn my happiness. Well, because you're a massive douche. But I suppose that comes with a constant self-inflicted reminder of how small I am in the world. To me, love was really the only thing that kept me going. I felt like someone who had swam too far in the ocean, but somehow found a piece of driftwood to cling to. For me, that one piece of wood wasn't just some random object in the ocean. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. It was my life. This simple piece of wood represented my capacity to love and my only hope for staying alive. Abby didn't just give me hope, but also a promise that so long as I had her, I would never slip back into the numb existence I was living in before. That's fucking unhealthy, man. I sat in Washington State history class. Wait, wasn't it U.S. history? Wasn't it U.S. history? Jesus Christ, this motherfucker. I tried to open the note Abby wrote me, but Mr. Hanson immediately gave me a dirty look. He then lurched up out of his seat, wiped his forehead, and walked over, putting his hand out to receive the note. "You know there's no note reading in class. Give it to me, James," he said without any sign of compassion. Mr. Hanson was mostly a nice guy, but he rarely joked around with class rules. I thought he wouldn't be as hard on me as I was his TA next period, but I was clearly wrong. I had to think fast, so I replied saying, "Sorry, I have to go to the bathroom." I stood up quickly and walked out of the class as Mr. Hanson blurted out, "I said, give me the note, James!" Ignoring his command, I pushed my way into the restroom down the hall and locked myself into a stall. I opened the note to find the following. "James, I'm lying here next to you, ironically watching you sleep despite my previous jokes about you doing the same. I want to talk to you so badly right now. I don't want to wake you, especially not with what I have to say. I keep telling you I don't want anything to be hidden between us, and I mean that. You haven't asked me about what I initially spoke to you about behind the church regarding the letter you wrote me. I told you about friends that had taken advantage of me, and later I showed you my many scars. The scars that you painfully reignited with your fiery kisses! But I haven't told you everything, James. You should hear everything. You deserve to know everything. Mrs. Robinson was supportive of me when I came to her about being raped." What? "She even helped me make sure the boys responsible saw their day in court and were expelled from the school." Well, that's... What? I mean, that is a definitive change in character for Mrs. Robinson, but what? I'm having a really hard time even writing this, but James, I was going to, as a result of what those boys did, because, I write how I talk, like a normal human. I became pregnant. What? What? Oh my fucking god. I became pregnant. Oh my fucking god. Greg is pulling all the shots to try and make this sound deep and edgy, isn't he? I told Mrs. Robinson. I found out right after that she is extremely pro-life. And I mean extremely. I told her I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of bringing their child into this world. So wait, did the multiple boys impregnate you at the same time so this child has all of their sperm? How the fuck does that work? But she kept saying I shouldn't punish another person for the actions of their biological father. I was dating Seth at the time. I didn't tell Seth who had raped me because I knew he was psychotic, but I still cared about him and didn't want him to throw his life away by doing something he couldn't take back. Obviously, I couldn't change the path he was going down. He saw my behavior change as the pregnancy progressed. After a while of seeing the state I was in, he asked me to admit to him what he's expected. I refused to tell him anything and told him to leave it alone, so he threw me against the wall and demanded I admit what I was hiding. Once I confessed I was pregnant, he, without hesitation, punched me repeatedly in the stomach. Everyone in this story is incredibly fucked up and requires at least 15 years of therapy. I was sobbing and he just kept yelling at me, telling me everything was my fault, despite me trying to protect my stomach, because, that's where the baby is. Not the uterus, like we learned in high school biology. He would just pull my hands away so he could punch me again and again. My father walked in on Seth, yelled at me, and he demanded Seth leave, but Seth refused. I screamed at Seth that we were all over the floor from where I was laying. him it was over. With every breath I could manage, I made sure he knew I didn't want to see him again. It was the only power I had, and I used it to fight back. My father was threatening Seth, saying he was going to get his gun, but Seth just kept screaming about how he was being punished for saving my life as he saw it, so my father grabbed him and physically forced him to leave. My father drove me to the hospital. I suppose the only time he can act like a good guy is when there's an even worse person around. They gave me pain medication not too long after. It became clear to me that I was no longer pregnant.
Okay.
I felt like everything was my fault. Shortly after this all happened, I started cutting myself. I hated myself more than anyone. Anytime I looked in the mirror, I saw someone who was broken, damaged beyond repair.
Oh, wait. Again with this formatting. But, before we continue, Greg, I see what you're trying to do here. You're trying to write a broken girl that your OC, Mary Sue, is trying to fix. Because they're broken. But let me tell you why this is a very unhealthy relationship model. Case in point, me and my abusive ex. My abusive ex had gone through some shit before we got together, and her justification for us getting together, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, LOL, was that we could heal each other, we could fix each other. But ultimately, we kind of tore each other down with our respective problems. She tore down my self-confidence. I tore down... Oh my god. I tore down her feelings of stability, and I'm not afraid to admit that. But, all in all, it ended with her gaslighting me to such an extent I didn't know what to believe anymore. I didn't know what to believe. And I mean, I have my self-esteem back, and I'm seeing some wonderful people now, but I'm sorry, I'm getting too into my personal life. Let's just get this over with. I had to stop reading for a moment to collect myself. Tears were falling down my face. I imagined her eyes vividly in my mind. The ocean wall of tears I had seen behind her eyes and the sadness I felt from her was being laid out right in front of me. How deep. She wrote about her life falling apart, and the more she explained, the more everything seemed to come together. I continued reading. I went to Mrs. Robinson. With all this information, he turned her back on me completely. She was convinced that I got Seth to punch me so I would lose the baby, and she was clearly holding me responsible for a life that she could barely even look at me. My father treated me differently after it all happened as well. He too acted like I was at fault for how things would have wound up. Because, that's how we need to characterize the broken girl in this story. Just like Mrs. Robinson, despite me never asking for any of it. I have no idea if I would have gone through with the pregnancy. I felt like I was willing to adopt them out once they were born, but Seth didn't ask me what I wanted. James, I'm sure at this point you may be wondering why I was with Seth when we started talking. The pregnancy was over a year before I even talked to you, so obviously I got back together with him. It's really hard to explain, but I'll do my best. The reality is, I had no one left. I couldn't talk to Mrs. Robinson about my cutting or depression. I couldn't talk to my dad. All I had was Seth, who didn't even have to ask me to take him back. I freely went to him because he was the only person who was even willing to talk to me. I felt like no one else felt I was worth anything. Despite him making me feel horrible both emotionally and physically, he at least acknowledged my existence beyond the few words I could get from anyone else. After everything, I felt like he was all I deserved. That's when I noticed you, staring at me in class. I didn't think you would ever give me a chance once you discovered me, but you did.
You pulled me away from the horrible life I had found myself living and made me feel happier than I knew possible. My life before I knew you seems more and more like some long, painful nightmare. It was a nightmare that I don't have to worry about slipping into anymore. I trust you, James. Please, I can't. I'm sorry.
Ah, Jesus Louises. Well, thought this was going to be a fun chapter, but nope. We have to learn about Abby's backstory and get me some painful memories about my ex. Golly gee! The more I read, I dropped the note, stared only for a moment in my lap. The more I read, the more I wanted to hold her. I just wanted to be there to take her away before any of these things could have ever happened. Without a second thought, I crammed the note into my pocket and began walking quickly towards Abby's first period class. The fuck? Oh, for fuck's sake, don't be a knight in shining armor in this scenario. Did the church get torn down? You could have held her at the church? The church? The church? Approaching a glass door, I aggressively pulled it open and walked across the room towards Abby. Her teacher screamed, "Excuse me, son!" And one of the students yelled out, "Oh God, not again!" I ignored both of them, grabbing Abby by the center of her back and back of her leg, lifting her up to wrap her legs around me. What the fuck is going on? She said, her voice shaking. "James?" I sat her on her desk and pulled her neck towards me, kissing her deeply and passionately, ignoring everything but her. What the actual fuck? Okay, this is a sudden change and shift. We had to read the depressing backstory that gave me memories of my previous abuse, but now James is acting like an absolute fucking moron. You see, we're back to the fun part, everyone. This is fun. We're having fun here. Unacceptable! The teacher screamed angrily as the class erupted with "Ooh!" just like I had heard in the earlier fistfights. It was the first time I felt anything positive from hearing that sound. I continued to deeply kiss Abby, sticking my tongue in her ew. She sucked on my tongue, matching my passion. Ew! She bit my lip and I bit hers. Ew! We were disgusting and beautiful together at the same instance. No, you're just disgusting and disgusting. Showing no shame for our raw passion. The teacher nearly lost it as they screamed, "Are you looking to get suspended? This is a classroom!" I pulled slightly back from Abby and asked, "Through everything?" She replied with a huge smile on her face, "Absolutely everything." I then grabbed her again by the back of her leg, in the middle of her back to sit her down again. I turned to the door and walked out. And got suspended. The end! Except not. I could hear the class continue to react in an uproar over what they had just witnessed as I walked away. Off in the distance behind me, I could hear the teacher screaming outside their classroom, "Is anyone going to do anything about this?" But he was the only staff member around. Class was still in session. Walking back to Mr. Hansen's class, I was greeted by a bitter and sarcastic tone. "Did you have a good squat?" I ignored him, grinning as I returned to my seat. During the TA period, Mr. Hansen got a phone call and looked immediately in my direction. "James made out with a girl in her class," he said. Mr. Hansen looked at me and continued, "Well, he said he was going to the bathroom." He looked at me while continuing up the phone and asked in a loud whispering tone, "What exactly did she write you?" Before I gave any response, he looked back as if listening to the phone and said to them, "Never mind. Anyway, long story short, I think this place could benefit from a little distraction, don't you?" Ooh, character development. The voice on the phone sounded outright, so he continued, "Well, you may as well just call winter break his suspension, because it's the last day anyway." The person on the other end went silent and hung up. Mr. Hansen looked up at me and said, "You really are something strange, kid." I smiled, having just seen a glimmer of a real human being inside Mr. Hansen for the first time that day, and replied, "Thanks for sticking up for me." And then said, "Consider us even." I smiled and returned to grading the papers I was assigned, and he added, "Let's just hope I don't get beat up after class for that like you did, though." I laughed and he chuckled to himself. And that's the chapter, guys. Holy fuck, this was a doozy. Bye now! Hey gang, just to let you know, the following chapter has a sex scene, so not safe for work. Viewer discretion advised. Thank you!
Hey guys, it's Flowergothic. Welcome back to Stones of Abbigale, part 2 of my limited series. And it's a goddamn celebration today because this is probably going to be the year Onision and Kai are going to be arrested for their sins. And I get to finally finish this piece of shit. And it's really late at night. I am exhausted from working, but you know, we gotta record, so let's do it, motherfuckers. Chapter 14. Yay. Every second felt like 10, but finally, gym class had arrived. Abby approached me, talking as she came close. Brought to you for no reason whatsoever. Thank you for the display, Romeo. Now the whole school is talking about us, I replied. One of the best decisions I ever made. Okay. She wrapped her arms around me and whispered in my ear, I can't wait till we get home. Once again, stunning explosions illuminated my mind. My body felt like it was being lifted off the ground. I felt untouchable. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. I kissed her deeply as a voice interrupted. Hey! Our juice is spinning, kid! It was the substitute gym teacher. I replied, I guess I am? He said, see you after winter break. Get out of here! Damn, news. Travel's fast in this school. How does the substitute gym teacher already know about this shit? I looked at Abby and she said, I guess we won't have to wait. She began to follow me out. The sub saw us both leaving and said, Hey, Abbigale, you have to stay! She replied while smiling as she continued walking out. What are you going to do? Suspend me? Ah! The teacher stood there, looking dumbfounded. As the doors slammed behind us, he feared the rest of the class would follow suit. He quickly turned to the remaining students and said, Don't you think about it! I will call your parents! Do substitutes even have the authority to do so? Discuss. They responded with a disappointed, aww, as he proceeded by throwing out sports equipment for them to half-heartedly utilize, and probably injuring half of them in the process. Infatuated with one another, Abby and I struggled to make it to our front door. We left our jackets in the hallway, and we were kissing heavily, even as I turned the key to let us in. Oh no! If this is gonna be what I think it is, I apologize in advance. I didn't know. Well, I kind of did know. I knew there was gonna be a sex scene in this, but if it's this, oh god. She jumped on me and wrapped her legs around my waist. I slammed the door behind us. With what? Your back? Your booty? Your baby carrot booty? Kissing her as I carried her to the bedroom. Without hesitation, she pulled her shirt and bra off, revealing her naked breasts and continued to kiss me. Oh god. We collided with the bed as if we were one, silently crashing together, our hands running up and down each other's body. She pulled off her pants as I removed my shirt. Before I even had it completely off, I could feel her kissing my stomach as she removed my pants. We were completely naked in bed, sliding our bodies together. I whispered in her ear, hang on to something. So she immediately grabbed onto the bed frame as I made my way past down her breasts, slowing as I passed her hips, tasting her skin every inch of the way. With what? Your eyes? Your mouth? This metaphor doesn't work unless you give us some more detail. Dick? She moaned over and over, many times softly, with a sense of warmth in her voice. By this sudden staring down at her body? I mean, that's never happened to me during sex. Other times, her voice would surge intensity into the room, sounding so perfect, as if I were listening to an orchestra, hitting every note with precise execution. I didn't stop. I couldn't stop, devouring her, till she began gushing and screaming wildly beyond control. It was only then I returned to look deeply into her eyes. She was begging for me to go even further. I firmly grabbed her waist and slid my hips slowly up to her now soaking legs. Shit, she came already? Jesus Christ! What kind of sex god do you think you are? She greeted me as if she had been waiting her whole life, digging her fingers into my back, scraping her nails across my skin as she mowed, her body connected perfectly with mine, moving in sync, experiencing pure ecstasy. For the rest of the day, we made love more than anything else, because you'll have the stamina of young rabbits, having only a few moments to drink water and recover. That's not how sex works. That's not how sex works. At all. We couldn't make it more than 20 minutes without finding ourselves clashing together once more. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Losing ourselves completely to our desires. As the day passed by, we found ourselves absorbed into each other perfectly, and we both knew from that point on, we could never truly be apart. Every piece of me now had a small part of her sewn in with a thread stronger than the pieces themselves. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, first of all. And second of all, thank you for the 1.5-page chapter. Makes my job easier. See y'all next week. Because I'm sure y'all need some time to recover from this sudden shit. Here are some Onision memes to keep you going from now. Bye-bye!
It would be over. The entire internet would lose their minds! But no, right now there's a picture circulating right now of everyone exploiting and degrade.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
So we can all stop saying that these freakouts are real, because I'm normal. I'm a normal person, and all these rumors are fake. They're fake too. Everything's fake. I'm a normal guy. Oh god.
Hey guys, it's Flowergothic. Welcome to Chapter 15, which is going to be longer than Chapter 14. Thank God. It's the same night though, because recording part 14 only took 6 minutes, so might as well get this over with. Hooray. After this, I'll only have like 5 chapters to go. Chapter 15. Winter break came to a close, and we're not going to show you what happened during it because that would lead to character development, which is illegal in an Onision fic. Abby and I had spent our entire vacation exploring everything we desired of each other. We returned to school happy as we could be. As we walked through the doors hand in hand, a significantly remodeled interior, after like, what's the time span in this movie? Like 2 months? After 2 months it was heavily remodeled? Bullshit. Was there to greet us. Excited teachers walked around with smiles of satisfaction on their faces, no doubt in response to the significant improvements to their own classrooms, let alone the entire school. Thanks to the president, I guess. Sir, can you remove all metal items? A man dressed as a security guard said to me. Not an actual security guard, by the way. A man dressed as a security guard. There was a difference. I felt surprised, but that feeling quickly left me when I had remembered what the president said during his visit to the school regarding his dedication to improving security. Did he actually say anything about that? I don't know, man. I really don't want to dig through for that. Go to chapter 8 or 9 and come to your own conclusions. I'm really not in the mood to go through it. Removing everything from our pockets, Abby and I were allowed to pass through. We waited as they searched through our backpacks, which they didn't do, like, right after Chapter 7 for some goddamn reason. And shortly after, found ourselves parted ways once more, only this time, despite our bodies being apart, we remained connected on an entirely new level. The level of sex! We could both feel it, and it offered comfort in a way we never knew. Making love to Abby ignited my senses and thoughts beyond what I knew to be possible. We awakened a new plane of existence in ourselves, emotionally, physically, intellectually, and spiritually. Okay, Jenna Silverblade, Will you shut up, please? We found ourselves living in a state of mind we hadn't imagined before, discovering what could only be found between people who passionately love each other. I found myself lost in the memory of us together, how she looked into my eyes as we repeatedly reached an intense and unforgettable release of semen. Again, as if she was reaching my soul, touching me beyond what anyone could see. I had experienced no one in my life like I had Abby. She said everything I was thinking. She saw me, what I found in her. A love and connection beyond our most profound dreams. You know, I know Onision, Greg, Boy, is an abuser. I feel like this is just how he justifies it in his head. Like, we're so in sync because I'm making her think the same thing I'm making her think the same way I'm thinking. God, I'm fucking tired. There was something about us that made all the imperfections of my life become perfect. Every sad story in my life, now lined with silver, becoming a stepping stone on my path to Abby. When it was time to attend my class with Abby, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, she approached me looking upset. I said, "Hey, how are you?" She replied, "There was a substitute in my art class, and Jason groped me! The sub did nothing!" I'm sorry, kids, I'm sorry. I know this is not a laughing matter, but this just came so out of left field. Greg has clearly never been a victim of sexual abuse before. Oh my god. Like a furnace igniting with a plethora of fuel, I found myself overrun with feelings of frustration. But I held back. I didn't want to upset Abby. As I grit my teeth, I said under my breath, "I just had to be the school hero." She asked, "What am I supposed to do?" I responded, "I'll handle it." Abby's arms crossed. Now looking at the floor, she said, "I told him to stop again. He seriously is just a jerk." I tried to be optimistic. I knew the more positive I was, the better she would deal. Oh, this book's so horribly written. So I looked up, smiled slightly, and said again, "It's okay. I'll handle it." Just like I hoped, she smiled back, feeding off my encouraging tone and body movements. Body language! I said, "Let's go play yet another random game the gym sub comes up with." This is not how people talk. At all. She nodded. After gym class, I walked alone to Mrs. Robinson's office. Her door was open, and she was alone, so I walked directly in. "Mrs. Robinson," I said. She looked up with a slight smile. "Hello, James," I continued. "I'm having a problem with Jason." She laughed and said, "Jason? You mean the nationally recognized hero Jason? You mean the boy whose face was recently plastered on the wall in the cafeteria right next to his uncle? What the fuck?" I replied, "He's been groping other girls, and I'm pretty sure that's completely against school policy." Mrs. Robinson sat up and placed her hands on the desk. "Girls?" she said. I paused for a moment. I didn't know what to say was Abby, because I knew she had issues with her in the past, but I didn't want to lie like this. So I responded, "Girl." One girl complained to me. Mrs. Robinson responded, "What girl?" I quickly asked, "What does it matter?" She answered, "Because I don't believe anything Abby says, and if it was Abby, I won't feel any need to take action, because I have a serious vendetta against Abby after chapter 13. And that's all I'll say about that. I sighed deeply, completely fed up with Mrs. Robinson's bias against Abby. "Well, I tried to handle this administratively, and you failed to help," I said as I turned away to leave. Mrs. Robinson sternly replied, "James, the girl is no good. She's damaged goods," and I couldn't stand to hear that. I lost it and screamed. Oh god, I'm gonna drink some water for this. How dare dare you? People like you are the real reason why the school got shut up in the first place. Demonizing everyone who disagrees with you, treating them like they're subhuman. I bet Seth had parents just like you. Only showing kindness if they say and do exactly as you wish. But the moment they step outside your oppressive and small world, you shut them out and leave them for dead. Well, guess what? We are all our own people. We all have burdens to carry, and none of you should act like you would be any better when you haven't even tried to walk in the shoes of the people you ignorantly judge. Ah, God. Considering recent events and everything we know about Onion Boy, that's kind of fucking ironic, ain't it? I slammed her door and stormed away, completely unwilling to hear another negative word about the girl I loved. After school had ended, Abby and I walked toward the buses hand in hand. En route, I scanned the area for Jason, who usually hung out in front of the school to sign autographs and take pictures with the admirers who didn't actually know Jason personally. What? This was never established. What the fuck? There he was. I spotted him, just as I expected, bragging to other students right where I thought he would be. I told Abby to get on the bus and save me a seat. She nodded, but likely didn't know I was about to approach Jason. Because I guess she's... No, I'm not going to say stupid. Stupid's not the right word for this shit. Because she doesn't know him well enough to see how much he is a nice guy and cares for her. That's better. Now quickly walking towards Jason, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, I called out his name. He turned with an idiot smile painted across his face. "What's up, second place?" I ignored his reference and said, "I was told you groped a girl today. A girl that already asked you to leave alone." He replied, "Haven't you heard? I'm a stud around here. If I want to grab someone, it's gonna happen, and they'll like it too." Oh my god, these villains are such caricatures. Ugh. I looked into his grinning jock friends behind him. I knew exactly what was going on in their minds, and how they were aching for me to make a move so they could beat down yet another person who, in most situations, would have no chance. Running Jason's comment through my head countless times, in a matter of seconds, I confirmed my next course of action. That's all I needed to hear. I turned away from him as he and his friend screamed, "Wars!" and other derogatory names to my back. Proceeding onto the bus, I asked Davis to walk Abby home when they got her to her stop. Abby looked extremely concerned. And she's not going to do jack shit to stop him? Great. But I, again, managed to control my posture and facial expression so she would only see confidence. And they're connected on the astral plane now. How does she not know what he's going to do? Wearing a warm and encouraging smile on my face, I handed her my bag, removing my skates from it as I set it down. I then kissed her on the forehead and said, "Don't worry, I'll be right behind you." She replied, "Why?" Just then Davis jumped up and said, "Oh my god, you're going to beat their booties!" Davis, you motherfucking moron. I walked off the bus, rightfully ignoring Davis's bullshit. Locked my eyes on Jason and lurched forward in a full sprint, throwing my skates down and pulling off my outer shirt as I approached and now turned away Jason. Oh my god. Only a couple feet away, I quickly wrapped my twisted up outer shirt, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, around his neck and used it, guide his body backwards, slamming him to the ground. I knew I had a small amount of time before he recovered, so I rapidly and without hesitation kicked one of his 3 jock friends in the balls as hard as I could before he could reach to assist Jason. As if it were a well-rehearsed sequence of moves, I twisted to thrust my foot into another jock's throat. Now, having successfully completed 3 moves on 3 unsuspecting targets, Jason's last friend in the group struck me as I expected, landing a punch on the side of my head. I reacted by spinning as I fell to the ground to deliver a sweeping kick, the 4th and final target, knocking him on his back as well. This one was larger than the others, so I made sure he would stay down by stomping on his balls before he could recover. Oh my god, this is so fucking stupid. I turned back to the jock and punched in the throat as if I were going to kick him as well. But he, unable to talk, signed that he was in no way interested in fighting. Now that I had successfully reduced the odds of their victory over me, I only had Jason to deal with. As Jason climbed back to his feet, he yelled, "How is that fair? You fight like a crazy person!" It's almost as if this is a wish fulfillment fic. Breathing heavily, I replied, "How is that fair? 4 jocks against one was like me? And what about you gripping women who are too terrified to fight you off? How is that fair? How?" He full on tackled me before I could finish speaking. His tackle of Seth flashed in my mind as I flew backward with Jason's shoulder, plunging just under my ribs. But I had no time to take a beating. The security guards were no doubt about to see what was going on, and I couldn't finish what I started without them getting involved. We impacted the ground together. I tightened my abs just before impact in hopes I would be able to recover quickly. Jason grunted and jumped off me, only to laugh forcefully, as if showing off to everyone now gathered around us. God damn it, how much longer is this chapter? Ends on page 63. I'm on page 59. God damn it. I couldn't let Jason stand over me. I aggressively returned to my feet, and with as much force I could manage, I launched at him with my right hand, grabbing the side of Jason, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department's head. Out of confusion, he swung at me, but I quickly jerked on his scalp, and with it, his line of sight darted away from the path of his fist. Simultaneously, I shifted the position on my head so his hand would make contact with the cement pillar behind me. Distracted by the pain now engulfing his hand, I shifted my body to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left, with all my strength, while jabbing his throat repeatedly in the same direction. As he fell to the ground, I leapt on him using my knees and all of my body weight to pin his shoulder down. Like I had seen in school wrestling events, I rapidly lined myself up to evenly distribute my weight on his strongest point so he could not fight back. It's almost as if he read a Wikipedia article about wrestling. I was right where I wanted to be. I smirked. My goal was about to become a reality. I was going to break his nose so he could literally see in the mirror what happened to people who treated women like possessions. Until, he fixes his nose. He began to overpower me despite me strategically pinning him, so I frantically pinched the tip of his nose with my strongest 2 fingers. As he turned me over, and with the other hand, I punched the base of his nose repeatedly until I finally felt a pop. Ew. Jason quickly fell back to the ground, screaming in agony. This reaction allowed me to stand up just in time for the security guards to reach us. All the guards could see now was 4 jocks grabbing different body parts in pain with me standing by, breathing heavily, exhausted, but somehow slightly smiling. I was surprised I was able to pull off what I had intended with such accuracy. Almost as if it's a wish fulfillment fic. Despite me being almost 6 feet tall, I remained by far the smallest in the group. Only the immediate witnesses could believe what they saw. I looked over to Abby, still on the bus. Why hasn't the bus left yet? To see both her and Davis staring out separate windows with their jaws completely dropped. I forced myself again to smile encouragingly and waved to Abby as her bus began to pull away. Finally. It seemed like the fight lasted at least 10 minutes, but I quickly became aware that at most it lasted only a couple. Seconds later, Principal Lee-Man... Hang on, I need to get a sippy sip. Seconds later, Principal Lee-Man came rushing out screaming, "What the hell just happened?" I looked at the jocks, still struggling to recover, and looked back at Principal Lee-Man without any significant indication that I was part of the fight. When the security guard spoke, "I think the smaller one beat up the bigger ones," he said. Principal Lee-Man, still hysterical, screamed, "Where is the security camera footage?" Just then, a kid ran up to Principal Lee-Man and said, "You don't need no security footage. That Jeep beat all those jocks up!" The security guard added, "We were told these weren't actually going to be functional until sometime next week. Because, we're incompetent as fuck." Principal Lehman looked at the guard like he had just said the dumbest thing he had ever heard. He then looked back to the jock, still incapacitated. Incapacitated. I'm tired. Anything to say? Anything? He screamed. Jason spoke, now trying to stand up while grabbing his nose. You guys don't say squat, he said to his fallen friends, where the jock took back. Couldn't if I wanted. He continued to wheeze on the floor as Jason addressed the principal. Whatever just happened is my business. It happened to me, not you, or some tattletale. So get over it, Lee man. Not how I would respond if I was beaten in a fight by a wuss. The principal looked at Jason with disgust. Your nose is bleeding and likely broken. You know that, right? Yes. He asked. Jason replied, well, it's my nose, isn't it, Lehman? It's my goddamn nose. No, wait. I need to sound like someone with a broken nose. Hang on. Well, it's my nose, isn't it, Lehman? It's my goddamn nose. And if you want to cry to someone, make it your no doubt unsatisfied wife at home. Holy fuck, these kids are savage. There were no words to describe the look Principal Lehman gave Jason upon hearing what he said. It stood in awe of how little Jason cared about having his face smashed up. Principal Lehman turned to me. Frustration consumed his face, and he clearly had no idea what to say. After only a few seconds, he then looked back at Jason. Under normal circumstances, your ass will be suspended for talking to me like that. Today you get a warning, Jason. Shape up! That heroic stunt you pulled last year only goes so far. As for you, James, if you really did this, you're damn lucky the people you beat up are protecting you. Principal Lehman said, continuing to scan all of us. He finished with, all of you, get the hell off my campus. He finished with, all of you, get the hell off my campus. And walked angrily back into the school, while screaming for the security guards to follow. As Principal Lehman entered the building, Mrs. Robinson passed him to go home for the day. She was concerned by Principal Lehman's, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Departments, aggressive walking, and immediately looked over at Jason, still holding his bleeding nose. When she saw me standing by the fallen jocks, her face was overtaken by a look of horror. She clearly pieced together what had happened. Did you really have to bust out my nose like that? Jason blurted at me upon the principal walking completely out of sight. I responded, yes, I absolutely had to. You don't grope women, especially not Abby. He laughed, still holding his nose. Oh, Abby, yeah, no, I was just joking around. I replied, well, we're not laughing. I'm sure you'd do worse to me if it was your girlfriend. For a second I thought it said, if I was your girlfriend. God damn. His smile disappeared. In a serious tone, he then said, I would murder you. I replied, exactly. A scream came from the background. Beat his ass, Jason! One of his jock friends, still on the ground, yelled. Jason was clearly offended by their disrespect to him as the alpha Chad, and screamed back, none of you touch him. If you have a problem, take it on the field. Jason saw Mrs. Robinson still staring. He hollered, hey, Mrs. Robinson, you want a piece of this or you just zone the hell out? Looking offended, Mrs. Robinson jolted back to life and continued walking off to her car. Jason was acting like an ape to anyone who saw him bleeding, probably to hilariously attempt saving face. He turned back to me and said, listen, I'm sorry about your girlfriend, and I'm also sorry to tell you you didn't break my nose. I already did that myself too many times. Putting both hands in a prayer-like position on his face, he executed a swift motion to reveal his nose returned to its normal position. You can't break what's already broken, dude. How metaphorical, he said as he leaned over to pick up his jock friends. I grabbed the skates I threw down earlier and began heading home. Abby was waiting for me once I got there. She was so happy to see me, but also worried that I got in trouble. We're not going to jail, right? She asked. I responded, no. Apparently when you beat some jocks up, they'll refuse to admit anything happened at all. Jason even chewed out the principal for asking. Abby then asked, well, I was about to take my bath and drown myself in worry, but now that you're home, you can join me? I replied with a smile. Sure, of course. As I went to sleep that night, I had conflicting emotions. I always hated chauvinistic men, but my first-hand experiences with Jason proved that just because someone acted like a disgusting pig in one area, didn't mean they had no honor at all. The weeks passed by like a warm dream, which we're not going to show because that would lead to character development. But as summer approached, so did yet to be another known sorrow. Many of us like to think we're completely in control until one day a painful and dark reality pays us all a visit, putting the veil of lies from our eyes, leaving us shattered and lost. Oh boy. Well, we'll find out what that means next week, gang. Bye for now. I love you all. Mwah. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, your goth mother, coming to you live. Well, not really. With chapter 16 of Onision's masterpiece, Stones to Abbigale. So, I'm recording this around 10 p.m. and I'm actually really energized right now. Took a shower, I did some research for my June video, which I'm not gonna give away any spoilers, but it's gonna be about some not necessarily powerful people, but significant people to some. Anyway. Honestly, I don't know what else I'm gonna say. I guess we begin. The days drifted by. We were getting to the end of the school year, and today seemed like just another day. And we would show what happened between these days, but that would lead to character development, which is illegal in an Onision fic. My mom was in town and didn't have a job in the area anymore, so she let me take her car with the impression I was on my way to school. Abby and I picked Davis up on the way for the third day in a row. Only this time, we felt like exploring the surrounding area instead of going to school. And I guess Davis is okay with Abby now. I mean, I know he's gay for James, but we never really established if that plot point was resolved or not. Where do you want to go, Davis? Abby asked. He replied, I want to go to space! I laughed and replied, anywhere in the general area? Davis said he wanted to go to the local park, but we wound up heading to a park we hadn't been to before, which required we take the highway. And we would show this decision, but that would lead to character development. It was such a very sunny day. We drove with the windows down and laughed as we listened to the most absurd music. Davis did such a hilarious impression of every other lead singer we heard. We arrived at the unfamiliar park and tried the games they had installed there, one of them being a weird chain frisbee game. What? What the fuck is a chain frisbee game? Oh, it's apparently, this thing called disc golf. What the fuck is this? Okay. I imagine it was popular to have been installed in the ground cement. I just hadn't heard of it. And we would go into detail, but that would lead to fucking character development, which is illegal in an Onision fic. Davis found a paperboard sheet stapled to a tree. It was asking for everyone who saw it to sign it so the person who posted it could come back and take it to their local politicians to have their favorite drugs legalized. What the fuck? Kind of seemed like a careless way to do it, as it was nowhere near as controlled or legitimate as it would seem if they just went to door to door. I'm pretty sure this isn't how anything works either. We entertained ourselves by writing down names like Dick Wood and Harry Johnson. Ha! And whatever other childish thing we could think of. We definitely got a couple laughs out of the names we came up with. As the day wore on, we became hungry, so we ate our sack lunches. Davis normally bought the school-issued lunch, so we shared ours with him. Y'all didn't make him his own lunch? Y'all are fucking assholes! Davis checked his phone and let us know school was about to be out. This meant my mom would be expecting the car. As we drove down the road, Davis kept sticking his head out the window like a dog, yapping and howling till he saw something that caused him to go completely silent. Abby looked back and followed Davis's line of sight until she saw what he did, slowing the car to see what was wrong.
I realized tears were filling Abby's eyes. She couldn't handle it and looked away to bury her head in my chest. What they had both seen, was a man who had literally jumped over a bridge that crossed over the freeway we were about to merge onto. What? What the hell? What? It just went from like 0 to 100 for like the 15th time in this dumbass fic. What the hell? Without a second thought, Davis stumbled desperately out of our still-moving car towards what he perceived as a rapidly dying man. What the fuck? What the fuck is Davis trying to do? Is he gonna go catch a rope to yank him back onto the bridge? What is he doing? Not thinking about himself for a second, Davis had somehow made his way to the center of the 4-lane freeway and tried to lift the man up so he could still have a chance at life. My heart was pounding to a point where I felt like breathing was as difficult as lifting weights. I wanted to scream, reach out to save Davis, and run away all at the same time. Cars screeched around Davis, but he barely paid any attention to them. As we rushed closer to him, I heard him screaming to the man, "It'll be okay, Mr. Ow!" Davis couldn't even finish his last sentence. He fucking died. He couldn't even confess to James. Not even the school shooting compared to seeing my friend obliterated on the highway as he tried to save a life that didn't even want to be saved. A large van had just swerved to avoid Davis, but someone was tailgating behind the van and had no time to evade. Davis's entire body rose up and spun in the air, his head smacking against the pavement so hard you could hear the impact over the screeching tires. Abby and I both screamed, still trying to make our way towards him. I was so overwhelmed, seeing my friend, my only real friend, what about Abby, torn away from me in an instant. I didn't care if I was going to die too. I rushed out on the freeway, grabbing and pulling him away so no other cars could strike his body. Traffic came to a stop quickly after I pulled Davis off the road. Barely being able to see, my eyes blurred and filled with tears. I looked up at the hanging man Davis tried to save, and even through my distorted vision, I could see his neck was contorted in a strange way. I couldn't really understand it at the time. I was just sobbing. I hated myself for being in Davis's life because I knew if I never even met him, he'd likely still be alive. Oh my god. So many thoughts rushed into my mind as I held Davis, whose body remained completely limp, his neck further back behind his shoulders than I feel comfortable admitting. He was going to change so many lives. He was going to share his happiness and humor with the world. He was going to confess his love for me. I always thought he was bound for amazing things, and I kept reminding myself of the reality that he would have had those things if I had never been born. Okay, that's a little extreme. How could I not blame myself? I had never hated myself more than I did in that moment. Abby sat by me on the side of the road, and we both sobbed long past the ambulance arriving. I overheard one of the ambulance, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, workers saying the rope the man was hanging by had snapped his neck in the fall. It was impacted by a passing truck before Davis even got to him. Had Davis successfully gotten him down, there wouldn't have been much chance of life for the man anyway. Abby and I had to endure them telling us David had also died almost instantly when his head smacked against the road. They were telling us we were holding a boy who had passed long before they arrived. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. I couldn't stop crying, no matter how hard I tried. One of my only friends was erased from my life, from the world itself, in an instant. After they took Davis away, I walked back to the car and laid in the back seat. Abby tried to talk to me, but I couldn't say anything. I just cried softly to myself. She grabbed the keys out of my pocket and drove me to Davis's house. I envied her in a way, for not knowing Davis as long as I did, for not being able to hurt as much from the loss of him, as every day I was around him. No, you weren't, as shown in this book. I missed him that much more now that he was gone. He had made a place for himself in my heart, and now all that was left was a sad, shadow-consumed hole. Abby knew we had to make sure the hospital had called Davis's parents about what happened, but as we arrived, their cars were both still in their driveway. I couldn't walk, so I just sat outside our car, leaning up against the back wheel, as Abby approached their front door. She rang the doorbell, and Davis's mom answered. Davis's mom carried a smile for only a moment until she realized both Abby and I were crying. She asked where Davis was because she knew we picked him up earlier that day, and that's when we heard her phone start to ring in the background. Davis's mom had put everything together in a matter of seconds and began screaming with intensity I had never heard before. She ran over me, screaming, as I remained hunched over, unable to move. "What did you do? What did you do? Where's Davis?" I just kept crying. I had no words. She screamed, "God damn it! Don't you do this to me! He left you and you do this to me!" She ran back into her house to answer the still ringing phone. I was completely lost inside my own head. I had no escape. I had only the same images playing over and over again. I felt powerless. I couldn't stop saying, "I hate you" to myself over and over in my own mind. Had Abby not been there, I would never have made it home that night. She was all I had left. End chapter. Well, this got intense. See you next week, I guess? Yeah. Bye! Why, hello, dear viewer. It is I, your goth mother, Madame Goth Flowergothic, back to you with Chapter 17 of Stones to Abbigale. Davis, who was gay for James, has died last chapter, so now I guess we're at his funeral or some shit? I don't know, man. Let's just read. It's 20 chapters and I'm almost done. I'm trying to record these as soon as I can so I can just get all of this over with. Chapter 17. Davis's funeral came too quickly. I couldn't imagine ever being ready to say goodbye. Sometimes I felt like it would be so much easier if it had just been me, but then I would imagine Abby being left alone and felt even more pain. I can't find solace in a grand gesture of self-sacrifice, as it would mean hurting everyone else I love. All one person. And yet I'm struggling to accept the very reality that surrounds me. I didn't want to say anything at his funeral. I could barely even manage to sit in the back with Abby and my mom. I found myself looking down at the floor, drowning in my shame. Every other word spoken at the funeral only made me hate myself more. Again, a little extreme, but okay. The cries of his family members, listening to them talk about the amazing person I already knew him to be. I just wanted to lose consciousness so I wouldn't have to endure my self-loathing any longer. But I had earned this torment. I had earned the disgrace I felt. It's his emo plea to die. It was time for his mother to give a speech. I couldn't bear what I was about to hear, but you can't deafen your ears as simply as you can close your eyes. Namaste. And even if I could, I was more than willing to hear her curse me. I deserved to know how much Davis's mom hated me for being in her son's life. It was only right that I would be reminded I was the reason David left this world far too soon. She approached the podium that stood next to the large picture of Davis surrounded by flowers. Davis's mom, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, began to speak. Okay. My son was the brightest light of my life. From the moment he was born, I could see happiness in his eyes. He always loved putting a positive spin on most everything around him, but despite his regular upbeat attitude, She paused, looking at the far wall behind us all. Collected herself, she continued, "We didn't spend as much time as we'd like, if I'm going to be honest. I assumed, like many parents, that I would never see my child pass before I did." She paused again, looking down, with her hands firmly clasping the podium. She said, "His father and I worked a lot, ridiculous amounts really, but we were able to create a comfortable life for Davis. He would have dinners every night together, and he would talk about everything that was going on at school, only to return to his room whenever he was not reading with us or participating on some holiday. A lot of people will sugarcoat what person they idealistically believe their kid to be. All I can really tell you is the truth, that our son was literally perfect in every way." Oh, fuck you. "This is the complete and utter truth, no denying it whatsoever. He was an angel," she said as the room slightly brightened in his mood. She continued, When I was able to spend quality time with my son, he often spoke of his friend James because he was gay for him. James, as some of you know, was there when Davis passed. He would always say how much he liked James and told me how handsome he thought he was because he was gay for him. He said just being around James made him feel like he was cool and part of something important. And why are you just singing praises to James at your own son's funeral? Greg, you are such a fucking narcissist. I can't. Can't even. I sat there crying, listening to her not curse me, as I suspected, but possibly even worse, make me hate myself more by revealing how much faith Davis had in me. The weight on my shoulders increased, knowing how much he was counting on me. And where was I? That's you. That's how dumb you sound. I flashed back in my mind to the freeway. Abby and I couldn't catch up with him. We tried, but we were scared. Seeing that man hanging there, it was like something you would see on TV. A scene straight out of what you'd expect from a third world country. We weren't ready for it, but Davis just ran without thinking about it. It's like he had no sense of self. He cared about a stranger more than himself, while Abby and I were crippled by the impossible choices we were faced with. It was only when Davis was hit that I was willing to put my life on the line, and what did it matter? It was already too late. All because someone who gave up on the world and wanted to show them what he felt about it in one final act decided to foolishly do to others what others had done to him. The man who jumped from the bridge blamed the world, and in that act, he caused a heart that was good, that pounded like a mighty drum, the heart of my friend Davis, to seize its song forever. I looked up to see Davis's mom continuing to struggle. She managed to go on. I know James is angry at himself for what happened because I'm a fucking mind reader, you know? I screamed at him when he showed up on my doorstep crying. Knowing Davis was with him, I held him responsible. But after talking to the emergency responders, after learning about exactly what happened, I realized James is actually the reason Davis is lying in this casket before us, instead of only ashes in an urn. He risked his life to pull Davis off the highway. The act of selflessness made me better understand why Davis looked up to James. Because Greg's a narcissist. Abby squeezed my hand, hearing what Davis's mom had to say. I was still shaken and grief-stricken despite his mom trying to relieve me of the guilt I felt. Abby leaned over to me and said, I love you, James. I always will. Tears continued to run down my face. Davis's mom could see this too. Tears ran down her face, almost in sync with mine. She stepped down the stairs by the podium and walked over to me. I stood up still looking down and consumed with shame. She wrapped her arms around me and I could hear other people gasping for air. I assumed this moment was overwhelming for most everyone, but it was hard to think about much of anyone over the constant self-loathing screams saturating my mind. My tears began to soak into Davis's mom's shoulder, so I lifted my head only to see her holding a brave but pain-filled smile as she looked up upon me with tear-filled eyes. Davis's mom then returned up the stairs and I sat back down. I felt awful, but I could feel a small weight lifted, like I was just about to be crushed, but was saved by a single embrace. Davis's mom concluded her eulogy. I don't want anyone to be angry over what happened to my son, but sadness is just our way of showing how much we cared for him. I think it's important that we all remember that there are pieces of my personality, your personality, every personality in this room. I'm spitting all over my monitor, goddammit! That are shared with countless human beings in this planet. Your opinions, feelings, and behaviors are very rarely exclusively experienced and expressed by only one individual. Accept it or not, none of us can really die, because every aspect of who we all are exists in our brothers, our sisters, and even many complete strangers. The third gender. Our playfulness, our capacity to love, everything that makes us who we are is shared with countless human beings, some like us in many ways, others sharing only a few traits. I see David's smile in my husband, she said, looking over to her husband, who gave a small smile of encouragement as tears ran down his face. I see his eyes in his grandmother. He also had many nerdy hobbies just like her as well. The room gave out a sad laugh as she continued. We are all part of Davis, and Davis is part of all of us. Live on knowing, so as long as one of us survives, none of us can ever be completely gone. She concluded, now looking down. tears falling from her eyes to the podium. I love you, Davis. When I miss you, I'll do my best to pay you a visit. Through your father, through your grandmother, and if I'm alone, I'll do my best to see whatever part of you I can through myself. Her husband, Davis's father, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department, softly greeted her as she walked off stage. After the service, Davis's mom approached Abby and I and hugged us. She repeatedly reminded me that I was one of the best parts of Davis's life because Greg is a fucking narcissist, and that he would want me to be happy. She saw how much I was crying, how wrecked I looked. I couldn't really say anything to her. All I could do was hug back and listen. Davis's father also approached me, putting his hand on my shoulder, and only said, "You know." He started crying and couldn't even finish what he wanted to say. I replied saying, "I'm sorry," and he hugged me as if we were holding each other up. We were both so tired of crying, so weak, neither of us having eaten much of anything in days. My mom remained silent the entire funeral. She was supportive, but tried not to get involved because she didn't know how to process everything that happened. Why was she even in the scene in the first place? Why? Abby and I sat in the back of the car, holding hands the whole trip home. Just as she had many times before, she ran her fingers across the hairs on my hand, trying to comfort me. When we arrived home, I went in my room with Abby. She closed the door, and we rested in bed the remainder of the day in silence. We were emotionally exhausted, and sleep was a small break from the painful reality we had to come to find ourselves living in. End of chapter 17. We only have 3 chapters left. Thank fucking God this nightmare is almost over. But I'm probably only going to read these 2 tonight. I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed. Please free me from this prison. Okay, bye!
You like? I love woo, 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 woo.
Hello, gang. It is I, Queen of the Goths, your goth mother, Flowergothic, back at you with chapter 18 of Onision's masterpiece, Stones to Abbigale. It is now 6:24 p.m. on Monday, January 6th, 2020. And to be honest, I just want to get this over with so I can edit them all at once, so yeah. I only have, what? Damn, I have less than 20 pages left. Yeah, I can take care of this all in one night. Oh, wait, I forgot my water. Hang on, y'all.
Hey, what's up? How's that party the other night?
It was alright. But there was this guy, and he's with his girlfriend, and he's trying to get her to do something that she didn't want to do.
So what'd you do about it?
I didn't do anything.
Whoa, what? Guys, don't be like my friend here who didn't do anything. Not doing anything is part of the problem.
Okay, I'm back. I forgot that I left my water bottle by the sink to fill it up. Anyway, chapter 18. I couldn't miss any more days of school, as Lakewood High had little tolerance for repeat absences. Had I not returned to school shortly after, they would invalidate the work I had already done that semester. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. I had pretty much the same classes all year. Washington History 1 and 2 covered my first and second semesters. My TA position was extended for the second semester. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Meanwhile, gym class had yet to see Mr. Mackey return, as far as I knew. But I hadn't been to school in a few days. As I walked into school, it felt like nothing had changed, like no one knew Davis had even existed in the first place. Had they not lost over 40 people in the year prior to the shooting, I would have been angered. But tragedy was becoming the theme of our school and my own life. How fucking deep. You could say we were all stronger because of it, but strength and numbness are 2 different things. When you can't feel anything because you've been beaten to a point where your other senses stop functioning, you don't really have to be strong to endure it. This writing is so terrible, it's making me mispronounce shit. Oh my god. To many people who remain in a state of numbness, every new blow is nearly indistinguishable from the strikes prior. call it some twisted way to force us into surviving despite the conditions being unacceptable in most every way. When my TA period began, Mrs. Robinson paid me a visit. She walked over to me grading papers and asked, "How have you liked working with Mr. Hare?" Oh, wait, this is Mrs. Robinson. "How have you liked working with Mr. Hanson?" I replied, saying, I like it just fine. She looked over to Mr. Hanson and said, "Would you like to tell him now?" Mr. Hanson smiled and walked over to the front of the desk. He leaned against it, but his weight caused it to slide backwards. Quickly, he stumbled to stand and blurted out, "Wait, in light of the recent investigation into him, I'm going to change Mr. Hanson's voice. Let's see. Yes, absolutely. James, we were thinking of you taking on a special role next year. Why don't you have a seat over there?" I looked at him, lacking any feeling or sign of enthusiasm, but he continued, "We wanted you to run for school president, and this whole TA business was just about figuring out if you're the right person for the position." What the fuck? Those are like two different roles, man. I sat and stared at them, as if they were playing a sick game with me, but they didn't know I had just lost a friend. They only knew what I was willing to tell them, which was pretty much nothing. "You really just messed with my schedule so I could run for a position that you didn't even know if I wanted?" I asked in a monotone voice. Mrs. Robinson replied, "I know we've had our bumps, but judging by Mr. Hanson's positive feedback, you have the strength and sense of integrity we would look for in someone who was running for school president," I replied. "So, assaulting 4 jocks in front of the school, that was integrity?" Mrs. Robinson's posture completely changed. She was clearly offended and replied, "You heard what that boy said to me! Obviously he and his friends, I could see she knew she was about to say something that no guidance counselor could justify saying. Brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Also, these people are fucking idiots. And this is not how any teacher would respond. Mr. Hanson continued, "We believe in your decision-making skills, and unlike other schools, the school president here has actual power." That's not something you should do. For obvious reasons. "They have repeatedly in the past become a complete pain to deal with. We think you're different, and think you could actually do something good for the entire school instead of just causing a headache for the faculty." I replied, "There's no guarantee I'll be successful. You could have put all this faith in me for nothing." Mrs. Robinson jumped and said loudly, "We're not going to let the students have another election when they have only an idiot and a moron to choose between. You will win because the people who are right for the job rarely want it. James, you're exactly the person who needs to do this." "But he's not particularly popular now, is he, Mrs. Robinson?" I looked down at my desk silently. Mr. Hanson said, "You're a good kid, one of the best, I think. I wouldn't say if it wasn't true." Mrs. Robinson proceeded to leave the room. I just felt surprised. She was even willing to talk to me after I lectured her about her failures as a guidance counselor. "You didn't do that, man. You just referenced the previous chapter. Or something." It felt like hours, but finally my TA class was over, and I headed over to gym class where I saw someone I didn't quite recognize standing in the middle of the gym. As I walked closer, I realized it was Mr. Mackey, only with a massive scar on the side of his face that led past his hairline. "Yay! Mr. Mackey!" I screamed. He turned to me and smiled. "Hey, kiddo, okay?" he said, with a smile on my face. I asked, "I'm so glad you're back. How are you feeling?" Mr. Mackey responded, "Well, for a guy who got shot twice, not bad, okay?" After a moment of thought, I realized this was the first time I had genuinely smiled since Davis died. It was just nice to see the only teacher who really came close to bonding with me alive and well after his hospitalization. Mr. Mackey then reminded me I wasn't dressed for gym yet, so I ran up to the locker room. As I returned to the main gym, I could see all the students surrounding Mr. Mackey. In this moment, I felt a small piece of luck shine on me. It was now clear that despite my tardiness, I had managed to come back on the first day Mr. Mackey was back. He had all of us play dodgeball, just like the first day I attended his class, but this time, Raymond was on my team. And just as before, our team was lucky enough to claim victory. Okay, brought to you for no reason whatsoever. There was a decent amount of time left in class, so Mr. Mackey decided to tell us about his experiences in the hospital. He told us how many days he stayed there, how many surgeries he had to have, and he also thanked us for the gifts and visits he received from many of the students, which we won't show because that would lead to character development. I have 10 pages left. Let's do this! As he talked, time flew by much faster than it ever did when we played games, likely because I had never heard about some of the things he talked about and found it really fascinating. Sitting in the hospital day after day, post-school shooting for as long as he did, Mr. Mackey, no doubt, had played out the scenario he endured hundreds of times in his mind. I guess we were the right audience for him to let all his thoughts out to. I felt lucky. As we left the gym together, Abby and I were holding hands as we always did. Walking outside to head to the building our classes were in, I could see Mrs. Robinson stomping towards us with a scowl on her face, accompanied by 2 police officers. I immediately thought of everything I had done wrong or felt guilty for and assumed I was finally being punished for the fight I had gotten in with the jocks, especially since I blatantly admitted what happened in my TA class earlier that day in the presence of Miss Robertson. As you know from the last page, douche. Contrary to my assumption, by looking closer at Mrs. Robinson's eyes, she was focused on Abby. She was staring at Abby so intensely, it was almost as if she hadn't even noticed I was there. A wave of fear overtook me. Nervously, I softly said, Abby, to alert her of the situation. Looking over at Abby, I could see she knew something I did not. Mrs. Robinson loudly said, Abbigale, I need you to come with us. Abby looked at me with terror in her face. One of the officers grabbed her by the arm. I remained frozen. I was in shock and had no idea what to do. As they walked away, she had her free hand on her face as if she were guilt-stricken by something. I was trapped in analytical state again. Having seen the guilty posture she had taken and the look on her eyes, I found myself consumed by the feeling that the person I loved most had betrayed me. You betray me. You betray me many times. I'm fed up with this world. How could I so quickly doubt her after all we had been through? The person I loved most, I mumbled to myself aloud. I loved her more than anything or anyone. I didn't even care about whatever she had done, as it didn't make a difference. She was everything to me. Without a second thought, I chased after them, following them to Mrs. Robinson's office. The 2 police officers took Abby inside, leaving Mrs. Robinson outside the room. As I approached Mrs. Robinson in her office, she jumped in my face hysterically, saying loudly, "This is what I was talking about! This is why I warned you!" Her finger was shaking in my face, but I ignored her clear emotional imbalance and asked, "What exactly is going on?" She replied, seeming somewhat relieved but struggling condescending, "You've been dating for her how long, and you don't know?" I replied, "No," she answered. "I can't tell you, but if she didn't pull you in on this, well, it just makes me happy that you're also not an accomplice." "Accomplice to what?" I asked, but Mrs. Robinson took a step back, crushed her arms, and refused to say anything else. This is a sudden turn of events that happened, 10 pages before the book was supposed to end! Golly gee! This is not how you're supposed to write a book! Inside the office, the police already had closed the blinds. All I could hear was them talking in stern, muffled voices as Abby responded softly in a collected tone. I was happy with whatever was going on. Abby was handling it with a level head. I had never known her to lose her temper or act irrationally, but this event created fear and doubt that the person I had fallen for may not have been no more of this. I had to have faith in her. She didn't just deserve my support, she relied on it. We both needed to stand by each other through it all. Like 2 pillars leaning against only the other, if one of us fell, we would find ourselves both shattered to pieces on the floor. After about 30 minutes, one of the officers opened the door to let her out. Abby walked out, brought to you by the Department of Redundancy Department. Not knowing how I would react, I immediately walked up to her and hugged her. She whimpered with a sound of relief. Mrs. Robinson saw this and exploded into a rage, screaming, "You're letting her go?" One of the cops replied, There's no real proof she did anything, Mrs. Robinson yelled. She is responsible for everyone who died in the shooting! She told her boyfriend to do it! It was all of the letters she found in Seth's home! It was in her hand! What? What the fuck? What? Oh my god. This feels like a terribly written soap opera. Mrs. Robinson abruptly stopped speaking. Like an irresponsible child, she shouted something she could neither prove nor had the right to say. All she could do now is give up. One of the officers replied, "Like I said, you're speculating. She didn't use the specific wording needed to. We literally just..." The officer paused and rolled his eyes, realizing none of his words were resonating with her. He continued, "Never mind. You just go about your business and leave that girl alone." The two officers immediately began heading out as Mrs. Robinson turned to us with an enraged look in her eyes. I was still trying to cope with what I had just heard. Abby turned to me, looking worried that I was going to react as if I believed anything Mrs. Robinson said. But I didn't. I couldn't take this out of a woman who was proving herself to be progressively losing her mind, and who also had a clear biased agenda over my beautiful, loving Abby. In a soft, slightly quivering voice, Abby said to me, "I didn't say that. I promise." I replied, "Promises are for people who can't be trusted on their word alone." "I'll always believe you, Abby." She grabbed me and hugged me as Mrs. Robinson yelled, "Oh, you two are perfect for each other!" I muttered in response with a slight smile. Perfectly imperfect. "Oh!" Abby gave out a sad laugh, accompanied by her already falling tears in response. We never stopped reminding ourselves how wonderful it was to have each other. It took so much pride in knowing we would always be there for one another. I walked Abby to her next class and headed over to mine immediately after. We were both late, but neither of our teachers seemed to care. The shooting changed how a lot of teachers treated us, which we would show, but that would lead to character development. And not just with tardiness. There we rules we'd regularly ignore that they never did before, all for the sake of not upsetting us. After school, Abby and I met on the bus, a sad vehicle that had become little more than a painful reminder that we would never see Davis again. It amazed me how buses in general were completely ruined for me, but I didn't have a choice in the matter. Holy fuck. And even if I did, in a way, the pain just brought me closer to him. I kept wondering when the heartache would end, and maybe it never will. Arriving home, Abby closed the front door and said, "I need to talk to you." I walked over to my room, dropped the bag to the floor, and sat on my bed. "I told the police the truth," she said. I replied, "That you're completely innocent?" She responded, "Not exactly, James." I felt the familiar wave of panic overtake me, my heart giving me a horrible sinking feeling. My head lowered. I lost eye contact with her, and I remained silent. Then she said, "When I was dating Seth, I was really messed up. You know that." I maintained my silence, listening, hoping she wasn't going to say something that would rip me in half. "When I was depressed and cutting, I told Seth in multiple letters that I wished everyone would just disappear, but that's..." Instantly, like a muscle response, I stood up, turning her remaining words into a silent panic, and I walked into the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. I began pulling off my clothes alone in the bathroom and turned on the shower. Even the sound of the warm water shooting out of the shower and head smacking against the back of the tub couldn't disguise the sound of Abby crying in the other room. Okay. I know this sounds really inappropriate, but I can't help but imagine James Gregg just going into the bathroom, turning on the shower, and masturbating to Abby's struggles. I mean, I'm horrible, I know. I'm sorry, y'all. I just can't help it. I got into the shower, collapsed on the floor, and lost myself in thought. I was overwhelmed by the fact Abby just told me she admitted she told someone who wound up being a school shooter that she wished everyone would disappear. She didn't tell him to kill anyone, I told myself. She didn't say she actually wanted him to do anything. I thought with my arms wrapped around my knees, with my head resting on my arms. The water poured around the side of my face and into my eyes. Ow. I looked down to see I hadn't even remembered to remove my boxers. I felt like my life was just another sad, tear-drenched sob story and happiness was only the intermission. What the hell, man? I then asked myself, who hasn't wished someone wasn't there? Who hasn't wished they were all alone when they feel like everyone around them doesn't understand them? That doesn't mean they want to see people to be shot. It doesn't mean they would genuinely want anyone to be subjected to that kind of suffering. I then reminded myself that we all make our own happiness. I could continue to view sorrow and emptiness as the main theme in my life, but this wasn't the fault of our uncontrollable conditions. I had a choice. I was going to stand up, turn off the water, and return to catch the tears of the woman I loved. So, what point did this sudden revelation have? None! Opening up, the bathroom door still soaking, I could see Abby across the hall looking up with tears running down her face. She was scared. She didn't know why I had come back out. I approached her and lifted her up by the center of her back and back of her leg, just as I had in the middle of her class some time ago. She cried, giving me a sad, scared look. I don't understand. As I pulled her close to me, I replied, you didn't want anyone to die. You just wanted to be alone so no one could judge you or hurt you anymore. That's not uncommon, and you did nothing wrong. She let out a loud cry of relief and wrapped her arms around me. I kissed her on the neck as I held her whole body. She gave out a tearful laugh, saying, "You what?" I smiled and laid her on her bed, kissing her as I removed her clothes. She kissed me passionately, smiling whenever our lips were just seconds apart. She felt accepted and relieved. I chose happiness. Okay, that was chapter 18, ladies and gents. Oh my god, what the fuck? Anyway, come back next week for chapter 19. I'll still be here. I have to record the remaining 2 chapters and 7 pages or whatever. Bye! Hey, kids! Welcome to the penultimate chapter of Onision's Pulitzer Prize winning masterpiece, Stones to Abbigale. So, let's begin. We need no introduction. There is no plot to this story. Let's read and get this shit over with. The next school day, I walked hand in hand into the school building and immediately saw most every set of eyes in the room turn to us. She stopped walking, realizing right away exactly why she was being looked at. What Mrs. Robinson screamed in front of all the students in the hall had spread around the day prior like an infectious disease. How fucking metaphorical. As we walked only a few yards past security, it became clear someone had planned to humiliate Abby the moment they saw her. Our suspicion became a reality when someone ran up to her, throwing a can of black paint to cover her upper body. It's just falling short of her face. Abby gasped as the paint collided with her clothes. They went to spit on her, but then my hand was already impacting the side of their neck, slamming them to the ground. Everyone began screaming, "Ah!" The sound I had become sick of, hearing every time a slightly stimulating event occurred in their no doubt mundane daily lives. Fuck you. The security guards were much faster to intervene this time, due to us being immediately by the metal detectors. They rushed forward and escorted the 3 of us to the principal's office. I identified the small, skinny, long-haired boy who threw the paint. It was Chris Jenkins, the class clown, who mindlessly insulted the President of the United States during his visit to school. Out of the 3 of us now being escorted, he was the only one security had to physically force to allow them to the office. But the guard seemed to drag his little body along with ease. Abby and I stood, waiting in Principal Lehman's office, as his eye wiped the back paint off her neck and chest using paper towels Mr. Lehman's secretary gave us. I'm goddamn losing my mind. Abby didn't seem too upset by what happened, but she was worried about the future. In a surprisingly strong voice, she said, "This is only the beginning with it. People are going to be able to accept me like you. They never did, and with with what they have now, they likely never will. I frowned slightly, wishing I could do something, but felt powerless. She went on to say, rumors are like a poison. It doesn't matter what the truth is. What they want to believe, they will believe. When Mrs. Robinson screamed what she did, she killed my future at the school. Because she is an absolute fucking monster who should never have gotten her counseling license. I wanted to argue, to give her some hope, but that would mean lying to her. The wounds from the shooting were too deep, and they wanted someone within their reach to blame. I turned to see Principal Lehman through the glass window on his office door. He was flailing his arms at his secretary just outside, likely upset that he had just started his day and a significant incident had already occurred. He then looked over at me, still wiping Abby off. He was so upset, he was for a moment at a loss of words. He just stood there, staring at us through the door with his mouth completely open. As I turned back to Abby, I could hear him scream, "Oh my God, why?" He was walking towards us, looking at the ground. There was a trail of black paint leading to his office. Abby and I couldn't have avoided getting it all over the place due to the security guards offering us to walk in. Opening the door angrily, Lehman screamed, "Where is the idiot who did this?" Abby and I looked just outside the room towards Chris. Principal Lehman followed our line of sight to see the scrawny little kid shaking like a scared, lost animal in a chair just behind the reception desk. Lehman didn't even care that Chris was already terrified by his domineering presence. "You little idiot! You're going to be cleaning these carpets until they look better than new! You got me!" Lehman yelled. With a horrified yelp, Chris screamed, "Yes, sir, I'm sorry!" Lehman, now inches from Chris's face, mumbled something to Chris that no one else could hear. Whatever was said, Chris looked traumatized in response. Principal Lehman stood fully upright, turned, and walked back into the room we were in, slamming the door behind him. "What the hell happened?" he screamed. I replied, "Recently, Mrs. Robinson gave everyone within hearing distance of her office the impression that Abby was partly responsible for the people who were shot last year." He replied, "She doesn't look like Seth to me." I added, "Mrs. Robinson was referring to notes Abby had written." He bolted out, "I don't care about any of that. The only thing I'm concerned with is the fact that the person who, under their own free will, shot at my school is behind bars." He continued, "Besides, if she had helped plot any of this, she would be behind bars too. The cops already talked to me about it and it cleared her name." We stood there silently, not having anything to say. He then asked, "Anything else? We were just attacked or what?" Chris heard the principal through the door and screamed back, "He assaulted me!" Principal Lehman looked toward the door and then looked back at us. "Explain," he said. I replied, After he threw the paint, Principal Lehman interrupted. "I've heard enough. Get out of here. I don't need to hear the rest of this story, morons." I began to leave as Abby began to speak to Lehman. "Principal Lehman, I don't know if..." He cut her off saying, "I'll take care of everything. Got it?" Abby nodded, hoping he knew what she was going to say. As we walked out, I could see Chris glaring at us, only to hear a scream, "Get in there, right now!" from Principal Lehman. Chris flipped like a light switch from angry glare to wide-eyed terror. Ha, how clever. We approached Abby's class, worried that she would face more repercussions for what Mrs. Robinson had said in the hall. Just then, a voice came over the intercom. It was Principal Lehman. "It has come to my attention that a lot of you believe a student in our school, outside Seth Wilson, was in part responsible for the shooting that took place last year." He then began yelling, "That is not at all relevant or true! And if I see any of you picking on any student, blaming them for the actions of the boy we all know is alone 100% responsible and is now in prison, I will not hesitate to suspend you, and for a lot of you, a suspension means repeating this semester." As he cleared his throat, Abby looked at me with relief. "Again, whatever you have been told by any students or staff about anyone being even remotely responsible for the shooting outside of Seth is a blatant lie and should be reported to me, so I may deal with those dishonest individuals directly. Speaking of which, Mrs. Robinson, can you please report to my office? That is all." The microphone squelched off and the entire building went silent. Now you see, that would be a nice gesture, but in this day and age, that usually does nothing. Abby looked at me, amazed that the principal has shown complete intolerance for what would happen to Abby as a result of Mrs. Robinson's unprofessionalism.
Abby, about the paint on your... I began to say, but Abby interrupted. Oh, stop! That's not a fashion trend or something, I'm sure. Well, that was a complete 180 real quick. Abby hugged me and said, See you at gym class, hubby! Thrown completely off, I breathlessly said, Hubby? She laughed and walked into her class, closing her door behind her. I returned to my class, and Mr. Hanson was, to no surprise, sweating from his forehead or reciting more boring facts about Washington State. I sat down and immediately began trying to figure out from his body movements if he was worried about Mrs. Robinson. I knew those two had a pretty close relationship as far as school staff goes, but I figured I'd find out after class about how he felt anyway, so I didn't look too far into it. Also, we never really explored that relationship, so I don't give a shit about it. James, Greg, okay? Mr. Hanson had us all give reports on a specific part of Washington that we had visited in our lives that we liked. I had nothing prepared, so I went off the top of my head, only a few words into telling the class about where I'd been, and Mr. Hanson screamed, A+! The class laughed, and I finished telling my story with just a little boost of optimism thanks to his outburst. Now you see, this would be funny, but we don't know what he said, so I can't laugh along. As I completed TA work for Mr. Hanson, he brought up Mrs. Robinson, just as I expected. Do you know what that whole business is with Mrs. Robinson? He asked. I replied, It's really complicated. He then added, I hope they fire her. I was speechless. I thought he got along with her just fine. He could see my disbelief, so he explained, Mrs. Robinson is one of the most manipulative, judgmental, and possibly insane women I ever met. I'm only telling you this because I've never heard Principal Lehman that angry before, and I'm pretty sure that means she's getting canned. I replied, I don't know. Like I said, it's complicated. He asked, Why are you so hesitant to speak your mind? I replied, Because it's not just about Mrs. Robinson. There's a lot more to it. He then smiled and tilted his head back, stretching out his double chin to briefly become one chin. Oh, it's about your girlfriend, too. He said. I smiled and replied, Like I said. He jumped forward and interrupted, Get back to work, you! But said it with a smile, so I knew he was just trying to ease the tension. As gym class came around, Abby was all cleaned up and looking like her normal self. She was so happy to see me, still giggling about calling me hubby earlier. I was so psyched to see her and feeling happy again, despite all that was going on. Mr. Mackey came out and told us, The game of the day is basketball, okay? And if you don't want to play that, you must sit on the sidelines and cheer every time someone throws a basket, okay? We all laughed as I ran to join in on a game. Abby stood by the side with some other students and cheered for us, just like Mr. Mackey asked. I think we were all just looking to have fun. Even Raymond was being a good sport. I knew if it were earlier that year, he would have fouled me and other students only to act like he was the victim if anyone called him on it. Everything we all went through just seemed to bring us closer together. Which we would show, but that would have led to character development, which is illegal in any songfic. It was like a wall casting a massive shadow, but all any of us could look at was the tiny glint of light shining through the cracks. I'd never heard Abby cheer like this before, so seeing her light up every time I scored a basket gave me a familiar, goofy grin, and only motivated me to do better. As I played, I kept thinking about how everything could have gone to hell had I given it earlier on, but I was reminded that it wasn't only Abby and I who found ourselves laughing our way through everything, but most of the students in our school. It was as if all the tears were shed on our school, cleansed us of our differences, bonding us in a way most other schools would never know. And we don't even know, because we never saw any of this. Abby and I met at the bus and rode home quietly in our usual seat towards the back. She rested in my arms as if she didn't have a single worry. In that moment, I found peace as well. As Abby closed her eyes, I stared off towards Davis's old seat. I imagined him cracking jokes and laughing, and being gay. He could almost offer endless entertainment. Just then, I felt Abby's hand touch my face. James, she said in a gentle tone. Are you okay? I just realized she had her hand on me to wipe a tear away. I didn't even know if I had fallen. I'm fine. I'm fine, I said. I looked at her, squeezed her gently, and smiled. I'm fine. Okay. Come back next week for the last chapter, motherfuckers. Bye! I know I'm slurring, but I'm just so happy to finally get this piece of shit over with. Like, you wouldn't even know, man.
We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world was turning. We didn't start the fire. It's the last chapter of Stones to Abbigale, chapter 20. Let's read. Quite a few days had passed since Abby was doused with black paint. We woke in each other's arms to the sound of my alarm clock. I wondered why I kept it all this time. It was such a random piece of crap. Sometimes it would go off in the middle of the day. Other times it would go off at the right time. Abby and I would always laugh because it had a delightfully annoying little chirp to it. Not so annoying you passionately hate it, but just enough to make you want to shut it off as soon as humanly possible. How deep. We normally woke up based on our internal clocks, which worked because we rarely went to bed at an excessively late hour. Fortunately today, my little piece of junk alarm gave us some extra time before the bus arrived. Seeing we didn't have to leave right away, Abby kissed me good morning and told me she was going to make some eggs. A delicious egg. Yay! While she cooked, I cleaned up our room. For some reason, her talent for finding the strangest places to discard her clothes made me laugh inexplicably. Her now-dried shirt, covered in paint, was crumpled on the floor. Just looking at it gave me the strange inclination to fold it into a square and pin it to the wall using thumbtacks. What the fuck? When I was done, Abby walked in with 2 plates in her hands and saw the shirt on display. She said, "Wow, that looks kinda cool." I replied, I felt like, at this point, most bad things that happen won't really hurt us unless we let them. How deep? She set down the plates and hugged me. I said, "You turn bad things into beauty, Abby." I pointed at the shirt. "It's like the moment that paint hit you, it became perfect." She replied sarcastically, reaching her arms out. "You've gone too deep, James. Where'd you go?" I laughed hysterically, hugging her as she left as well. "Thank you, James," she said. I kissed her on her forehead and softly continued laughing. We waited that morning at the bus stop for about 40 minutes before we gave up and returned to our room. Abby tried calling the school, but no one answered, so we turned on the TV, hoping to see if the local news said anything. Before we could even flip to the news station, it quickly found most every local station was showing the same thing. At first, we thought it was just some random fire, when Abby raised her hand to her face in shock and said, "James, that's our school!" Well, shit, man. I guess my opening song was timely. I looked at her in shock and then backed at the TV to read the scrolling newsfeed at the bottom of the screen. It said, "Unknown arsonist suspected of starting fire that claimed most of Lakewood High." Abby and I were now both staring at the TV. The feed cut to a ground reporter who had approached a very upset Principal Lehman. As the reporter asked him questions, he kept apologizing to them, pulling it by, "I can't comment at this time." He ended the conversation saying he had to deal with the situation and spun around, looking at the school in disbelief. Likely Abby and I have no idea what his role now was, or how to even proceed forward after witnessing his job literally going down in flames right before his eyes. Abby and I spent the days after keeping each other busy at home, all the while expecting a call from a member of the school administration to explain what had happened. We watched the news every day to learn updates on the story. It didn't take the fire department long to figure out how the fire had started. They confirmed it was in fact a result of arson. After talking to the staff in depth, the police pointed towards the recently fired Mrs. Robinson. Holy fuck. Just as we learned about her being suspected, our phone rang. I answered, and the voice on the other hand was someone representing the school district. They confirmed my name and that I attended Lakewood High. Following their confirmation with the briefing, as you are well aware by now, the school has suffered a major fire and is irreparable at this point. All of your class information and grades were stored in an online database, so none of your information has been lost. Regardless, to make things easier for staff and the students, we have decided to credit everyone as if they had already finished up the year. I asked for clarification, and they confirmed that we would be attending an entirely new school the next year. To our relief, they also said we would be proceeding to the senior class with our credits intact. I thanked them and disconnected. Well, shit, that ended up solving itself, but still, fire! Abby and I were both happy to know that the only thing the fire harmed was the physical school itself. In reality, not even a janitor was harmed, as, by the time the fire had started, he had finished his work and gone home for the night. The administration really stepped up and made sure none of the teachers suffered financially and the students didn't lose any time. Days later, Abby and I decided to visit the site of our burned-down school. The front was completely cordoned off, so we were approached Lakewood High from the back. As we got closer, we could see the gymnasium building remained completely intact due to it being detached from the rest of the school. How convenient. As a result, amazingly enough, the jocks were still allowed to use the facility itself and the unscathed field nearby for practice, although I imagine they were doing it just to stay in shape for next year. The back area was pretty open, so we were able to walk right up to a point only a few yards away from the fire-damaged area. As we looked on, someone came up from behind us, saying, "Hey, chump!" I turned to see it was Jason in sports gear. He had seen us walking in from the field he was actively practicing football in, and was apparently not upset. "Did you see the news?" he asked. I replied, "Last I heard, they were looking for the arsonist." He laughed and said, "Nope, they found her." Abby and I looked at each other and then back at him, waiting for him to tell us who it was. Jason threw his arms out and screamed, "It was crazy Mrs. Robinson, dude! She's all locked up now!" Abby and I didn't know how to react. "You're sure?" "Last I heard, it was speculation." I asked and he responded, "Yeah, she didn't have to admit it, but she still did. She had the schools run to the core and talked about how the renovations were just a lie, covering up a bigger lie or something like that." There was a silence as the information soaked in, but Abby broke right through it by busting out laughing, throwing her hands to her knees, hunching forward beside me. I smiled, and Jason gave her a slightly bewildered look. Abby's laugh was rich with satisfaction. It was an obvious victory for her after all the grief Mrs. Robinson consistently gave her because she was a terrible, shitty person. "Anyway, so, see you at the new school, huh?" Jason asked. I replied, "Yeah, I guess." Jason then turned and ran back off to the field. Abby's laughter was trailing off now as she returned fully upright. "You okay, Abby?" I asked. She replied with a smile. "Yup, Abby, I'm just fine." She and I turned around to continue looking at the burnt school. Suddenly, I realized something, and a small smirk crossed my lips. Well, I guess this means I won't be running for president. And that, my friends, was Stones to Abbigale. Holy fuck, this book was a train wreck. I don't even remember, half of what happened, because it's just so jumbled and all over the fucking place. Well, I guess that's the end of that era. I plan on reading the other Onision books, just not immediately yet. I need time to process this, gang. So, I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.